the efforts to rewrite history are relentless and increasingly mainstream. The victims of genocide, Banyamulenge, are targeted because of who they are, a distinction fundamental to the definition of genocide. Right now, I would like to invite George Budagu to make an introductory remarks and introduce the program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Jean, for kicking off this event. Yesterday, we started off at 1 p.m. at City Hall, and we did the walk to remember. And prior to that, I had spent almost a day in trying to craft what I was going to say today. And then last night, when I heard some of the survivors of Gatumba, it changed the whole dynamics of my thinking as to what I should say here today. And I thought we have to take a time and think as of why we are here today. We are here, and you all know it, commemorate for the 19th time the Gatumba massacre that took place in 2004. When you think about that, that's almost somebody's life. Somebody who was born in 2004, right now is almost a mature person. And you think, why should we do this every year, over and over and over again? There's a reason for that. Number one, we must not forget those who passed away on the night of August 13, 2004. Yesterday, we saw the lights or the candles and some of the pictures and names framed of each one of the victim of Gatumba. When you think about that, for those who read the stories and news and reports after reports, you would think it's just the numbers. But those who were killed, they are not numbers. They are people. People with names, people with parents, people with relatives, people with stories, background, and aspirations. And that with also legacy. We should never phantom to forget those who passed away on the night of August 13, 2004. That's number one. Number two, the survivors of Gatumbas. Those who are here today, those who are watching us online, those who are throughout the US, but also around the world. The wounds and trauma they've experienced is beyond nature, and it cannot be healed by itself. It's got to be healed with the people who are around them, who love them, who comfort them. And that's why we should do this as we remember those who passed away. We should never forget to take care of those who are among us, victims of the traumas of the Gatumba massacre. That's another one. Number three, what happened in 2004 has not stopped. It's still happening even now as we speak. And it's a result of a long-term discrimination, persecution, and torture, and killings. When we talk about the survivors of Gatumbas, we must not forget about other survivors of other massacres that took place against the Banyamulenge in the Congo. I'm soon to be 50 years old, and I've seen quite a few of them. Let me tell you a little bit of my story. After finishing my elementary school, I moved from my village and went to one of the cities in the eastern part of the Congo, in Uvira. When I lived in my village, I thought we are like a human being like anybody else. It was my very first time when I reached Uvira that I experienced the discrimination that I've never thought of before. I remember vividly when we walked to the school, being named, being called names. Banyarwanda Kabila Muchafu, which means Rwandans are Doric clan. I remember when you're walking with the one who was older than you, like let's say your uncle or somebody who's older than you, being stoned just because who you are. I remember one of the events that I will never forget, 1993, when the president in Burundi was killed. Those who were in Burundi, you remember all the victims of had. In fact, I lost my uncle from my mother's side in Burundi. But in Congo, where we were targeted. The houses were stormed over and over and over again. 1994, when the president of Rwanda, Habyarimana, and the Cyprien Taryamira of Burundi, they got killed. We were in Uvira, in Congo, distant from Rwanda and distant from Burundi, but yet we were targeted because of who we are. Fast forward, 1996, you all remember what happened. Thousands upon thousands of people from the Banyamulenge community were killed in Uvira, Bibogobogo, Kamanyola, Bukavu, and Kalemi, and other cities. That's 1996. In 1998, what is called the Second World in Congo, you all know it. This history repeated itself again. In Kalemi, Lubumbashi, Kinshasa, Bukavu, so many Banyamulengs were killed. And fast forward, now we had 2004 in Gatumba. The same thing happened. Why am I saying this? If you read the narratives that are there, talking about the conflict in the Congo, tells different stories. But yet they forget one thing, is that the Banyamulenge are victim of the conflict in the Congo just because who they are. And we must remember that. And we should not confuse those narratives with our own narrative, which is the genocide is happening now against the Banyamulenge, and we cannot just sit aside and watch another genocide happening. So my point, and one point here today, as we remember today, the victims of the Gatumba massacres, let us not forget that there's another genocide is happening right now. And I hope as you live here, you can do something. And I'm going to tell you what you can do. As an individual, you have the capacity of advocating for justice to be served. Because what happened in 2004, the justice has not served yet. Agatogwasa, Pastor Habyarimana, they're still moving freely without fear of being persecuted. And so our goal is to make sure that those who committed the Gatumba genocide are brought to justice. And we can do that. I want to take a time and thank all our elected officials who are here. I was sitting with Hosi, who was representing Senator Collins' office. Yesterday we went to see him, and he's been a kind of friend. I've talked to him several times. We want justice. And our voice cannot go far, but we need also your help in terms of raising awareness of the genocide against the Banyamulenge. And the other elected officials who are here, we need your support. And let us all join together and make sure that justice is served. Thank you very much.
At the moment, I would like to invite you to follow a commemoration movie that portrays what happened in Gatumba in 2004.
Le bilan de l'attaque est de 160 personnes mortes, dont 55 corps complètement calcinés et 116 autres personnes sont grièvement blessées. L'attaque dure environ 1h30. 11 tentes sur les 15 qui abritaient les réfugiés congolais sont brûlées, mais ceux de rapatriés burundais ne sont pas touchés. Aucun secours ne leur est venu en aide durant l'attaque. Au lendemain de l'attaque, le mouvement FNL, à travers son porte-parole, s'est proclamé auteur de cette tragédie.
Nous avons fait une sortie, nous avons attaqué le cadre de centre de Gatumba et la brigade. Une fois qu'ils se sont vus échouer, ils ont fui dans le cas de Banyamulenge. Lorsqu'ils sont arrivés là-bas, ils nous ont combattus à l'intérieur du camp. Que voulez-vous que l'on fasse? On s'est battu dans le camp.
Le 14 août 2004, le président du Burundi, le vice-président de la RDC et d'autres autorités se sont rendus à l'endroit de l'attaque pour constater les dégâts.
C'est un sentiment de forte désolation. De forte désolation, de peine, au vu des tueries d'abord qui ont eu lieu, mais au vu aussi des cibles qui ont été l'objet de ces criminels pour lesquels moi je ne peux pas trouver de nom. Parce que il est très difficile d'imaginer les raisons qui peuvent être à la base de ce carnage qu'on voit ici.
Consterné par ce qui est arrivé, je pense que c'est lâche de tuer des réfugiés, c'est lâche de commettre un génocide, même en terre étrangère. J'aurais essayé de comprendre que ce génocide se soit commis en terre congolaise, mais que les réfugiés soient poursuivis, même dans le dernier retranchement pour être génocidés.
Le 15 août 2004, plusieurs autres personnalités se sont jointes à la communauté de Banyamulenge pour les funérailles. Un jour après l'attaque de Gatumba contre les réfugiés Banyamulenge, le mouvement FNL a revendiqué ce forfait à travers le porte-parole, pasteur Habimana. Et aujourd'hui, celui qui avait revendiqué ce crime contre l'humanité déclare qu'il jouit de l'immunité.
Nous jouissons de l'immunité provisoire des actes et des crimes commis lors de la lutte dit par le POTFNR jusqu'au jour où nous avons signé le cessez-le-feu. J'aurais toujours dit, même aujourd'hui, que je jouisse de l'immunité, je me suis présente.
Le président du parti FNL à cette époque qualifie cette question de la justice d'un calcul politicien.
C'est un calcul politicien qui est en train d'être fait, et rien que ça. Et c'est une persécution en pure forme. Je dis ça pourquoi? D'après les différents accords, les crimes de guerre, les crimes contre l'humanité, les crimes de génocide sont uniquement qualifiés par une commission d'enquête judiciaire internationale.
Le dossier RMPG 449/NTC mettant en cause Okwasa Agato, Habimana Pasteur et tout consort n'a pas encore été clôturé, il est toujours en instruction. C'est-à-dire que ce dossier est toujours dans la phase préjuridictionnelle, donc tous les éléments du dossier ne sont pas encore réunis pour s'exprimer là-dessus.
La communauté de Banyamulenge et les victimes de cette attaque n'applaudit pas la réaction de la justice burundaise et pensent que cette dernière ne travaille pas trop sur leur dossier. Le 13 août de chaque année, une cérémonie de mémoire est organisée par la communauté de Banyamulenge pour rendre hommage à leurs proches disparus.
During the night of August 13, 2004, 166 Banyamulenge were mercilessly killed. 106 were wounded and 8 went missing in the Gatumba refugee camp that is located in Burundi. Majority of the victims were young children and women. The Banyamulenge refugees, who are Congolese Tutsis, were targeted solely because of their ethnicity. They were massacred even though they were under the supposed protection of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. This massacre was perpetuated by Burundian and Rwandan Hutu militias allied with the Congolese Mai Mai rebel group as well as elements of the armed forces of the Republic of Congo. A joint report by the United Nations mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the United Nations operation in Burundi, and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, dated October 18, 2004, concluded that the attack was clearly directed against members of the Banyamulenge community and was by all appearances ethnically and politically charged. Various sources, including the United Nations report and the Human Rights Watch report, have compiled credible evidence that leaves little doubt as to who was responsible for the massacre. This evidence clearly indicated that the National Liberation Forces of Burundi the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, elements of the Congolese army, and Mai Mai militias were directly involved in this massacre. The same United Nations report stated that these foreign armed groups operating in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, near the border of Burundi, harbor resentment against the Banyamulenge people. The Palipehutu FNL, a rebel movement led by Agathon Rwasa at the time of the events, openly admitted its responsibility for the massacre the very next day to the BBC through the voice of the movement's spokesperson, Mr. Pasteur Habimana. In an interview, he stated he did this for the simple reason that the victims are Tutsis to be killed, end quote. The other local actors, notably elements of the FARDC and the Mai Mai militias, were politically motivated to prevent the refugees from returning to their homes in the Democratic Republic of Congo. According to the UN report, 2 FARDC companies based in sectors 6 and 7 of Kiliba, which is in South Kivu, and commanded by Major Okofo, took part in the massacre committed against the Banyamulenge in the Gatumba refugee camp. The perpetrators were reported to have crossed the Rusizi River to the camp on the night of the carnage. Surprisingly, there has been no reaction from the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo for its population that survived this massacre, not even launching an investigation to identify the perpetrators. Despite the silence from the Congolese government, this massacre has been widely condemned by many countries around the globe, as well as by supranational organizations such as the African Union, the European Union, and the United Nations. While the perpetrators targeted Banyamulenge refugees in foreign countries and under the protection of the United Nations, something that has never happened in the history of mankind, the Gatumba massacre had all the hallmarks of genocide and was not a random event. This massacre was the product of a cumulative process that has been developing in several stages. As we commemorate 19 years since the Gatumba massacre, no substantive action have been taken to bring the perpetrators to justice. Therefore, the Gatumba Foundation and the Banyamulenge communities worldwide call upon the United Nations and international communities to uphold the promise of justice made to the victims of the Gatumba massacre immediately when the crime occurred. The United Nations to use all appropriate means at their disposal to bring Agathon Rwasa, Pasteur Habimana, and their associates to justice.
Tudafite uko twagira wa munsi mubi rya joro ry'umuruho Gatumba sinza kwibagirwa watumariye abacu Joro cy'umuriro cyagitondo cy'umorogo ubw'abacubijwe uburoso basize ukwaremwe ndibuka ya mibiri yabo yatwitwe igatsenga ndibuka isi yatubereye ntoya tudafite uko twagira c'umuborogo ubw'abacurishwa uruboso basize ukubani nibuka nyamibiri imibiri yabo yatwitwa igatera nibuka isi yatubereye ntoya
dukomeje kwibuka itsembabwoko ryakorewe Abanyamulenge. Twese hamwe Banyamulenge muhaguruke twibuke izi nzirakarengane, dusaba ubutabera mpuzamahanga mpanabyaha ko bwakora akazi kabwo, bityo ababikoze bakurikiranwe, ikibicoye guhabwa intebe. Nawe Mana yacu komeza imitima yacu.
yewe Yesu niwo kiza imitima, ni wowe wenyine wo muri bisebe, uri umufasha utabura guseruka mu byago byose no mu makuba. yewe Yesu niwe ukiza imitima, ni wowe wenyine wo muri bisebe, uri umufasha utabura guseruka mu byago byose no mu makuba. yewe Yesu niwe ukiza imitima, ni wewe wenyine wo muri bisebe, uri umufasha utabura guseruka mu byago byose no mu makuba. Yabarokotse ni wowe humure Yesu, tanga ihumure mu mitima y'abarokotse.
twihesha agaciro nk'abana b'Imurenge. iyo utaye agaciro uratabwa, iyo utimenye ntawukumenya, kandi iyo utiyubashe ntawukubaha. ntiwamenya iyo ugiye utaramenya aho uvuye, ngo umenye aho uzaje utaramenya aho uturuka. aho duturuka twese ni Imurenge. Banyamulenge, agaciro tugaharanire imbere ya byose, katubere umurage, katubere ejo hazaza. amahanga araducumbikiye, ariko ntitukiyibagize ko turi abana b'Imurenge. agaciro kacu ni uko Imurenge yakomeza kuba iwacu, tuhubake, tuharinde, tuhature, ni iwacu.
Zaharanira agaciro k'umunyamulenge.
My name is Desiree Rusengo. I'm,
And my name is Eme Videri.
we're both survivors of the Gatumba massacre. We will now read the names of those who were massacred during the night of the attack. And before we do that, let's request everyone to rise up. And there are candles, plastic candles. Please hold them up. And if the technical guys can dim the lights just a little bit. You could please dim the lights just a little bit back. All right, so we'll go families by families and we'll name each member of each families that perished. Famille Mignati, Foste Mignati, Kadafi Mignati, Mereweneza Mignati, Nyanome Mignati. Famille Rutekereza, Jacques, Mushambaro, Igiraneza, Nyamasomo, Ndatabaye, Nyazahabu, na Nyamuryango Rutekereza. Famille Gasosi, Eraste Gasosi, Perusi Gasosi, Nyahumure, Bahoza, na Deborah Gasosi. Famille Nyamusore, Nyamusore Karaha, Deborah, Narutwa, Kayonga, Ngezayo, na Bebe Nyamusore. Famille Rukamirwa, Oze, Marisiana, na Bisetsa Rukamirwa. Famille Aizuru, Fia Aizuru, na Felix Aizuru. Famille Gatoni, Mugotwa Gatoni, Nyabyiza Gatoni, Deborah, na Eme Gatoni.
Famille Muhimuzi. Eliasi Muhimuzi, Munoni Muhimuzi, Mereweneza Muhimuzi. Famille Shemu. Marisiana Shemu, Esperance Shemu, na Jeremy. Famille Shon. Masigabo na Shon, Nyakiza Shon, Musa Shon, na Amani. Famille Kasa. Nyahoza Kasa, Ziraje Kasa, Jeannette, Yvonne Kasa, Bebe Kasa. Famille Vitati. Thomas Vitati, Eric Vitati, Dudu Vitati. Famille Zaroti. Nyahoza Zaroti, Bebe Zaroti. Famille Kanyabitabo. Odia Kanyabitabo, Naneza Kanyabitabo. Famille Musafiri. Musafiri Hoga. Chantal Musafiri Hoga, Nyamugisha Hoga, Patience Musafiri.
Famille Gapingi, Nyabihogo Gapingi, Claude Gapingi, Giselle Gapingi. Famille Musafiri, Lydia Musafiri, na Blaise Musafiri. Famille Mandevu, Lea Mandevu, na Muhorana Mandevu. Famille Butoto, Cheche Butoto, Fiston Butoto, na Mupenzi Butoto. Famille Mahinga, Munezero Muhire, na Nyabyinshi Muhire. Famille Mukwiye, Uzia, Dando, Lucy, na Daniel Mukwiye. Famille Gaturuturu, Zera Gaturuturu, na Tantine Gaturuturu. Famille Mugabe Yohana, Nyabahinga Mugabe, Nyabirori Mugabe, Fille Mugabe, na Bea Mugabe. Famille Rukungu, Claude, Sorry, excuse me. No, I got it. Famille Rukungu Claude Nzabakiza, Nyagazura Rukungu, na Muhuza Felix Rukungu.
Famille Sebahire, Murekatete Sebahire, Patrick Sebahire, Kadada Sebahire. Famille Muyengeza, Nyarukundo Muyengeza, Rusengo Muyengeza, Musore Muyengeza. Famille Maniragaba, Bukuru Maniragaba, Ndayisenga Maniragaba, Ange Maniragaba. Famille Ntwari, Pauline Ntwari na Jeanne Ntwari. Famille Gishoma, Askofu Gishoma, Kunda Gishoma. Famille Biguge Rumanzi Fabien, Bigege Fabien, Innocent Biguge, Didier Biguge. Famille Runezerwa, Mukarugwiza Runezerwa, Bose Runezerwa na Biju Runezerwa. Famille Muvange Simon, Munezero Muvange, Edward Muvange na Mama Muvange. Famille Maronko Kagigi, Zera Maronko, Nyambo Manoro, Jeanne na Shatse Maronko.
Famille Serugarukira Antoine, Abitanga Serugarukira na Nyantebuka Serugarukira. Famille Runagana, Manase Runagana, Catherine Runagana na Mukobwa Runagana. Famille Gasungunu, Tonia Gasungunu na David Gasungunu. Famille Ngakazi, Inyas Ngakazi Bwana, Emmanuel na Daniel Ngakazi. Famille Kalala, Akiza Kalala Nezia na Ngwabi Kalala. Famille Ngirabakunzi Rukamirwa, Nyagakobwa Bebe Gasore na Mukunde Gasore. Nyine tujya kurikiza famille yatakaje umuntu umwe muri famille. Famille Munyakuri, Mukobwa Munyakuri. Famille Rugeza, Murora Rugeza. Famille Ndagiro, Odia Ndagiro. Famille Gahakanyi, Mado Gahakanyi. Famille Gafita, Nyamubyeyi Gafita. Famille Zuzi, Nyamunezero Zuzi. Famille Ruganza, Kajeyi Ruganza. Famille Muzuri, Ndayishimiye Muzuri. Famille Rushaga, Nyamajana Rushaga. Famille Rugabo, Nyangore Rugabo. Famille Kazingo, Mombo Kazingo. Famille Seruhungu, Nyamatungo Seruhungu. Famille Maria, Sifa Maria. Famille Ndakanirwa, Andre Ndakanirwa. Famille Rushemuka, Ngombe Rushemuka. Famille Bizimana, Kazingo Bizimana. Famille Nzungu, Michel Nzungu. Famille Rusekeza, Gikwerere Rusekeza. Famille Nyantonesha, Nyantonesha. Famille Ruhumuriza, Nyakirindo Ruhumuriza. Famille Binyonyo, Afande Binyonyo. Famille Semuhoza, Gisegeti Rwigema. Famille Ndasarara, Mugiraneza Ndasarara. Famille Rwibagiza, Espoir Rwibagiza. Famille Michel Zikama, Muroronkwere Zikama. Famille Semugazanya, Niyitanga Semugazanya. Famille Sekabumba, Niyonkuru Sekabumba.
Hanyuma bari tubana na bagenzi bacu b'ababembe hariya mu Gatumba. Hariho bamwe bishwe kubera yuko bari babana n'abanyamurenge gusa. Niba tugiye gusoma. Famille Nyapamba, Sadi Nyapamba na Bahati Nyapamba. Famille Lulinda, Abwe Paul Lulinda, Byamonea Delphine. Hanyuma nabo hari abandi bagiye bicwa umuntu umwe muri famille. Famille Batubula, Regine Batubula, famille Aochi, Leon Aochi, famille Boke Oi, famille Mbelechi, Echa Mbelechi, famille Walukele, Walukele, famille Mambo, Angalisho Mambo, famille Sumali, Evariste Sumali, famille Kiza, Jeannette Kiza, famille Wisumbelo, na famille Ndalo, na Ramirenge Ndalo. Kaba n'abandi bantu babiri bapfuye batabashije kumenyekana, umwe n'umwana wapfiriye mu nda, nyina yarapfuye nawe arapfa, undi n'umuntu wapfuye agasha, ntibabasha kumu-identifyinga ngo bamenye amazina yiwe. Murakoze.
Thank you very much. We will now bow down and take a moment of silence in remembrance of the victims. Very much. You may be seated now.
Thank you very much. Right now, I'd like to invite Adele Kiwasumba, President of Mahoro Peace Association, to make her remarks.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. My name is Adele Kibasumba. I'm the president of the Banyamulenge community organization called Mahoro Peace Association here in the United States. Thank you to the city of Portland, Maine, the Banyamulenge community in Maine for your warm welcome in this beautiful city. I'm so pleased to be here with many of you and happy to see so many different familiar faces that I haven't seen in a long time. My deepest condolences to the survivors and the entire Banyamulenge community here in the United States and abroad. Many of you know me as Mahoro's president, but I wanted to share my journey, my personal journey, and how I even ended up in this role. As most of you know, I was born in Uvira and raised there in the DRC, and some of my childhood years were also spent in the whole plateau in the ancestral land of Banyamulenge. Many of you know, we know each other as children playing and schooling together in Uvira. Majority of you are aware of the discrimination we faced as children growing up in Uvira, like weekly reminders of the shape of our nose, how we were told that Congo was not being developed because of our presence in Congo. They'll say something like, Funga kinywa, Congo endelee, being told to go back where we come from, Rwanda. Despite of the persistent hateful comments, I managed to have a memorable childhood in a place that always treated us as a second-class citizen. My family's fight was to belong. There were many periods of insecurities in my childhood, which I describe as the snow days when I describe it to American children. During this period, we would stay home or flee across the border to Burundi, and after the conflict calmed down, we would return back and continue school. Fast forward in August 2004, during a normal school day, I saw my school principal come into my classroom and called me by my name and told me to leave the school as the hunt for Banyamulenge has begun in the city. He told me that my older brother, Heritage, was also sent home and that I should find a way not to be noticeable or seen as a Munyamulenge, or else I would get lynched in the streets. So the first thing that came to my mind, my racing mind, was to find a way not to be identifiable as a Munyamulenge. I avoided the main road. I made sure I was intentionally inflating my nose as I was walking anxiously. When I arrived home, I found my parents at the doorsteps, and they hugged me as they didn't think I would make it home safely. My brother had also made home safely. They told us that they're waiting for a bus and that me and my big brother Christian, who's here, should go to Kalingi in the whole plateau to join my grandparents because they didn't know, they need to split the family because they didn't know who was gonna survive. So this is where the journey for me to fend for myself without my parents began. I was 12 years old and a girl. Many displaced miners gathered at the river of Kalmabenge and embarked on a journey on foot that will last for 3 days to get to our final destination. First, the suitcase drowned in the river while I was trying to cross the river. So it got heavier and I still had to walk with it. I started crying for my mom, and I hope that she would hear me and come to my rescue. But I was truly crying in the wild. But most of my fear was actually fearing if I was gonna reach my grandparents. When I finally arrived in the whole plateau, I was scared. Would I be forced into forced marriage? Would I be raped? Would I be killed? Just generally, as a minor, feeling the fear of being taken, what can I say? Being taken disadvantage of. While I was wondering how I would reunite my family, I will never forget when I heard the news on a radio, BBC radio. I was young. I didn't fully understand why more than 166 people would be slaughtered under the protection of the UN peacekeeping. I knew well my siblings and my parents were there in the camp. We had to wait until the next day for the BBC to name the victims. That same night, there was an extended family member who was coming from Uvira, and he told me that my cousin and my younger sister, Deborah, was among the victims. The next day, the BBC only talked about the dead, but did not mention the wounded. I was left to wonder if my family were okay, or were they severely wounded and could end up succumbing to injuries. Few months after that, the Gatumba massacre, my parents decided to move to Rwanda in search for safety. They sent for me and my brother Chris to join them. From Haut Plateau to Uvira, we were excited to join our siblings and parents. We arrived in Uvira. We started to look for travel documents. Because we were minor with our parents, we looked for school IDs, which we easily found. But when my brother went to book for a bus fare, he was arbitrarily arrested and sent to a local prison. Eyewitnesses informed me of his arrest, and I was shocked and fearful. Why would anyone arrest a 14-year-old? What did he do? I was staying at my aunt, who was married to a coroner within the regular army. So that gave me some comfort because I thought he's in place of position. He's gonna get him released. And he's a minor, he did nothing wrong. So as I spoke to him, he seemed helpless and he was unable to intervene. I didn't know who to turn to. Keep in mind, I was 12 years old and I was a girl. I stayed in Uvira for more than 3 days, talking to my father's friends, begging them to take me to the police who arrested my brother, because at that point my brother had malaria in prison. And I didn't know if he was eating. So they took me to a police's house who arrested my brother, and I gave him $5 that I had from our bus fare as a token to release my brother. Shortly after that, I met my brother Chris at my auntie's house, and the only thing he told me as a reason for his arrest is because he looked like Kagame, the president of Rwanda. Before we left Uvira for the last time, we were both poisoned at the restaurant. By the time we got to Bujumbura, we were both hospitalized for 3 days. The time passed, we were able to join my parents in Rwanda, and then time passed again, the UN interviews began. We came to the United States in 2007. Our experiences never left us. It shaped my entire life. It led me into advocacy and humanitarianism. The time passed. In 2020, I was elected to lead the Banyamulenge community here in the States. I must confess that all my childhood experiences in Congo shaped everything I do in my leadership in Mahoro. And especially since my community continues to go through similar experiences. There is nothing happening in the DRC that we haven't experienced in the past. Most of you have similar experiences as me. It is my belief that the lack of justice for Banyamulenge who were killed in Gatumba has only amplified the ongoing extermination of Banyamulenge today. The lack of justice has emboldened the perpetrators. Lack of justice has allowed the hate speech that faster and reproduce what we are living in the Haut Plateau today. Personally, the best justice I have seen was in recent years, where in the context of recent plot against Banyamulenge from 2007 to present, the Banyamulenge across the globe refused to become bystanders while their families in the Haut Plateau are being massacred. This is the 19th year of commemoration of Banyamulenge killed in Gatumba, Burundi. Each year, every year, we say, never again. Thousands of Banyamulenge in this context meant it. Never again had a meaning. Though the regular justice has not been a reality, Banyamulenge rose up and stood with their brothers and sisters in the Haut Plateau through humanitarian assistance and relentless advocacy. Among those Banyamulenge are survivors of the Gatumba massacre who are here today. I want to thank you. I want to thank our community here in the States of their resilience. You are tasked to advocate and assist our community in distress. Remember, your community organization, MPA, was founded as a result of the Gatumba massacre. And I am proud you are rising up, and I hope you continue to do so no matter the cost. To the Banyamulenge friends, thank you for standing up with us, and let never again be never again. Thank you.
So let's take 30 seconds and just think about what had happened already here, right? You guys heard names of people who died that day, some slow, some fast. In that camp, as some were burning, some were going to the bushes, fleeing for their lives. So we will hear a testimony, just like you heard from Adele, a survivor. You will hear another testimony from Gena, who was in Gatumba that night. So I'd like her to come forward and give her testimony.
Before I speak, I'm going to ask the young lady I was sitting with to come forward, and my husband. I'm going to give you a couple scripture that keep me going when I have some of the bad days, or all the survivors who can come forward, please, you can come. One of the scriptures, Psalms 23, verse 4, havuga mu rurimi rwacu ngo naho nanyura mu gikombe cy'igicucu cy'urupfu sinzatinya ikibi cyose kuko ndi kumwe nawe. Irindi ni mu Bafilipi, Philippians 4:13. It says that I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. My name is Ngena Judith. Sorry, my voice is a little bit loud. In Gatumba, I was 14 years old, but I'm standing here right now. I'm 35 years old, close to 35. This December, I'm a mother of 5 beautiful children. I have 3 boys and 2 girls. And it's a shame I'm still standing here after 19 years speaking, and there is no justice for those that we have been lost. If I remember correctly, it was around 9:45 p.m. We were sitting outside. I was one of the girls who's here. Mukeshimana. We were just being young kids talking. We heard some gunshots. My mother came outside and she asked us to come inside. But she was really shaken and we were laughing at her. Because in Burundi, for those who live in Burundi, it was kind of normal to hear gunshots every day. And she really asked us to come inside because she doesn't feel okay. After we got into the camp, the gunshot became more. And I remember, sorry. Ratubabarira, it's not easy. I remember my mom telling me that she'd been shot in the head. And she let me know that she was not going to survive. She knows she was going to die. But she had my nephew who was only 1 year old. And she asked me, if I don't make it, no matter what happened, you have to take him. At 14 years old, I was responsible to save my life and to save the life of my brother. And that turned on my right. My brother, who was the most handsome young man, He never had chance to experience life. He was only 17. He was calling my father, and he was shot. They threw a grenade in his neck, so he couldn't move. But through all that, they were shooting, throwing grenade, killing people with any object they had. My father was shot, so we had to go and give his seta so we can leave the camp because the camp was burning. I didn't want to leave my mom behind. Even though she was gone, I just want to stay closer to her. As we were getting ready to leave the camp just to go sit outside, we heard people calling, and they were calling in Kirundi, which is the language that we understand. They say, you guys should come outside. We're gonna help you. And for once, we had little hope. My father said, finally, people are here to help us, but it was the rebel. As we get to the door, I saw the most horrific things in my life. They asked my dad to kneel down and to lay my brother on the floor in the grass. And they poured gasoline on him while he was alive. Even animals, they don't get killed like that. N'inyamaswa ntabwo zicwa gutyo uko bishe abantu hariya. Through the whole time he was burning, he was telling me that you are going to be okay. And one of them, as I tried to turn around, he told me, you have to watch. You have to sit here and watch. And I had to sit there and watch my hero burn alive. After he passed, I tried to wake my brother up, and I found out he passed also. I had my nephew, Gloria. Then I realized he was also shot in the neck. I was just sitting over there. I asked one of them if he wanted to kill me because I didn't want to leave. I still hear his voice. He told me that I'm not gonna kill you because killing you is doing you a favor. You are going to suffer and die. But I'm standing here today and I hope he saw this video. I'm strong and I'm living. And I will not let my past define who I am. So we had to walk just to find a place to hide. I remember Tate Mama Muvange came and she asked me if we can just keep going through the bush, but I didn't want to leave my parents and my brother. And we walked through the whole night. Finally, we got to a place where they get us to the hospital. That's when I even found out that I was also shot. So it took me a whole night to realize that I was shot and I was bleeding. The night of the Gatumba, I lost 9 family members, and I'm not talking about the neighbors or close friends. I lost my father, his name was Rukamigwaoze. I lost my mother, her name was Nyabintu Marisiana. I lost my brother, his name was Viseta Rukamigwa Mahinga. I lost my older sister, Munezero Muhire Mahinga. I lost my other sister, Nyabzinshi Muhire Mahinga. I lost also my nephew, Fi Aizuru. And I lost my Fi was my niece, I'm sorry. And I also lost my nephew, Felix, who was only 9 months old. I also lost my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law who left 5 children behind, Mohoran. I wrote a whole thing in my phone to speak, but I can't even read. Every person who's standing over here had lost family members. Some of us got married, and you see other people get married and their father walked them, handed them to their husband. We never experienced that. A couple years ago, one of my child came home and asked me, other people bring their grandparents and their grandmother's pictures playing or videos, and I didn't know how to respond to her because I've been robbed. We don't choose our family. We don't choose where we've been born. And I'm standing here pleading to every person who's able. Please, we need a justice. It's still happening. Even a couple days ago, one of our family members was killed just for the way you look. We need justice. 19 years, I'm here with my sons who are 14, exactly same age I was. It's inhuman. Yesterday, Princeton said that the invisible scars are the most painful ones. We walk and people think that it's normal, but really our heart has been broken. Thank you, and we need justice, please. Murakus.
So this horror happened in Gatumba. That's in Burundi, right? The victims are Congolese. They used to live in Congo. They were persecuted in Congo. They crossed the borders, went to the neighboring country to seek refuge, and then they were killed when they were in Burundi. So this wasn't an isolated act. It wasn't a massacre. It was a genocide. If any Banyamulenge would have been in Gatumba on August 13th, would have died. So it wasn't some crazy people running around, it wasn't a mass shooting. It was a genocide. Our next speaker is Gregory. Gregory is a former research professor in genocide studies and prevention at the George Mason University. He's best known for his work in the area of genocide studies. He is the founder and president of Genocide Watch, the founder and director of the Cambodian Genocide Project, and the chair of the Alliance Against Genocide from 2007 to 2009. He was also the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars, sorry. He couldn't join us physically today, but he will give his remarks over Zoom to shed a light on why Gatumba should be classified as a genocide. Gregory, if you can hear me, you can go ahead. 1 second, Gregory, we can't hear you.
Should be called a genocidal massacre. The best report about the massacre that was written right after it was made by Human Rights Watch, in which they discuss who was responsible for this massacre, and they concluded that it was the FNL, the essentially Hutu-based rebel movement in Burundi at that time, and that it was not, in fact, one that included a lot of Interahamwe from Rwanda or a lot of Mai from the Congo. In other words, this was essentially a massacre carried out by one rebel force. And the Human Rights Watch report, I'm sure, can be challenged. And maybe there were a few Interahamwe and a few Mai involved in this massacre. But the main point is that, in fact, the FNL claimed responsibility for this massacre. They admitted they did it. And in fact, an arrest warrant was issued for the spokesperson for the FNL and for the head of the FNL, Rwasa, at the time by the Burundian government. So we know who did this massacre, which killed at least 152 people out of 800 in that refugee camp. And it was a massacre that was planned. It was not, something that just accidentally happened. In fact, there were warnings that it would happen from a number of informed sources before it happened. It was also systematically carried out. We don't know exactly how many people, were participants in the massacre, probably around 100, maybe less. But the point was, it was systematic. The attackers went from tent to tent, shot up the tents, and then burned the tents and burned up most of the, property in that particular camp. Now, the reason why this is a genocidal massacre is because it was ethnically targeted. It was specifically targeted against Banyamulenge. And in fact, people from other ethnic groups were exempted from being killed. When they found out someone was Bembe, for instance, they'd let them go. And there were other examples of that, documented. So what we really should be concerned about here is the fact that it was an ethnically targeted massacre, and that, folks, is an act of genocide. The reason why people have trouble with using the word genocide is they think a genocide has to be of everybody, and it has to be thousands of people. Well, that's not true. Genocide can be against only a few people who are targeted because of their ethnic identity or their national or their religious or their racial identity. And that's what happened here. So this was a genocidal massacre. Now, I've long had a dispute with Human Rights Watch about this because they are very reluctant to ever use the word genocide. I think they have an erroneous interpretation of the Genocide Convention and the intent necessary and also the numbers necessary to justify use of the word genocide. Well, I'm a genocide scholar. I've been studying this for 40 years. And frankly, I think I know more about the Genocide Convention than the people at Human Rights Watch. I think they're wrong not to call this genocide. But what the Human Rights Watch people did, however, was document all the facts necessary to prove that it was a genocide. Now, genocide requires that you have essentially three elements. First of all, the intention to carry it out. In other words, it isn't some accidental or unplanned act that is done. Secondly, it has to be against a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, and this qualifies because it was aimed at the Banyamulenge. And fourth, and thirdly, it has to consist of certain acts, which are acts of genocide. And the first, as you know, in 2A of the Genocide Convention, is killing members of the group. Well, that's what happened here. By the way, and this is important to remember, genocide isn't just killing members of the group. It can also be causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Rape, for instance, is an act of genocide. It can also be creating conditions of life that are that are deliberately intended to cause the destruction of the group. It can be the limitation of births within the group, and it can be taking away the children of the group. So remember, in fact, Putin is currently being indicted for taking away the children of Ukrainians. So it's a good example of why the Genocide Convention should not be forgotten to also have these other elements. So let me just talk about why this is important to understand. This isn't the last attack on the Banyamulenge. The Banyamulenge are still being attacked, and especially in the Congo, at Minembwe and many other places. The war against the Banyamulenge by essentially Hutu forces and other forces, the Mai Mai and other groups within the Congo, continues today. And it's being largely ignored. A lot of people are not paying attention to it. One reason is that the world has too many genocides, I suppose, and they say, "Oh, this one's really hard to, get to. How are we going to stop this?" But the other is the ineffectiveness of the UN peacekeeping force in the Congo. It has been unable to stop the attacks by the Mai Mai on the Banyamulenge, including at Minembwe and a number of places around the Congo. In other words, the basic narrative of anti-Tutsi massacres in the whole Rift Valley area, in the Congo, in Rwanda, in Burundi, continues today. And the world better sit up and watch it and do something about it to stop it, to prevent it, because otherwise we're going to have yet another or more genocides in these three countries. And it will extend up to Uganda too, because you have also essentially the same kind of ethnic divisions in Uganda. So what we're looking at here, in other words, is not just a commemoration. We are commemorating a massacre that occurred in 2004, but was already well known to possibly happen earlier than that. That's why these people were in a refugee camp in the first place. What we need to remember is that the possibility of more genocide against Banyamulenge people, who are basically Tutsi people, will occur unless we try to stop it. And I don't see right now an effective UN force that is stopping it. So this is why I am calling an alarm, if you will, a warning that this commemoration should not only be a commemoration, it should also be a warning to the world and to the UN especially, that these massacres will continue if the UN does not make its peacekeeping forces in that region effective to actually protect the Banyamulenge who need the protection. So that's my message to you today. I thank you for having this commemoration. I've been participating in these commemorations since, well, the early 2000s, and we will continue to at Genocide Watch. Our job is to warn the world about upcoming genocides, about possible genocides, and then to try to help policymakers think through how those genocides can be prevented. And what you are doing here today is, in fact, a very important way of prevention. It is taking it is telling people these were the responsible people for this genocide, because it was a genocide, and they should be prosecuted. And there are laws in Burundi under which they could be prosecuted. There was one passed in 2003, for instance, that makes it a crime to commit acts of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes in Burundi. But nobody's ever been prosecuted for it. And the other thing that could be done, of course, this massacre occurred after the International Criminal Court was created. And in fact, an ICC investigation could be undertaken into this massacre still today, because the ICC was already in, and Burundi had accepted its as a state party to the ICC in 2003, which, in other words, occurred before this massacre happened. Now Burundi has tried to withdraw from the ICC, but that does not make it immune from prosecutions for acts that occurred while it was a party to the ICC, to the International Criminal Court. So it's too late for Burundi to withdraw from the ICC to avoid prosecutions for this massacre, for the Gatumba massacre. So these possibilities are still there. When I was in the State Department, I also wrote a resolution to essentially, it was a commission of inquiry to look into the possibilities of genocide in Burundi. And as you may know, the commission that we sent in, some of whom were personal friends of mine, Patrick Gaffney was one of those people who I went to my PhD program at the University of Chicago with. Remarkable person. Anyway, the point is that commission concluded that, in fact, genocide had been committed in Burundi on both sides. It had been committed by Tutsis against Hutus in 1972, and it had since then had been committed, especially in the 1990s, Hutus against Tutsis. So in other words, this is it's a country in which they've had double genocides. And so we need to always be aware that this could happen again in Burundi, because the forces of division are still there. And as you well know, the country will not survive if these forces of division are not overcome. So I'm very grateful to be able to speak to you today and to point out how important your commemoration is. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. So it's an established fact that what happened in Gatumba was a genocide. And it's not a probability or a possibility that another genocide will happen. It's happening as we speak. That will be demonstrated by, it's being demonstrated by continued hate speech in the Congo. Today with us is Dr. Bojan Coulibaly. She is the African Language Program Manager at Harvard. She was a college fellow in African Studies at the Department of African and African American Studies at Harvard from 2019 to 2021. Prior to joining Harvard, she was a Fulbright recipient and a teaching and research scholar in African Studies at Gaston Berger University in Senegal. She holds a PhD in African Studies from the University of Orleans Tours and specializes in African history and political thought, post-colonial and trauma studies, conflict discourse analysis, atrocity prevention, peace and security, African literature and languages. Welcome, Dr. Bujan.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I would like to pay tribute to the families of the victims and communicate my sincerest condolences to the families and pay tribute to the victims and survivors of the Gatumba massacre. Today I would like to reiterate what has been said, and in addition to Dr. Stanton, in addition to the argument for naming it genocide, I think it's very important to discuss the omnipresence of hate ideology, which is at the basis of what is going on in this region. So I try to contextualize it to what is happening today and focus more on the notion of prevention. So how do we prevent this from happening again? Is there a way of me changing the slides or? Okay, thank you. So as you can see, I will first focus on the notion of hate speech being omnipresent and hate violence in DRC, which today is a situation, an alarming situation, as Dr. Stanton said it earlier and was reiterated by friends and colleagues here. I will try to focus a little bit on the causes of it as well, because this has been ongoing for the past century. And I would like to then explain a little bit, or at least emphasize what is happening again in terms of how do we interpret, how do we read the situation? Because one main problem here in what is going on today in Eastern Congo, but also I would say more broadly in the Great Lakes with regards to the hate ideology, is that we tend to have a wrong reading of the situation. And Dr. Stanton mentioned Human Rights Watch. I think we tend to not contextualize enough within a historical, I would say, development of how things developed originally in the context of colonialism, more specifically, or prior to the arrival of the Belgians and the Germans, or around the same time. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just quickly, today we are dealing with unprecedented levels of hate speech and hate violence across all layers of society. Again, borders, because this is a trans-border situation, Burundi, and this is Gatumba massacre, is almost a perfect illustration of how this is a trans-border hate ideology situation. We are dealing with impunity, which means that none of these massacres are really addressed appropriately, and particularly the Gatumba massacre, which, as we said earlier, we know who committed it and why. This is delaying crisis resolution today in the Congo. And as we know, the UN has been there for 20 years, the UN peacekeeping mission, or almost 25 years. And this impunity leads to this exacerbation of insecurity, hate, violence, etc. And we are at a heightened level of atrocity crimes. So at this point, calling it genocide is obvious, but at the same time, almost expecting the international community to name genocide every single massacre is going to become a challenge. I think it's important to call the entire situation a genocide. Some people talked about slow genocide. A lot of international law experts don't want to call it genocide. I think that the gist of the matter, or the most important aspect of this, is that there is hate ideology, and it's eradicating hate that we need to do. Next slide, please. So again, on the current situation, I just took the example of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi and the Gatumba massacre as case studies, but there is a need for a comprehensive politics of memory on each one of these events that have been happening since broadly the independences, so the end of 1950s and beginning of 1960s. It's important that these international institutions like the UN recognize hate violence that is targeting Banyamulenge and Congolese Tutsi, broadly speaking, that includes anybody assimilated to the Tutsi community, Rwandophone communities as well. The Congolese authorities have not taken any measures to address the issue, which again leads to the situation of impunity in which we are finding ourselves today, to the point where social media is spreading these images again today of people getting lynched and burned alive, and even their flesh being consumed. So the international community is responsible and complicit in the way that it is justifying this violence, calling it tribalism, calling it, since time immemorial, Africans, killing other Africans. And that is where the problem needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. So today, just to remind that we did have several statements, including by the UN Office on Genocide Prevention, that has rang the alarm about the Banyamulenge community being targeted. Recently, a month ago, the member states at the UN Security Council themselves explicitly stated out that there was hate speech leading to hate violence, xenophobia against Congolese Tutsi communities, and several member states, permanent and non-permanent members or elected members, were voicing that out. The fact that the entire civil society, but also public officials, and also international institutions, officials, are spreading hate speech and xenophobia. Here are just a few examples, but we have on the left, we have Valériane Dena, who works for the UN today. She's in Senegal, but she was in Centrafrique in CAR before. Charles Nana, I don't think I need to introduce the type of books and theories, conspiracy theories against the Tutsi that he has been spreading, but this is open and explicit xenophobia or call for violence and incitement to war that they are spreading. We have Bienvenue Matumo, who is today probably the most well-known spokesperson of Lucha, a civil society movement, and then Tina Salama, who is the spokesperson of the President Tshisekedi. So it is just a sample of the type of messages that we see very much spread. Next slide, please. So this is quickly, I just wanted to focus on some of the aspects of the statement. I think this is a very important statement by Alice Nderitu, who visited Kinshasa and has stated this clearly, that we are in a situation that is similar to what has happened in Rwanda in 1994 against the Tutsi. She has based her analysis on the UN Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crimes, which is very well done in a way that it defines not only that there are stages, but also that it can interrelate between different aspects of atrocity or being a risk. So I will not focus too much on this because I believe everyone has seen it. So this is the UN Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crimes with the different risk factors that are being stated. Next slide, please. I just wanted to reiterate that UN Security Council members have stated openly Next slide, please. Group of experts, they have provided several reports. The interesting thing is that we often see that they call it out, they call the violence and hate speech, but then at the same time, they always end up with a conclusion that targets, again, the Tutsi themselves. So we have a victim blaming system within the UN itself, which is an incredible or a huge problem that we are dealing with today. Next slide, please. So again, just an example of how Lucha is being called out specifically, and I would like to remind everyone that Lucha member Rebecca Kabua was invited to the UN Security Council with MONUSCO to discuss issues, and the latest group of experts report does not state any of the violence and incitement to violence that continues being spread by Lucha. Next slide, please. Again, just to show that it's been clearly stated in the UN reports. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I wanted to quickly focus on the causes and origins of this hate violence. Several researchers and historians, I would say particularly based in France, but also Belgium, but particularly in France, we have Jean-Pierre Chrétien, Marcel Cabanda, Hélène Dumas, who have provided a number of studies on how this hate ideology has been ongoing since more or less the publication of the 1853 essay on the inequality of races by Gobineau. Next slide, please. So this is a 19th century text which has spread the racialist theories that divide according to what is considered by them today as true Africans that, excuse me, they call Bantu versus false blacks, or the Hamitic. This is based on the Hamitic hypothesis or ideology, where they claim that the Nilotics are a group of white people or invaders, which again feeds this conspiracy theory of the Tutsi invader that we see today in the analysis of the DRC crisis. Next slide, please. So not to focus too much on this because it's a long history, but it's literally simplifying, using a racist ideology to justify violence, and they have simplified it in the sense that anthropologists, or rather actually missionaries who declared themselves anthropologists, and explorers like Speck, who was there, they came and they started describing as anthropologists the people that they've met, that they described almost as part of the animal world, because these people had no names. When we go to the Africa Museum in Belgium, we realize that they're being described as part of the nature. It's interesting also because rivers are given names and mountains, but not people. Next slide, please. So one important aspect, and of course we can add here the Gatumba massacre and a number others, is that this Hamitic theory and the Gobineau theory of the 19th century have led to the different genocides that we've had in the 20th century. So the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, genocide against the Tutsi, the Herero genocide. So this is the exact same racist ideology that divides people into different races, and despite the fact that we know that there's only one human race. Next slide, please. So today, just to reiterate that we have this reactualization of scientific racism, which today is promoting the conspiracy theory of the Tutsi invader, liar, killer, and rapist, which we've seen in every one of these massacres, and I would say at this point, speeches that we hear more and more during election time. The presence of FDLR today, which has been left unattended and almost justified to the point where we are not talking about it today, because the group of experts reports, although they are saying that FDLR continues to recruit it, a lot of these experts are saying that FDLR is not a threat. The issue with the presence of FDLR is the fact that the genocide ideology has been spreading in terms of not only ideologically, but materially, and in their activities of integrating other armed groups that are now being contaminated by the same type of ideology. Next slide, please. So this is just an example, again, of some of the campaigns that we see today. So I didn't want to just say this, but to show a little bit some of the examples. We have, at the time we had RTLM in Rwanda. Today we have CPG, which is another media outlet that is not only promoting the campaign of Tshisekedi, but is also spreading these conspiracy theories that are, as you can see, celebrating, for example, Habyarimana and targeting directly. Again, Rwanda has become almost a code word for Tutsi, Rwandophones, anyone with these morphological features that they interpret as being foreigners. And so we can also see how this serves as a propaganda, because you can see images here of Hema, the Hema community in Ituri being targeted by Codeco, but the death of these people is being assigned or attributed to M23. So we're playing also with blurring the situation for the international community, so that they end up saying, okay, this is just a matter of tribalism, and people on both sides are committing double genocides. And again, Genocost allows this notion. I mean, we've heard a priest talking about 3 genocides. So we are minimizing the situation and not reading it properly. Next slide, please. Again, I think most of you know that Bitakwira has been, Justin Bitakwira, who is a former minister and a deputy member, a deputy or a parliament member, who has been saying that there is this conspiracy of the Tutsi trying to invade the region, to the point where he has even compared Ruto, or not compared, but called Ruto and Museveni Tutsi, including the Fulani themselves. So I will not focus too much on Bitakwira, but I believe that this is a perfect expression of impunity to hate violence and hate speech. Next slide, please. So just a reminder that, again, this is where I'd like to focus a little bit of the wrong reading of the situation and how we are perpetuating hate ideology and hate speech, but also a risk of atrocity crimes, is that we are attributing the violence that is happening in the region to, again, the community which has been targeted of that violence or by that violence for a long time. So a reminder that there's 266 armed groups in DRC with an active presence of FDLR. There has been a systemic discrimination of Congolese Tutsi communities for the past 60 years or more. And the conspiracy theories that have been ongoing since the 19th century continue on today and are persistently backing the blame on Rwanda as being the invader, the regional invader or territorial domination. So again, I do want to just contextualize that what is happening, or what has happened in Gatumba in 2004, is part of this paradigm of conspiracy theory against the Tutsi invader, etc., the typical stereotypes that are being attributed. And this has led, of course, to the ostracization of the Congolese Tutsi in the Congo, but also regionally. So it's a cycle of violence that has been ongoing. Next slide, please. So the M23 rebellion, one of the reasons why I'm going to discuss this today is because this has been one of the code words again for everyone who will always justify violence against the Banyamulenge and the Congolese Tutsi communities by the presence of M23. Again, I will reiterate that M23 is a consequence of discrimination against the Congolese Tutsi and the type of division in society that exists in the region, particularly in the Congo today. But again, these borders were drawn in a way that was unnatural and has left communities in different countries, same communities in different countries. So the M23 today is claiming to protect communities at risk. And again, I will just switch to the next slide. Yes, after this one. Yes, I just want to, again, remind that we tend to constantly discuss the presence of M23 in the Congo, but never the 600,000 refugees that are in the neighboring countries, without mentioning all the refugees that are around the world today. So this is one of the primary also issue, is that these refugees cannot come back home, and there is this ethnic extermination or ethnic cleansing that is ongoing. Next slide, please. Yes, so actually next slide again. Just a reiteration that M23 is today being targeted. Again, this is a victim blaming situation, despite the fact that there is more deadly armed groups such as ADF and Codeco who are today committing atrocities against communities that are being targeted. Next slide. Actually, the last one after that. Yes, just to conclude, I think one of the most important things today is to recognize the root causes of the conflict, and to recognize that the Gatumba massacre is part of the genocide, or is a genocide that is being committed against the Congolese Tutsi communities and the Banyamulenge more particularly, that this situation is an ongoing perpetuation of hate ideology against the Tutsi, in the same way that the perpetuation of hate ideology against the Jews has been ongoing and through the 1940s. It is important that we think about regional peace and how to solve this, but also atrocity prevention through the different mechanisms that we have in place. We need to push forward more mechanisms ongoing in the region, but also in the different countries themselves, including in the West. It's important that we get back to fighting against impunity and bringing back the rule of law. And calling for it to stop the ethnic cleansing situation that is ongoing. And of course, making sure that we provide rights to citizenship to all, because that is a precondition to a lasting crisis resolution in the region. Thank you.
muratwihanganira ntabwo turi gusobanura kubera ko biragoye, kandi turazogira ibiganiro mu Kinyamurenge nimugoroba, rero ababyeyi bari hano mutwihanganire, sibyo? Murakoze. Our next speaker is going to shed a light on the political problem that is somewhat at the root cause of the perpetual genocide against us. He recognizes that there's a political problem in Congo. Well, there's lack of political will to protect us. Our next speaker is Dr. Fredy Kanyiki. Born and raised in the Democratic Republic of Congo, he's a member of the Banyamulenge community in South Kivu. He's a graduate of the University of Colorado in Denver. in the United States. He holds 2 doctorate degrees in clinical pharmacy and epidemiology. Currently works as the director of a post-doctoral residency program through the ASHP in Alaska. He's a lecturer of pharmacokinetics, medicinal chemistry, therapeutics at different universities in the world, including in DRC, one of which being Université Ebenezer of Minembwe. On the U.S. State Department Fulbright Scholar roster, he's a fervent advocate for marginalized communities and a proud Banyamulenge. Welcome, Doctor.
May I have the lights turn on, please? The lights? The lights turn on, please. Yeah, thank you. It's really hard to say anything after the testimony that we have heard a few minutes ago, and these revive everyone's story and memories that we bury inside, that we walk with every day. I would like to thank the organizing committee, the Portland, Maine Banyamulenge community for hosting this event, but also for inviting me. It's an honor and a privilege that I do not take for granted. We are gathered here today to commemorate the 19th anniversary of the Gatumba massacre, a day that will remain forever in our heart and unforgettable, where 166 Banyamulenge were violently killed in a refugee camp in Burundi. They were vulnerable people that had fled for their lives from Congo and hoping to be protected by the United Nations under the UNHCR, but they saw their life ending in Gatumba. Now, I've been part of this event for many years, and I've given many speeches for many years. And most of the speeches we've been giving have been focusing on bandaging the emotional wounds and comforting the survivors. However, as time goes by, I realized that these killings were politically motivated. As a proof, 19 years later, after 166 people were perished, no one has been tried or arrested. We've seen no trial whatsoever. This shows you how politics is behind everything. It's not just, it doesn't matter the severity or the gravity of the situation, but when there is no political will, or if there is a political motivation to commit such atrocities, there is no justice. And it's not just Gatumba. On October 22nd, 1996, my father and 3 brothers were murdered the same way. That day, 46 people died on the Rusizi River at Kamanyola. They appear in the mapping report. We never saw their bodies. They were thrown in the Rusizi River. For many people, these numbers we're talking here are just numbers, they're statistics. But for many of us, these are lives, these are ambitions that were cut short. These are legacies that were ended. These are family members, dads, moms, kids, cousins that left bleeding souls behind. And we are here to remember. Forever we will remember. And as we remember, let's remember that they live within us. As you know, and I'm going to talk more politically today because that's the theme that I was given, but also because I believe politics is at the basis of this and is also can also be at the basis of any resolution that will end this. As you all know, Gatumba had two campsites. One site that had housed the Banyamulenge and another site that housed the returned Burundian refugees and the other Congolese tribes, the Babembe, the Bafuliru. Only the site that housed the Banyamulenge was attacked. The other site did not have any attack, any injury, anything, nothing at all, no death. Why? Because they knew who they were targeting. Even the 14 or 15 Babembe that died, they died because they were living on the Banyamulenge site. They paid with their lives their alliances or friendship with the Banyamulenge. It still is against the Banyamulenge, and they died because of their tolerance of the Banyamulenge. Today, we are talking about the rejection of a people, the rejection of an entire tribe. Before getting into heart of the matter, there are three truths that I would like to share with you today. One is that the Banyamulenge are Congolese of authentic origin. And you won't hear this very often because many people, and in general, many people describe the problem the Banyamulenge have in DRC or the Tutsi in general as a question of identity or a question of nationality. However, let's just look at the law in Congo, which has changed over the years. But whether we talk about the Congolese law, the current law that sets the starting of the Congolese of origin to 1960 at the independence, or whether it's the previous law that set the same starting Congolese nationality of origin to 1885 at the partition of Africa, the Banyamulenge were and still are Congolese of origin, unquestionably. Because if you look at the studies, the people who wrote books and reports, you will see that there are many reports that were written actually in tempore non suspecto, meaning they were written in the 19th century, some in the 18th century, and they placed the arrival of the Banyamulenge in the Congo in the 1700s. There's actually one author that were very specific and said, those Banyamulenge that came from Rwanda, because not all Banyamulenge came from Rwanda, some came from Burundi, Tanzania, Uganda, but those that came from Rwanda, they came fleeing the king, a Rwandan king called Gahindiro. And that king was in power from 1746 to 1802. So it's during that period between 1746 and 1802 that the Banyamulenge flee from what was to become Rwanda to what is now Congo. That this is a period of major movement around the world where even other Congolese tribes that live in Congo now were in movement as well, descending some from Chad, some from Cameroon, and others from Tanzania towards the territories that they now occupy. But where the shoe pinches is that people who live in a territory, before this territory knows limits or even given a name, for over 300 years are seeing their nationality disputed and are being told over and over, if you want to become Congolese, apply for Congolese citizenship individually. This is unacceptable. I've only been in the United States for 23 years, and I've been a citizen of the United States for over 15 years. And I have equal rights in the US. My great-grandparents were in the Congo in the 1700s, and yet I'm not I'm not accepted as a Congolese citizen. This is the same thing. If you look at the other Tutsi, Congolese Tutsi in the North Kivu, for example, our brothers in Ruchuru who saw the Berlin Conference draw the lines of borders right behind their houses, separating them of one hand from Rwanda and on the other hand from Uganda. And at that time, they became Congolese because Congo was becoming a country. But today, they're denied their citizenship. Why? Because of how they look. So from there, we can easily realize that it's not a matter of the date of arrival or history or migration, but it's rather how we look, our physical appearance. That's what we are victim of. We don't look like others. Not many people like to admit this, but this is the real issue. And the only explanation of the identity crisis is linked to our physical appearance. The Congolese leaders and Congolese people have failed to integrate them in their mind that a Tutsi can be an authentic Congolese. That's the pure and simple explanation. Over the years, regimes have changed. People have, presidents have come and gone and others have come, but none of them has been able to integrate in the minds of Congolese that a Tutsi can be an authentic Congolese citizen. And the few that who may have understood were unable to own it. The rest of it is just symptomatic treatment, just an epiphenomenon, trying to just bandage, treating symptoms rather than the underlying cause. Remember when there is a manhunt in the Congo for Tutsis, even people that look like Tutsis have died. You remember many Bashi, Bahavu, and even people from West Africa that died in 1998 in Congo because they just looked like Tutsi. This shows you that the issue is not whether we were in the Congo prior to Congo becoming Congo or whether the law gives us the right to a Congolese citizen. The issue is who we look like, our physical appearance. The second example for that is the Hutu refugees from Burundi and Rwanda from 1972, 1993, 1994, and so on. These people live comfortably in Congo, and no one bothers. They have integrated the communities in Masisi, in Shabunda, in Walikale, and you're not surprised to hear the phrases like, "These are our brothers." And they don't have any issues. Many of them I see on Twitter, they have become more Congolese than the Congolese themselves, and they're not bothered. So the issue again is not where we came from, when we came, or the issue is our physical appearance. Now, when you talk to other Congolese, some Congolese accuse the Banyamulenge of being the cause of their misfortune, either because they will not cut the umbilical cord from Rwanda, or because of the participation in the different wars that have shaken Congo and the region. But this again is just, it couldn't be any further from the truth, because our rejection and the issues we have in the Congo did not start with AFDL or RCD or CNDP or M23-1 or M23-2. I would like to remind you here of 1986. I was a very young boy. I was in elementary school when during the election in 1986, we were allowed to vote, but no Munyamulenge was allowed to run for office. Remember, this was the time when Musafiri, Mutambo were candidates. Our grandparents and our fathers burned the votes and the equipment because we were not allowed to run for office. Would they say that at that time we were also victim of participating in different wars? There was no war. There was no war, not even news of war. And then remember the report of Mvangu Mambweni in 1995 that there was this major investigation from the Congolese Parliament or Congress, and later on also with the Conférence Nationale Souveraine that qualified us of foreigners. The report came out and said the Banyamulenge and the Tutsis, Congolese Tutsi from the North Kivu are simply foreigners. And that was at the basis actually of the war in 1996. But that was before any of us, any of the Tutsi even thought of taking arms and fighting for their rights. Another thing that bothers me is that even if we consider all these wars that happened, AFDL, RCD, and so on, that are assigned to us, and we pay for their consequences every day in the media and everywhere, but we were not the leaders of these wars. AFDL belonged to Laurent Désiré Kabila, and he actually took the biggest share of the cake that came from that war. He became president. RCD, it belonged to Wamba Dia Wamba, then Emile Onusumba and others. Why don't for example, why don't the Bakongo pay for the participation of Wamba Dia Wamba in RCD? Why don't the Katange pay for the participation of Laurent Désiré Kabila in AFDL? And so on. Why don't the Bangala pay for the participation of Jean-Pierre Bemba in MLC or Ondekane in RCD? But why do we, Banyamulenge, have to pay for members of our community that participated in those wars, even though they were not on the top? So again, I'm trying to draw the line here and your attention that the issue is elsewhere. It's our physical appearance, and we are victim of that. Now, if we jump a little bit and look at the current situation, in the recent years, the Banyamulenge have been killed in mass. We talked about the Gatumba, we talked about the killing at the Kamanyola, Rusizi River, but also since 2017, villages have been burned in hundreds. Cows have been looted in hundred thousands, and the displacement. Now we have more than 85% of Banyamulenge live outside the Congo, in refugee camp in Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and many others in Western countries. And that's why you can see a room full of Banyamulenge. We did not come here in the United States because just we wanted a better life. We came here because we didn't have any other place to live. And the place that we call home could not host us as our country anymore. Yet, I would remind many of these people, their grandparents, settled in those mountains way before, when those mountains were only covered by virgin and dense forest. And the only thing they found there were wild animals. There were no neighbor tribes at all. There are many people here whose great-grandparents either killed lions to survive or were killed by lions because those mountains were not habitable. However, now the Congolese government is just watching in silent complicity Banyamulenge being killed and kicked out of the country. Hate speech has reached its climax. It's shown in the street, on posters, on TV stations, talking about the existence of an undesirable race that should not exist. Institutions that once played a little bit of hypocrisy have now come out, officially came out in supporting those hate speeches. People like Bitakwira that were mentioned here can walk freely after they incite for violence. They call us people from Satan, people that do not deserve to live. I cannot emphasize more than the letter from the Minister of Justice to the European Union after the interpellation to stop Bitakwira from what he's doing. And on the basis of these hate speeches, arbitrary arrests have been rising, illegal detention. We have more than 65 young people, Banyamulenge, that are arrested, are in different jails in Kinshasa. Actually, if you count all the Tutsi, Congolese Tutsi, we have 200 people in Makala, Ndolo, and Demiap and Aner cells. Almost all of them without trial and with the same offense, attempt to participate in an insurrectional movement, therefore referring to M23 and Twirwaneho. And it's a very easy crime because wherever they found you, they say you have an attempt, not even that you participated, but there is an attempt because they read your mind. Your mind, we read your mind, and there is a sentence in your mind that is pushing you towards joining Twirwaneho or M23. Moreover, all the armed groups, which number several hundreds in the Congo, including those who destroyed the high and middle plateau, the mountains where the Banyamulenge live, have just been rewarded by becoming formal ally of the government. They are covered by the parliamentary resolution and the law passing them off as reservists of the army. So now, today, they kill, they loot, and they rape in the name of the law. Killing a Tutsi in the Congo is actually becoming an act of bravery. The more Tutsis you kill, the brave you are. The prospects of getting out of this ultimately that has becoming secular crisis, in my opinion, is based on three things. The international community must speak out against the ongoing extermination, an almost complete ethnic cleansing, a genocide in full execution, and statelessness for the survivor. Let no one say they didn't know. Everyone must play their part. Two is we hope to have a leader who will integrate and own the historical presence of the Tutsi in Congo as an essential element of the Congolese nation, not as a branch resulting in grafting. Apply the laws and confront opinion that go against the law and the truth. The current leadership has shown its limits. I don't have any confidence in the current regime, and I don't think it can rise to the challenge. And in the meantime, before all that is done, our role and our part in history, we, the Banyamulenge and Congolese Tutsi in general, is resistance, resilience, and while refusing self-flagellation, we must fight for our rights and we must refuse to die. Thank you.
So it's mind-baffling, you know, in a world where that's ever seeking to achieve, you know, equity and diversity. It's possible. If I wanted to be a woman, I could probably go become a woman, but people still die because of who they are and the lack of political will that's there. So thank you, Dr. Freddy. I know you have programs, so we switch a little bit, so don't be alarmed. Most people are texting me. Let's hear poems from the young people who will present a couple poems.
mu bigaragara wari umunsi usanzwe nk'iyindi amasaha asanzwe gusa yabereyemo ibidasanzwe cyari igitondo gitoshe gitatswe n'umunezero twicongera ruhago abana bakina basabana tutazi ko umwanzi yapanze kudutsembaho burundu undeke nibuke kuko kwibuka si ukuzikurura inzigo ahubwo ni ukugira ngo byabaye bitazongera kubaho
ndibuka aba bana banganaga natwe bapfuye bazira ubwoko batahisemo ndibuka aba babyeyi bareraga neza bishwe bazira uko baremwe ni imana burya iyo utemye igiti ntugicane n'imizi yacyo kirongera kigashibuka turiho kandi turangamiye ejo hazaza heza
dore ndabyibuka nk'ibyabaye ejo koko kwica utemye utwika utigeze kuvuga ngo ni uko uzi aho avuka ariko ahari kuba umunyamurenge ni icyaha kibi nicuze
bana tuvuke umurenge bana bo mu minembwe bana bo mu mibunda mu mikarati mu gitasha ku ndondo bibogobogo n'abandi banyamurenge mwimpore nzi agahinda mufite amarira y'abacu bicwa urubozo bindara mu matwi urusaku rwabyo ntirutuma ntuza ndarora minembwe n'indi misozi nkayishushanya yuzuye abo twabuze ngaheraho ndira simore twabuze abana tubura abasaza tubura ababyeyi ariko kabone naho imyaka yaba ibihumbi ikivu tuzacuza hora hora igihugu cyatubyaye ibyabaye Gatumba ntibiteze kongera gutunguka ino ntawe uzahohoterwa duhari ariko intembe iragwira.
What will you do after you've killed us? Will your nightmares finally disappear? Men like you mustn't have ever slept sound. No. When you spend all the money from our cows, what will you do? Surely you won't keep them now, will you? You wouldn't know how to keep anything alive, not even yourself. You let your men die in vain.
You put them at the forefront, feeding them lies, telling them we're the enemies, that their duty is to keep the country safe. And you've honed them since a young age. Of course they'll believe you. How do you feel? Deviating young souls from a brighter future, all for a purpose of power. But I get you.
Without your guns, you're nobody. Without this war, you're nobody. Without these deaths, you're nobody. Ultimately, without us, you're a nobody.
Dear Congo, some days you break my heart. I wonder if I'll ever piece myself back together. Other days you show me the kind of love I can never get from any other country. And whenever you open your arm wide, I wonder which day it's going to be. The one where I feel your warmth, or the one where you cut right through me.
It can be confusing navigating through your trauma. You have been through so many wars, you have forgotten who your children are, and I would like to take your pain away.
I'm just not that strong, so I've decided to give you some space. But next time you ask me to go back where I come from, remember this, you birthed me. I come from you, and if I'm ever to go back anywhere, it'll be for me to be where you are, because I'll forever be Congolese, even after you've killed me. I'm sorry for the days your stomach refused to take anything in, and the days your pillow got soaked. You could have suffocated from your own despair. I'm sorry for the days you weren't able to carry your body outside because it didn't matter anymore. Now when your people were being hunted down across the ocean, all you could do was scream your lungs out. I'm sorry for the way they tried to tone down your voice to accommodate everyone else but you, and the way they asked you to not use certain words that would make other people uncomfortable. And yes, maybe you're angry, heartbroken, hopeless, tired, but how are you supposed to not be? I'm sorry for the days you stayed up thinking of many ways to help your people, the papers you missed to stand out, and the projects you didn't turn in on time. I'm sorry that at 5 years old you had to march in the cold asking for your rights to be respected. I'm sorry that at 15 years old you had to skip your afternoon activities to design posters and banners. I'm sorry that at 20 years old you had to work, go to school, prepare for your career, and fight for your community all at once. I'm sorry that at 30 years old you had to yet again have the same conversations on how to prepare for the worst. I'm sorry that at 50 years old, you had to be reminded that these rebels always come back for more blood. I am sorry for a lot of things.
But most importantly, I am sorry that you had to demand for innocent lives not to be taken. You shouldn't have to. Life is a gift that was given to all of us. I am sorry they believe taking someone else's will grant them too.
tugirana urugwiro kuko dusangiye isano imwe isumbuye amaraso ese nzirike Gatumba kubera banje simuzwe nibura ngo ndenganurwe ariko urwango we ubu se nakirane kandi abisha banje mbabona bidegembya nkeneye ubutabera turamashami yashibutse kwishavu ariko ntibizatubuza gushashagirana
moment, we will hear another quick testimony from survivor, Posa David, who will furthermore talk about what happened in a few minutes.
Good morning. I must apologize because at this time my head is already foggy. So if I have any hiccup, please excuse me. I do have less than 10 minutes to go through it. But I'll do my best. Today I stand before you to share a deep personal and harrowing experience that forever changed my life. On August 13th, 2004, I found myself caught in the midst of horrific Gatumba massacre. These brutal events took the life of 166 people and they left 100 more wounded. I survived, but the scar upon my soul served as constant reminder of the horror that unfolded that fateful evening. My name is David Mhoza. I am the Gatumba survivor. Again, talking about this night is something I tend to avoid because it brings so much pain, the wound deep in my heart that I don't think will ever heal. Please bear with me as I share my experience of that terrible night. I came from a family of 7 children, 4 boys, 3 girls. My family lived in Uvira, Congo. Like everyone else, we were always in a hideout from the rebels as they were constantly attacking us, the Banyamulenge community. I cannot pinpoint the time where it all started because that was the norm. During the rebel attack, we would flee to Gatumba and come back when it was safe. And that was the life that I knew. As a 12-year-old, I was used to that kind of life, but I started asking myself, why are my people persecuted? I later came to realize that it was because of who we are. Fast forward, the last time rebels attacked, it was not any different. We flee to Gatumba expecting that things will settle down and then we will be able to return back to Uvira. The night we were attacked, it started off as normal. I remember it was around 10 p.m. when we had just finished eating dinner and we were getting ready to go to bed. Suddenly, we had gunshots that were firing nonstop. However, prior to that, we lived normal life in camp. One of the things that I enjoyed was playing soccer or football, as we call back home. We had 2 teams, the adult team and the junior team. I played in the junior team. It was one of my hobbies, and every day I got to play football. However, one afternoon, as we were playing football, I had a very terrible accident. It so happened that I wanted to kick the ball with my head, and then we jumped together with one of the players, and our head collided, and I came down, and that player hit me on the back of my lower back, and I ended up falling on my back, and I was paralyzed. For days, I could not do anything, any activity of daily living on my own. My parents and siblings were helping me with everything. As the events unfold, you can imagine the physical that I had to endure. The intensity of the bombs that were blasting through the camp healed my back completely. Up to today, from the day I was paralyzed up to today, I have never been in a hospital treated. Those bombs actually healed me completely. And as the killing continued, my dad came to check on my little brother and I to see if we were still alive, and we confirmed we were. He offered to help me move, but I told him that my back was healed, and I informed him that I'm capable of run if we need to run. At this time, my dad asked my mom if she could come with us, but she refused and said she will hide under the mattress. My mom asked us to leave so as to avoid being killed all once. As soon as we got out of the tent, the whole camp was set ablaze, and all I could see was fire burning and hearing people howling and crying for help. Again, enemy was still actively shooting. My father made a quick decision to increase the chance of survival for all of us. He took me in his right hand and my little brother in his left hand. He then asked if we could run separately. I agree. The idea was if one of us was killed, the other would have a chance to survive. Scared as I was, I ran toward the little town nearby. As I fled, shots were being fired around me, and people were falling left to right in front of me. My aim was to reach the town by running through the bush area. It was a nightmare. When I reached the bush area, I stayed there until I could not hear a gunshot anymore. I stayed until up to 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. After a while, I heard people talking and a car passing in the distance. I wrestled through the weather, through my thought and whether I could be the enemy or potential danger. However, my curiosity and hope pushed me to cautiously approach the source of the sound. Carefully, I moved slow toward the area where the people were gathered, making sure to remain hidden. From my point of view, I observed them in order to determine whether they were my people or my enemy. After observing them, I was able to recognize them as non-threatening individuals. Feeling more secure, I decided to reveal myself and join them. Remember, throughout this time, I was dressed only in short, leaving me exposed to thorn and cut through and poked hole in my skin, as well as mosquitoes that were biting me relentlessly, but I had to endure so to save my life. Upon reaching the group, I informed them about separating my father and my little brother, as well as leaving my mom behind in a tent. I expressed uncertainty about well-being, not knowing if they were alive or dead. I felt very hopeless and miserable. It was in dark morning, around 4 a.m. or 5, where I embarked a journey toward the Gatumba camp. With each step, our heart was heavily uncertain as we encountered family who had also survived the unimaginable massacre. We shared the story, hoping to find any trace of our loved one. Around about 6 a.m., that's when I met my dad and my younger brother. But we didn't know where about our older sister, no mom. But the distance we could see, our tent was completely destroyed to the ground. So we knew our mom has perished. As we walked toward in the morning to the camp, we were running through a lot of bodies on the ground. And then I ran through my brother. I saw Desiree here and engineer where they were sitting, crying, and their parent was deceased. And there were also other brothers, Kararashoni, that came by, excuse me. Came by and say, Uncle, I've lost all my parents. It's just me and my younger brother that's left. Everybody else is deceased. The Gatumba massacre forever altered the course of my life. It's awakened within me the thirst of determination to fight for justice, to speak out against injustice, and advocate for the world free from violence. I urge each and every one of you to join me in this fight so that together we can create a brighter and more compassionate future for our generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you, David. As a reminder, this year's theme is Denied Justice is a Human Rights Denial. Our next speaker is Dr. Robert Bernheim. He's the keynote speaker for our event today, and we're glad to have him. He is an associate professor of history at the University of Maine at Augusta. He received his PhD in modern German history from McGill University in Montreal and taught for several years in association with the Miller Center for Holocaust Studies at the University of Vermont. He is the executive director of the Holocaust and Human Rights Center of Maine. He currently oversees the minor program in Holocaust, Genocide, and Human Rights Studies at the University of Maine. Welcome, Robert.
As a hot and humid day dawned in August, the townspeople learned that there was going to be a mass execution at the old cemetery just outside of town. Upon hearing the news, many in the community packed picnic lunches to watch the executions and celebrate the deaths of their neighbors. They traveled to the cemetery on foot and by horse and wagon. The place, a small town in southeast Poland, not far from today's border with Ukraine. The time, August 1942, smack in the middle of what has become known as the Nazi Holocaust. The killers, a combination of German security forces and Gestapo, ably assisted by their local Polish helpers, the so-called Blue Police, drawn from the male population of the town, the surrounding area, as well as some ethnic Germans, Volksdeutsche, living among them. But this picnic and murder event did not just happen one time, but twice on consecutive days. On both occasions, it was to celebrate the execution of over 100 of their remaining Jewish neighbors. A festive mood prevailed that day with a patchwork spread of blankets and overflowing baskets of food and drink. And this abundance despite wartime rationing and shortages. All the while, little kids played hide and seek among the headstones of the 300-year-old Jewish cemetery on a hill overlooking a rolling picture postcard agricultural landscape. Genocide spilling onto a beautiful pastoral space, an indelible scene for all who witnessed it, and one that still baffles the imagination of those of us who did not experience it. The German police and their Polish collaborators carried out the executions of men and teenage boys on the first day who had been forced at gunpoint to dig their own graves, and women and young children the next day. The shooters and their victims stood within mere yards of one another, and the picnickers sat back on their blankets and toasted their imagined newfound fortunes while laughing along merrily to the shots of guns. According to surviving eyewitnesses, the picnicking bystanders and the killers acted with total impunity. When the killing was done on the second day, the picnickers delayed their departure to enjoy the last bites of as the shooting pits were filled with fresh earth. By nightfall, these same neighbors who picnicked at the execution of Jews ransacked the homes and businesses of the murdered and took up permanent residence in these same homes and businesses. The Nazi Holocaust struck this small shtetl of Kęchuga in southeast Poland with traumatic and indelible force. Members of my own family were among the murdered on those picnic days, among those asphyxiated in the gas chambers of the Nazi extermination camp of Belzec, and among those blown up by grenades in a local attack during the closing days of World War II. I never learned such truths until I became an adult. The custodians of memory in my family shrouded these events in desperate secrecy. They deflected and ignored my requests for information or lied outright with the express purpose of not reigniting the trauma visited upon our family in those days. As many of you know, there are no research aids for finding or recovering such archives of loss. There is a permanent hole in the heart of my family and hundreds of others as a result of this massacre and subsequent acts of genocide. In addition, not one of those perpetrators, does it surprise us, those who pulled the triggers or those who rounded up the victims, German or Polish, ever stood trial for the role that they played in the murder of hundreds of innocent people. It is as if the murderers got away with the most horrific of crimes, hundreds dead and no one has been held accountable. We beseechingly ask, is this justice? What happened to the human rights of those murdered and intended as victims? On top of that, no reparations have ever been paid to the surviving victims and their families for the loss of property and livelihoods, not to mention the loss of life. Neighbors and Nazis stole and pillaged the contents and inventories of Jewish family homes and their businesses, including the dental practice of my grandmother's cousin and generations of family recipes from a bakery, as well as a restaurant run by my relatives. Not a trace left, no marked graves, nothing tangible, a total void. In fact, in contrast to the Jewish survivor community, more than 80 years afterwards, the local Polish population has suppressed much of this history while barely acknowledging that it took place. It's as if the massacre never happened. Students at the local school don't even know that Jews once inhabited this town for hundreds of years prior to the war and lived vibrant and engaging lives the whole time. Who among them knows that what is today a local branch of the Polish bank was once my family's bakery, turning out 1,000 rolls a day and dozens of bagels, rye and whole grain breads, hundreds of pastries 6 days a week. The synagogues, the bathhouse, the places of prayer and study have all become someone else's home or retail stores, like a rabbi's house that is now a Tractor Supply store. Little prayer boxes, the mezuzahs attached to the right-hand side of the doorframe as you approach the house, have all been removed. Their outline is the only visible reminder or trace of Jewish life that is no more. In addition, the local Catholic Church has not uttered a word of protest or challenged its own history in those dark days of the German occupation. Furthermore, the Polish national government has notably made every effort to whitewash the history of the Nazi Holocaust and pass legislation that made it illegal to challenge the narrative that Poles did not collaborate with the Germans. True history is in danger of being replaced and erased by a false and inaccurate narrative in order to fit an increasingly populist political landscape. Forgetting, as many of you have testified today, is indeed a second death. A quote long attributed to Nobel laureate and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel. And as Jean noted in his introduction this morning, remembrance is an act of honor. Wiesel's words resonate with our topic today. 19 years ago tomorrow evening, a similar mass execution, a massacre to the one in Poland, took place at the UN refugee camp at Gatumba in eastern Burundi. As poignantly recounted by Genja and other survivors this morning, over 160 human beings, mostly women and children, were systematically murdered by the forces of Hutu supremacist militia groups and the National Liberation Front and their allies as part of a much larger and longer genocidal plan that targeted the Banyamulenge people and continues to do so this day. As Adele noted today, a lack of justice has allowed more violence and more killings to continue. In this time I'm privileged to share with you today, I will use the story I opened with of the massacre of the Jews in Nazi-occupied Poland as a framework to address overarching questions and issues of human rights, their history and their context, as well as their limits in the enforcement in the unending quest for justice with regard to the massacre at Gatumba in 2004. Denied justice is indeed human rights denial. What we do with this knowledge in navigating the topography of memory is, however, most important moving forward. Honoring and maintaining the integrity and memory of the murdered, the marginalized, and the maligned among the Banyamulenge while persistently calling for accountability and justice, is at the heart of today's message. To begin, however, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to Claude and the entire leadership team of the Banyamulenge community in the greater Portland area for the invitation to speak at this important annual conference commemorating the 19th anniversary of the massacre at the Gatumba refugee camp. I am truly humbled and honored to be before you today to deliver this keynote address. But let's continue with a bit of context and history. We use the terms human rights and justice with hardly a thought to where they come from. The concept of modern human rights is rooted in the destructive aftermath of two world wars in the first half of the 20th century, but the origins of human rights, it can be argued, extend back to the origins of the first human beings, the first peoples, and the formations of societies. Anthropologists will tell us that virtually all religious beliefs have creation stories that draw attention to human rights issues. In these stories, humans may begin to interact with a supreme being, but these narratives, both oral and written, also describe the interaction with human beings and other human beings. And in all of them, these anthropologists remind us there is a notion of duo, D-U-O, duo. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That is a prescription for how to interact with one another. Treat others as you want to be treated. And in all of these narratives in the religious texts and oral traditions, there are benefits and rewards for good behavior and punishments and penalties for what is called bad behavior. Again, many of you know this as the laws of sowing and reaping. You reap what you sow. These narratives therefore introduce and emphasize the concept of justice, that our actions as human beings have consequences, both for positive and negative results. When Cain murdered his brother Abel, for instance, as chronicled in the first book of the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis chapter 4, he is held accountable. Cain's blood is avenged. Abel does not get away with murder. In the Western world, as many of our legal scholars remind us, the evolution of human rights is rooted in political and governmental philosophy expressed through important documents. The Magna Carta in England in 1215, the English Bill of Rights of 1689, the U.S. Colonial Declaration of Independence in 1776, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizens in 1789, and the U.S. Constitution with its embedded Bill of Rights in 1791 are just some of the documents that provide a foundation for what our rights as humans are and how we can and should protect them. Unfortunately, however, many of these documents also exclude the other in the societies they sprang from. These could be women, people of color, native peoples, immigrants, members of certain religious or ethnic groups, etc. Still, we as humans often hold these documents up as evidence of the ideal to strive for in the pursuit of human rights. As the Declaration of Independence so succinctly states, quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," for example. As noted, the modern version of human rights is rooted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights with its 30 articles. Now in its 75th anniversary year, this declaration was, as the UN's High Commissioner's Office has noted, quote, "created as a roadmap for peaceful societies born out of chaos, despair, and bloodshed of two world wars, and the desire that such atrocities should never happen again," end of quote. Consequently, the Universal Declaration promises to promote human rights for all people. To guarantee these rights, the United Nations established a UN Commission on Human Rights. To date, more than 185 nations have incorporated many of these key principles of universal human rights into their own national constitutions. And while declarations are not legally binding documents, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is recognized as customary international law and is a common standard of achievement for all people and nations, according to the UN Commission. Regardless of the ideals, however, we know all too well, this gathering reinforces that such platitudes are often described as the world's most unfulfilled promise. Former U.S. Ambassador to the UN and diplomat Samantha Power has noted that never again, stated I think behind me, is a phrase that has ceased to have value because genocide and human rights violations keep happening over and over. In her words, it's more like never again, again. In light of the scope and sequence of the development of human rights, Gatumba stands as a powerful example of the failure of these same human rights to protect the lives of the innocent. Using Gatumba as our case study, let's take a look at what I refer to as the stumbling stones to human rights. What gets in the way of the concept and consistent implementation of human rights? In Nazi Germany, if a person tripped over a stone, a popular anti-Semitic saying during the day was by way of explanation that a Jew must be buried there. In 1992, a German artist, Gunther Demnig, created a memorial project called Stolpersteine, or stumbling stones or stumbling blocks, the Stumbling Stone Project, to counter this anti-Semitic saying. An approximately 4-inch concrete cube with a brass plate covering was placed in front of the homes or businesses where Jews had once lived during the Third Reich and included their names, birth date, and place and date of deportation during the Nazi Holocaust. Walking the streets of Germany and now all of Europe, we can literally stumble upon history when human rights were not honored. But what are the Stolpersteine, the stumbling stones of human rights regarding the Gatumba massacre? The first of many Stolpersteine, or stumbling stones to human rights, in this instance, is the politicalization of memory. And we heard Dr. Freddy speak about this earlier. We are well aware that the governments of Burundi and the Democratic Republic of Congo did not stop the massacre. In fact, these governments failed really to investigate and prosecute the perpetrators and ensure that victims receive any kind of compensation. Within months, as noted here, a report loaded with eyewitness accounts was filed with the UN Security Council calling for the immediate initiation of national and international judicial proceedings. Nothing came of such a cry for justice in the fall of 2004, and unfortunately, nothing has come of it since. These very same perpetrators who organized the Gatumba massacre and carried it out are now seemingly untouchables as members of coalition ruling parties as a result of terms of a ceasefire agreement at the end of the civil war in Burundi. These are the very same leaders who faced charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity that were subsequently derailed due to increasing pressure in a world where political power and influence were and are for sale. These perpetrators, who are now leaders, act without regard for the heinous crimes they committed. Here, politics superseded truth, the politicalization of memory. Assassins of memory and sequin memory make up the substance of the second Stolpersteine, or stumbling stone to human rights. Scholars and diplomats alike may cite the UN Declaration on Human Rights as an example of a written document that's actually a difference maker and lifesaver. But as noted today by scholars and eyewitnesses, neither the UN Declaration on Human Rights nor the UN and its security forces prevented the massacre at Gatumba, nor have they stopped the relentless train of blame heaped on the victims, victim blaming and shaming as alleged causes of their own deaths. This is what a Holocaust scholar has termed assassins of memory. Such lies continue unabashed and seemingly unchecked nearly 2 decades after the mass killing. So what do these assassins of memories attempt to substitute the truth of August 13, 2004 with? What I refer to as sequined memory. This is an embellished and shiny form of memory that masks the truth of what really transpired in that refugee camp 19 years ago, all the while weaving a false replacement narrative. As we have heard, the Banyamulenge are subject to hate speech and are often the targets of attacks and continued harassment by these assassins of memory. Recent reports in Maine and Boston newspapers have investigated hate groups active in our corner of the world who are determined to create a white ethno-state among other racist goals here in Maine and across New England. Populist politics at home and abroad smack of vicious nativism. This results in conscious efforts on the part of hate groups and white nationalists, also assassins of memory, to disrupt and ultimately destroy lives. That's what sequin memory does in a clever bait and switch. Accordingly, the National disgust. I feel disgrace and rage and every emotion that makes me cry without tears and scream without sound. I don't make a sound. Each member of the survivor community and their family deals with these secret memories. But commemorations and time together like this conference can help bring a balm to the inner wounds so that the secrets don't destroy the survivors within. And as we heard said, the invisible scars are often the most painful. A word of caution, however, in all of this, the Nazi Holocaust again provides us with the parallel echoes back and forth. It's our fifth form of a stumbling stone, and it's connected to the last one, vengeful memory, another internal Stolpersteine, or stumbling block. I knew a Holocaust survivor who escaped a massacre at an apartment building in Krakow, Poland. He and his brother were the only ones to survive the war. The Soviet Red Army came, liberated the city where he was hiding. In the months after the fighting ended, he worked with the Soviet police to track down and locate locals who collaborated with the Nazis. These collaborators would then disappear in the middle of the night, never to be seen again. On one occasion, he went along with a Soviet police force to a summary execution of a person who helped the Nazis murder his family. He actually pulled the trigger and executed this man. Years later, he told me that he was so focused on revenge that it consumed his thoughts and made him constantly agitated. He had no peace. He thought that executing this person who turned in Jews would make him feel better, would bring him relief. It didn't. It only fueled his bitterness further. And while it's easy for those like me to say who did not experience a massacre, this Holocaust survivor's story does offer us a cautionary tale, to do one's best to guard against that bitter root of vengeance and revenge from growing deep and choking out the very life of a survivor's wounded soul. Granted, what I have to say is a lot to take in. A fire hose you with quite a bit of stuff. I just chronicled the history of human rights in the blink of an eye and offered a litany of Stolpersteine, stumbling stones, opposition at home, abroad, and within, as serious obstacles to the international Banyamulenge community in their quest for justice and the enforcement of human rights. So where does this leave us? This sounds absolutely depressing. Human rights denied at every turn, no progress, no justice, and seemingly nothing on the horizon of positive value for the Banyamulenge community. Where do we go from here in a world so full of indifference and injustice? Now, it's no secret we live in a broken world. We do, however, also live in a world where we are very fortunate to have choices in how we respond to situations. We could give up and say in our Eeyore voices in Pooh Bear, it'll never change. No justice will ever come. This massacre will never be avenged. And in many ways, we'd be right. That would be understandable given all the pain and suffering that has occurred. I would like to respectfully suggest that we do not give up, that we all keep pursuing human rights and justice by citing 5 examples. First, I would like to advocate for persistence in the pursuit of human rights and justice. I am reminded of the story of the persistent widow in the Gospel of Luke's account in the Christian scriptures. Jesus is teaching on prayer and faith and tells the story of a certain town that had a judge who neither feared God nor cared what people thought. This town also had a widow who persistently came to the judge with a plea, "Grant me justice against my adversary." The judge finally relented because he could no longer deal with her kvetching and her persistence. Jesus made it known that God would grant justice to those who cry out to him day and night, that he would see that justice was done. May we be so inclined with our perspective and our persistence. Second, I advocate for hope in the pursuit of human rights and justice. A position of persistence, as described above, however, requires the mindset of what is called a prisoner of hope. This is a term used by the Jewish prophet Zechariah and is associated with remaining hopeful despite horrific circumstances going on around us. You don't believe me, you can check it out in Zechariah chapter 9, verse 12, and then some. It's been 81 years since that massacre in a small Polish town that I mentioned. The perpetrators are all dead. The statute of limitations has come and gone for getting property back, but we press on for the next generation. So too here with regard to the Gatumba massacre. there is a need to carry on. Corrupt governments do not last forever. Indifferent bureaucrats at the UN do not live and stay in positions of power forever. Truth does win out over lies in the long run. We can and should see ourselves in the posture of prisoners of hope, a position that is unshakable and committed to the long journey. Third, I advocate for the divine perspective in the pursuit of human rights and justice. Maybe this makes some people uncomfortable. Inherent in the first two positions is a belief that good will eventually prevail and win in the end. For some, this is God, who is not constrained by time and place. Vengeance is mine is a familiar quote from Deuteronomy in the Hebrew Scriptures and the book of Romans in the Christian Scriptures. For others, it's all about karma. For still others, there is no such thing or being as a supreme being. But the prevailing assumption of this position is that a force beyond ourselves will guarantee that liars, deniers, and cheaters will be exposed and caught, murderers, resulting in a true justice that prevails, either in this life or the next. In writing about the horrors of a foreign invasion and occupation of Israel and Judah, the Jewish prophet Isaiah observed the following in the 26th chapter of the book that bears his name. I quote, beginning in verse 17. As a pregnant woman about to give birth cries out and writhes in her labor pains, so have we been at your presence, Adonai. We have been pregnant and been in pain, but we, as it were, have given birth to the wind. We have not brought salvation to the land, and those inhabiting the world have not come to life. Yet, your dead will live, my corpses will rise. Awake and sing, you who dwell in the dust, for your dew is like the morning dew, and the earth will bring the ghosts to life. Come, my people, enter your rooms and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourselves for a little while until the wrath is past. For see, Adonai emerges from his place to punish those on earth for their sin. Then the earth will reveal the blood shed on it and no longer conceal its slain. Powerful imagery, giving birth to wind, ghosts coming back to life, wrath passing by, the earth revealing the blood shed on it, desperation that results in justice for those murdered. Fourth, I advocate for attempts to reconcile in the pursuit of human rights and justice. This, too, is a tough topic and a very sensitive one, and for some, the concept of reconciliation may come too soon. My wife Patricia and I hope to take up residency for several months in 2024 in the little Polish town I mentioned where the murders of the hundreds took place. There are no more Jews in this town. Hasn't been Jewish life for 80 years. I will take part in culinary diplomacy and bake and sell bagels in a place where my family once did the same. Jewish food like bagels and breads and pastries have not been sold in the marketplace there in over 80 years. Patricia will participate in textile diplomacy there and work on a memory quilt project with the locals. Now, we are under no illusions that these activities will change people's minds, but we will not know unless we try. We were not directly impacted by the massacre in our generation, but its legacy has certainly impacted my family in many ways. And perhaps those of you in the survivor community from the Gatumba massacre and other crimes perpetrated against the Banyamulenge may consider exploring possibilities of reconciliation for yourselves if you've not already done so. Food and sewing are just some of the places to start. Craftivism has many facets to it. Fifth, but certainly not least or last, I advocate for education in the pursuit of human rights and justice for all. I am, after all, a teacher. Many of us who are Marvel comic superhero fans are familiar with the Spider-Man doctrine. With great power comes great responsibility. I submit we investigate the corollary to the Spider-Man doctrine. With great education comes great responsibility. I will take the knowledge and experiences from this conference and share them with my University of Maine and Augusta students in numerous classes this semester and beyond. Many of you are already doing the same, or you're educating those in the United Nations, warning of continuing genocide, as Dr. Gregory Stanton documented, or speaking on your own to governors and senators and representatives and members of your faith communities. You are committed to education and getting the facts out that will counter the atrophy of memory in the pursuit of human rights and justice. In the same way, acclaimed educator Chaim Keynote, in the epilogue to his 1972 book, The Teacher and Child, quoted a letter from a Holocaust survivor turned private school principal sent at the start of every school year to the teachers at this person's school. The letter says, and I quote, "Dear teacher," and you could substitute this principle for the survivors' stories we heard here today. "I am a survivor of a concentration camp. My eyes saw what no man or woman should ever witness. Gas chambers built by learned engineers, children poisoned by educated physicians, infants killed by trained nurses, women and babies shot and burned by high school and college graduates. So, this principle says, I am suspicious of education. My request is this: help your students become human. Your efforts must never produce learned monsters, skilled psychopaths, educated Eichmanns. Reading, writing, and arithmetic are important only if they serve to make our children more humane. This is indeed what education is and should be about. And in closing, I will leave us with a challenge. Continue to foreground the stories of survival, like those we heard from Jenya and David today, and continue to talk about the Gatumba massacre, in addition to the stories of the vibrancy of life among the Banyamulenge communities before and after the mass killings. We're united by terrifying stories and irreparable crimes, but also by the vibrancy of lives worth living. As John reminded me before this conference, human rights do not have colors. They know no boundaries based on race or ethnicity. They just need humans to be advocates when human rights and justice remain denied. Interestingly, the tagline today at the library from this little town in Poland that witnessed the murder of the Jews in 1942 is this: secrets live here. Now, I understand what they mean, that you're going to learn these secrets by opening the covers of books. But there are secrets, as we've heard today, that lie very much buried by decades of obfuscation, lies, and denial on the part of those who don't want the story of the Gatumba massacre to be known. The Nazis and their Polish collaborators did not succeed in destroying all the Jews of that community in 1942 and 45. If they did, I wouldn't be here today. So too, the National Liberation Front and its allies did not succeed in wiping out the Banyamulenge then or now. May we at this conference be the custodians of the memory of the massacre at Gatumba and continue to tell the truthful story of survival to all agencies until human rights and justice are no longer denied and neglected. And as the children who stood on this stage so beautifully stated in their poem, life is a gift for all of us. We will always remember. Thank you for your time and attention.
I want to recognize in our midst elected officials from Senator Susan Collins' office and Congresswoman Pingree. And I also want to recognize city councilors, Pius Ali, Claude Guagange, and I'm not sure if Anna is here. And I would like actually to call them to come forward. They'll make city proclamations. Please come forward. As they come, I will introduce Pius. Pius Ali is a dedicated public servant and community leader. He is the founding director of Portland Empowered, a program that creates opportunities for immigrant and other racial minority students and families to engage their schools. Pius is the first African-born Muslim American to be elected to public office in Maine. He first served on the City of Portland's elected Board of Public Education from 2013 to 2016, and he is currently serving as an at-large member of the Portland City Council He was elected in 2016. Pius has served and continues to serve on many advisory groups and boards of directors. Claude Gwagange is a former representative of the Banyamulenge community here in Maine. He's part of the original founding members. I think if you live in Maine, you know Claude Gwagange. I would invite them to make city proclamations.
Thank you, Claude. Like my friend George, when I was coming here today, I had a speech written, a very long rhetoric. But after sitting here and listening to expert after expert and people with the lived experience, I am not reading my speech. I just try to quickly write something down based on what I heard. I also have a proclamation from the city of Portland that I will only read part of. So the city of Portland, my condolences goes first to those who have lost family and friends, and then to the survivors who are here in this room. Thank you for sharing your pain. Even though we cannot erase it, we are here to work alongside you to commemorate and educate, and also to prevent this from happening to anyone in the future. Portland is known to be home from the survivors of the Holocaust to the Cambodian wars and Armenians, and to the present-day immigrants, most of whom are Africans like us, who live here in Portland. Portland has been a place where most of us have come to reset our lives. And Portland will continue to welcome people into our city. We will continue to create an environment where each and everyone who lives in Portland will be safe. We will also do our role as members of the international community to do what is happening here today, create spaces for people to share their stories so that will educate other people, both here in the US and abroad, from continuing to commit acts of violence and genocide against others that they don't agree with. As a person that that is from Africa, I will not say I have had the experience of what you share here, but I've also seen things that have violated other people's rights. And my commitment to your community, I did have a short conversation with Claude as we were sitting here, is that we will look to see what we can do locally in terms of having a continuous education in our city and our schools, so that this education and this sharing of stories does not just happen once a year. To the young people that came here who spoke, and I listened to one part, that a poem that was using the word "I'm sorry." To you, I said that as an African, I'm sorry that Africa have disappointed you. As a member of the international community, I am sorry that the world have disappointed you. I am looking forward to working with all of you to make sure that we live in a world where everyone is free to live, to be who they are and how they want to live without the fear of persecution. And I'm going to read part of the proclamation that was issued by the city of Portland. It's normally a proclamation that we issue in April, because April is considered as a genocide month, genocide recognition month. So I'm going to read part of it, and I did told Claude that there is one that was prepared before I took this, which was specifically speak to the Gatumba massacre. Genocide is a human tragedy inspired by the most repentant elements of hatred, intolerance, and inhumanity. And whereas Article 2 of the United Nations Genocide Convention contains a narrow definition of the crime of genocide, which includes a mental element, quote, intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such, end quote. And a physical element killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And whereas, for decades, campaigns of dislocation and murder have been used with a clear and ultimate purpose to annihilate an other race, religion, or ethnic minority through coordinated massacre. And whereas, as a result of genocide, millions of people, adults and children alike, have been murdered, had their cultural identities stolen, or experienced forced relocation. And by recognizing, remembering, and educating ourselves on past and ongoing instances of genocide, we help protect historic memory, ensure that similar atrocities do not occur again, and remain vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny. Thank you for having me today.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure how I can start speaking to all of you. I was very inspired by the testimonies that I heard from young people who were very young when this massacre happened. But at the same time, it's a hope for me to see that the memory will never get lost, because you understand what it takes to fight for your own rights. In 2005, when we organized a similar gathering, I remember myself and the Pastor George, we probably had less than 100 people in a room. But today, when I listen to all of you speaking, especially those who spoke and they gave testimonies, all of you were young by the time. And all of you today are fighting for yourself and for your rights. That makes me feel hope. I'm proud of you, even though it's a horrible situation to live in. I'm an elected official in Westbrook from the Banyamulenge community. The first one, but I hope not the last. The way people, immigration, get integrated in society is to get involved in the government. I'm proud to be next to my friend, Payas Ali, who urged me to run. And today, I'm asking some of you from different cities to do the same. Because the proclamation we are making today from our own cities is a way to make the awareness of what's happening abroad, even though we are mentioning this in our local municipalities. So that's what I'm asking you to do. We're going to fight to the end. I'm happy to see the governor advisor here. All these are connection and networking that we have created in our many times here in Maine. Once again, my condolences to all of you. Those who have lost their fathers, mothers, siblings, aunties, and you name it. No one will fight for us other than ourselves. That's why when I hear those testimonies, how deep they are, how touching they are, Even though it's so painful, I would like to hear them more and more. That's the only way to heal your wounds. Once again, my condolences to my people. The Mayor Proclamation, the Gatumba Massacre Awareness Month, August 2023. Whereas since 2004, the world commemorates the massacre against the Banyamulenge in August to honor memories of men, women, and the children who were killed and express solidarity with the survivor. And the massacre, whereas the massacre against the Banyamulenge in Burundi has been internationally recognized as the massacre of nearly 200 people in Burundi. As a result of the massacre, thousands of men, women, and children have been murdered, experienced forced migration by others. And whereas the violence against the Banyamulenge has left a solemn reminder that we must work together to protect the vulnerable, uphold human rights, and prevent massacre and the genocide. And whereas by recognizing, remembering, educating ourselves in all cases of past and ongoing massacre and the genocide, we help protect the historic memories, ensure that similar atrocities do not occur again, and remain vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny. And whereas August declaration as the Gatumba Massacre Awareness Month is to preserve the memory of victims, honor survivors, struggle against future possible massacre and the genocide, and foster peaceful coexistence between diverse communities. And now, therefore, I, Michael T. Foley, Mayor of the City of Westbrook, Maine, do hereby proclaim the month of August 2003 as the Gatumba Massacre Awareness Month in our city of Westbrook. And I call this observance to the attention of all our citizens. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Westbrook to be affixed this 2nd of August 2003. Just for your information, this proclamation was read at the City Council this week. So now I call upon SP Nasezerano. She can come forward, we give her this proclamation. Thank you.
Lunch is ready. Reka twakire President Mahoro.
Thank you, Jean, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I'm going to say sorry because everyone has this schedule on his hands. I was not supposed to talk anything in this first session, but the reason is I'm standing here, it's because one of our speakers, some of our guests, they're gonna leave before we end our second session. That's why I'm here just to thank them. Professor Robert, Keynote speaker, thank you so much. Bojan, thank you so much. Delegation from Senate office, thank you for coming. On name of the Mahoro Peace Association in Maine, thank you for being here. Thank you for responding for our invitation. So now we're gonna have lunch, and then after lunch we're gonna come in for the second session. So ikindi reka nkivuge mu Kinyamulenge impamvu mbivuga nuko turagira ngo dusabe imbabazi. Abantu benshi batwandikiye message hariya twari turi batubwira ngo kubera iki abantu batasobanuye, ariko ndagira ngo mvuge iyi mpamvu imwe. Inshuro nyinshi tugize igihe twibuka akenshi tubikoresha mu rurimi rwacu, kandi aba bantu twabatumiye kugira ngo mu by'ukuri babashe kumva ibyo twagiye tunyuramo. Niyo mpamvu twakoresheje ururimi kugira ngo babyumve, ntabwo twabikoreye kugira ngo hagire uwo tubangamira, ariko twagize ngo byibura ibyo tuvuga babyumve cyane kandi babitware. Turebye kugira ngo duhuze gusobanura igihe twari gukoresha amasaha 3, twari gukoresha amasaha 6. Umwe aravuga undi agasubiramo. Ico gihe nukuvuga ngo aha twari kuba tukiri ku muntu wenda wa kabiri cyangwa se wa gatatu, ugasanga tugeje saa 8 tutarasoza. Rero niyo mpamvu mukanya dufite ibindi biganiro biza gukorwa mu rurimi rw'Ikinyamulenge gusa, kugira ngo abantu bose baze kumva, kandi nabyo bimeze nk'ibi ngibi. Rero mu by'ukuri turabiyegereje. Welcome everyone to share with us the lunch, and then if someone has the time, he can stay with us until the end of the second session. So if you don't have time, we are very, very happy to be with you on this time. Thank you so much. So protocol badufashe rero bayobora abantu uko baza gufata ifunguro kugira ngo bitaza gutera akavuyo. Murakoze.
Mureke DJ
turasaba ko twumvikana gatoya. Turasaba abantu bose ko bicara, ntihagire umuntu uhaguruka batamuhagurukije, please. So we just want to ask everybody to remain seated until your table got called. So twumvikane.
Murenge bakubabarije iki, murenge bagucumitiye iki, murenge ko mbona mu mateka yawe nta nari mutegeka. Ntabutindi bwatijwe umurindi, Gatumba we waduhinduye incike. Nubwo byakozwe mu maso iya oni n'ibi bihugu, abicanye bakabyemera, ubutabera bwaricecekeye. Nubwo byakozwe mu maso ya oni n'ibi bihugu, abicanye bakabyemera, ubutabera bwaricecekeye. ndakwibukanya mugisha musafiri ndibuka pasiteri minyati ndibuka pasiteri utekereza ndakwibuka pasi musafiri oya ntituza bibagirwa na rimwe y'amajwi yabo bataka bya bibondo birira agahira nikica sima nkiriho y'amajwi yabo bataka bya bibondo birira agahira nikica sima nkiriho no 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 tuzabibagirwa ibintu ikindi cyane tuzacuza no 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 tuzabibagirwa ikindi cyane tuzacuza
turibuka ubwicanyi ndengakamere bwakorewe abanyamurenge 13 z'ukwa munani 2004 mu Gatumba.
Byari ijoro ry'umubabaro, ijoro ryuzuye imiborogo, ubwo abacu bicwaga urw'agashinyaguro.
Wari umugoroba usanzwe nk'iyindi, Ukunyanza ratwikararasa abasore beza n'inkumi,
abagore n'abana bibi abagabo beza bakoreye Imana bicurwaga shinyaguro.
Ukunyanza ratwikararasa abasore beza n'inkumi, abagore n'abana bibita amabuga babatwikira mu mazu.
Abagabo beza bakoreye Imana bicurwaga shinyaguro. Turibuka inzirakarengane z'Abanyamulenge ziciwe urw'agashinyaguro.
oya ntituzibagirwa rya joro abacu batsemba wa munsi mubura akanyagwa y'amajwi yabo bataka bya bibondo birira agahinda nikica sima nkiriho y'amajwi yabo bataka bya bibondo birira agahinda nikica sima nkiriho murenge bakubabarije iki murenge bagucumitiye iki murenge ko mbona mu mateka yawe ntanari nkotegaga murenge bakubabarije iki murenge bagucumitiye iki murenge ko mbona mu mateka yawe ntanari nkotegaga ntabutindi bwatijwe umurindi Gatumba we waduhinduye incike
Ntiduteze kuzabibagirwa ni mama ikibi cyane tuzacyusa no ntiduteze kuzabibagirwa ni mama ikibi cyane tuzacyusa
nubwo byakozwe mu maso iya onu n'ibi bihugu abicanyi bakabyemera ubutabera bwaricecekeye nubwo byakozwe mu maso ya onu n'ibi bihugu abicanyi bakabyemera ubutabera bwaricecekeye ndakwibuka Nyamugisha Musafiri ndibuka Pasiteri Minyati nkibuka Pasiteri Rutekereza ndakwibuka Pasi Musafiri oya ntituza bibagirwa na rimwe y'amajwi yabo bataka bya bibondo birira agahinda nikica sima nkiriho y'amajwi yabo bataka bya bibondo birira agahinda nikica sima nkiriho no
ntiduteze kuzabibagirwa Imamo ikindi cyane tuzacusa no ntiduteze kuzabibagirwa Imamo ikindi cyane tuzacusa ntiduteze kuzabibagirwa Imamo ikibi cyane tuzacyusa ntiduteze kuzabibagirwa Imamo ikibi cyane tuzacyusa ntibibagirwa ntibikabeho nizeye kuzababona muri wa munwa wasezeranijwe n'umuremyi nari inkoramutima z'intwari ntibibagirwa ntibikabeho nizeye kuzababona muri wa munwa wasezeranijwe n'umuremyi
ntituzibagirwa ijoro ry'umwijima zitatu z'ukwa munani mu Gatumba
imitima yacu yongeye kurobeshwa n'amarira ubwo bacu bipfuka bose batumwe natsemwe amahanga tuzanye umuremyi ati ubona ubwoko bwanjye ufite umugambi
nibwo abantu basigaye ntituzabibagirwa
ari inkoramutima z'intwari ntibibagirwa ntibikabeho nizeye kuzababona muri wa munwa wasezeranijwe n'umuremyi ari inkoramutima z'intwari ntibibagirwa ntibikabeho nizeye kuzababona muri wa munwa wasezeranijwe n'umuremyi ari inkoramutima z'intwari ntibibagirwa nizeye kuzababona muri wa munwa wasezeranijwe n'umuremyi
ababyeyi bacu bicagaze ubu twabaye abagabo turi mu kirari y'abana byadutoje twarayisundira dukomeza iratubera iradukuza tubibyiringiro byo kubaho komera wowe utanabona ibyo byiringiro umuremyi wawe arakuzi haranira kwiyubaka ubake n'abandi ubwoko bwawe
joro ribi kabacu bapfaga bazira uko Imana yabaremye mbega agahinda wajoro we ntituza kwibagirwa twabuze abana bari bafite akazoza tubura ababyeyi cyari icyizere cyacu ariko byabisigarira byabo nibyo bisigasiye imurenge none. We cry for justice for our beloved Banyamulenge. Kubera iki twicwa amahanga areba nibaza iby'icyaha aho cyavuye w'amahanga watwirengagize aw'amahanga yirengagiza akarengane dukorerwa twebwe nimuze tuvire hasi rimwe tuzamura amajwi yacu twamagana ubwo bwicanyi tutazashira duteze amajosi sinzi icyaha Imana yakoze kuturema turi Abanyamulenge bazayibaze ukuntu twaba nk'izirondo aho tugeze hose twicwa tutafite kivugira harageze ko tubona ubutabera natwe ubuzima bwacu bukagira agaciro kubaho tudatotezwa natwe byatubera turi abantu nk'abandi nawe amahanga yirengagiza akarengane dukorerwa twebwe nimuze tuvire hasi rimwe tuzamura amajwi yacu twamagane ubwo bwicanyi tutazashira duteze amajosi aw'amahanga yirengagiza akarengane dukorerwa twebwe nimuze tuvire hasi tuzamura amajwi yacu twamagana ubwo bwicanyi tutazashira duteze amajosi.
hari inkoramutima z'intwari kubibagirwa ntibikabeho hirwa n'ibikabeho nizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa wasezeranijwe n'umuremyi ntituzibagirwa ijoro ry'umwijima.
Ewe Yesu we, ewe Yesu we, ewe
Sheri. Ubaiki.
Oya.
Ubaiki.
Barangije.
Ewe. Bande. Kiri tuza.
Ewe.
Tuza.
Ewe.
Nta kintu cyabaye. Tuza. Tuza. Tuza Sheri. Turi kumwe Sheri. Wabonye iki?
Oya bari bagiye kunyica.
No, nta muntu kwica turi kumwe nawe. Ruka. Yama Sheri turi kumwe. Tuza. Yama.
warabuze cyane tukiboneka.
Kevin.
Oui.
Uri hano?
Ndi hano. Nawe urahari.
Long time kabisa. Long time.
No.
Ni sawa kabisa. Utaduheruka bite ko waduhebye?
Naraburanye maze iminsi narabuze.
Shughuli za hano ya. Sheri. Ngende nje bwana n'umushuti. Turi kumwe.
Sawa rero Sheri. Ubwo turasubira.
Ufate neza umushuti muganire. Ya wisanye mu rugo Kevin.
Ako gana ntutinde.
No. Abo tinda ndabanguka.
Sawa. Aho Kevin mbwiraga. None. Aragega reka tuyavuge.
Tuvuga amakuru yose.
Tuyamare none namage.
Twaraburanye cyane urabiziga ndi busy ishuri akazi.
Ndetse uri ntwara uko waracagira umutwe wo kwiga.
Yewe naje noneho birenda kunanira nimba nyarekera nacikiriza mu nzira nimba ngira gute. Yananiye urabiziga byakubitiyemo no gutegura ubukwe. Ngiye gushakwa.
Rero se natwe gatwarashatswe gashakwa.
Ariko yewe Benjamin noneho ngo arashaka gukorera ubukwe Arizona
aho
kandi ngiye nashakaga ko bubera hano.
Ako nagitaye ako abagabo babaye gute kwara kwimura gute kandi musanzwe mutuye hano mwebwe.
Dutuye hano nawe ni hano amazi imisi akorera ariko ngo arashaka kujya Arizona.
Shewe sinzi kunta abagabo bazamera ubwo namabona ngo yimura ubukwe. Wowe wari umaze gutura ahantu umaze gufatisha kuriyaga umuryango wawe naba hano.
Ntazamubwira reke basi dukora ubukwe kubera ko nsigaje imisi mikeya asigaye amezi angahe ishuri rikarangira.
Ni kuri Benjamin ko aragorana. Jewe umpe nimero ze.
Abana bo munzu bakogoshe. Ayo. Oya ngo yakogoshesheje isuka. Turashize.
Yahinze. Ariko nawe no.
Yagutaramiyeho.
menya yagukandagiye n'ikirenge bashizeho
ikiganza umunyago yari afite yari ko mfata nagiye kunconga intoki ziwe zikaza zikora ino mu mugongo
no naba bino
yiro numukore bivanze n'umuyapani ingira se
oya abantu bazavanga wabonye ntuza wakurikiye televiziyo nijoro
iyi ndacayireba se ko abana babaye bareba katoni gusa
hari zingahe tugira imwe baza bavuga abafaransa bakavuga ibintu by'ubwicanyi babukorerwa mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo ariko bakavuga ko nta butabera buhari donc abantu ko barapfa ariko nta butabera depuis mu myaka ishize
wowe narakubwiye ngo ubutabera bwa Kongo ubuke bwo butabera bwa Kongo bungana n'ubunini bwayo
kintu sinocumva ubunyine
ngira
ubwenge none bikazageza ryari
Kongo yatakaje ubutabera kuva igihe ca Rumumba bwarashize ngaba muzo butegerezanya na Yesu
ariko bavuze ko abo bantu baza bavuga ko abantu babapfa nyamara abantu badatumizwa ngo baje imbere y'urukiko bavuge mu nkiko bavuga abantu babishe babiryozwe nama nibuka nyine amateka nk'ubwicanyi bwagiye bukorerwa abantu agatsiko k'abantu bamwe si kibi ngibi byabaye hano mu Gatumba
wabonye byarabivuzwe hiki
imyaka 10
kuva bibaye hari igisubizo na kimwe urabona agatorwaza ntahaye harya ibijumba n'isamaki n'isambazi bujumbura bari bwumva hari n'umutunga n'urutoki
ico nico kiza gituma abantu bacu baguma kugira ibibazo Sheri kusa n'usamaye cyane Chérie, trop bien. Chérie koko ubona ibintu bizakomeza kweza ryari. Buri gihe tugeze mu bino bihe ufata ifoto buri munsi ufata ifoto y'ababyeyi mu kureba chérie. Twagiye twashatse ubundi buzima tubamo butaruba. Koko chérie niki ndakora niki ndakoze ko twashakanye ngo dufashe gutera imbere dusangire imibabaro dusangire ibyiza ni kuki werana aka kababaro gutya ukigunga cyane cyane mu bino bintu twibuka abantu bacu bazi ubwicanyi mu Gatumba igihe cyose ko ari uko bimeze muri imyaka naryari twateye intambwe twagiye imbere niki ndakoze chérie niki ndakoze wahindutse twatangizanyije urugendo tumvikana ko tuzabana mu mahoro mu byiza mu bibi chérie wambabariye tugatera indi ntambwe tugomba guheranwa n'agahinda dufite abantu benshi badukeneye twakomeze kuba dufasha aho tugeze abantu turi hari abantu badukeneye none kunaryari chérie darusha chérie garuka chérie garuka I love you I love you ndagukunda chérie
sare kunaheruka umutima niyenga babyizigira badusuye ndimo kurya umuceri gusa kangishire hano udahaye urya
nazaniye amawazo ibitekerezo
se n'untuzusomera
iyo zakunze
bizabyanga byagenda
azasomerega bafite amahoro
nawe kumenyera byakugoye
ingabo wakoze kutwakira mu rugo ariko
uri kubanza ari gukamara kurya
oya reka dukubirize nta mwanya mfite usibye n'umwanya niba barimo kwita ngo ni mood ntabyo iwanje ntibimeze neza urabizi ko umugore wanje yacitse ku icumu ryakorewe kuri jenoside yakorewe Abanyagatumba hashize imyaka 6 nk'uko bizi tubana ariko ngezaho ubona ko byananiranye no kwirwarira no gusohoka rimwe nkabona arasohotse naragerageje uko wanje kose niyambaje inshuti ndetse hari n'abazungu baza bakamuganiriza ariko ndimo kwibaza niba twaba dufite niba ari we wenyine byagizeho ingaruka kurya niba hari n'abandi bantu dufite ngatekereza ngo dufite ikibazo gikomeye none ni wowe ga n'abandi bose nabwiye niyo mpamvu twartwana basuye kugira ngo kumenyesha kino kibazo kuko kirasa ni kingeza
ayo mudamu yari yanabimbwiye ko byasuye kumubaho ambwira abe nari amakuru y'isuka ry'inda yari yayambwiye nayo nayamenye gusa turaziranye urabizi inshuti yanje sinaguhisha ibi bintu ugomba kubimenyera uyu ni umwaka wa 6 mu banki nta kirahinduka ndakiza kigabanuka waragaragaje kwiruka ku bitaro nubwo wabikoze utinze kuko ntubona rero ahamuka zarigerigera ikagira ikaba ryogera ryafekta n'ubwonko bw'umuntu nta kansoni tugira mu miryango yacu kuko umuntu nkuriya abakeneye ibintu nka bitatu kumuganiriza kwicaruka mu mwanya ukamutega amatwi hari agahinda kuri agasohokera mu kuvuga akavuga ukamutega amatwi ukamuvugisha akabona ko umwitayeho na bimwe byacu bya Kinyamurenga abagabo tuza twigagaza mu mazu uri inshuti yanjye sinotinya kubikubwira aza akora nze mbona rimwe niyo ndimo wayakora akantu gato ukabura mutombokeye umuntu nkuriye mu gihe twaraga mumaranye imyaka 6 ariko uzobona ko nta giza gihinduka
nta kintu cyahindutse
wowe rero ugomba kuzakira ni umugore wawe nta babyeyi afite bose bapfiriye mu Gatumba ni wowe afite imbere n'inyuma ni wowe afite imbere n'inyuma ugomba kwakira ukabana nabyo bikaza bihora bikubana bishasha especially muri iki gihe turimo ubu kwiriye nimba mu masaha 24 mu rugo wahamaraga 8 gusa ukayongera ukamuba hafi abakeneye umuntu umubi ruhande
none se ngabo ko dufite abantu benshi bagize ihungabanwa na buriya bwicanyi bwadukorewe Abanyagatumba umugore wanje ni ufite ikibazo gusa
tago abantu baba barakimwe kandi ihungabana tirigira abantu ingaruka kimwe none se ukamutagira wenda uzikwaregira ariko ntago ryamubujije kubyara ariko wawe rifite uburyo byamwafex kugeraho bigeraho no ku rubyaro ntabwo abantu barigira kimwe ugomba kubanza kumenya ngo rimwafecta gute cyo gihe biguha inzira nawe kumenya uburyo umutwara umuvugisha umworoheramo uko mufate abamaze kumera nk'abana hari situation ageramo ntamenye kwikontrola ibyo ukabimenya ugafata time yo kwicara ukamuganiriza ukamenya ngo bimubabaza nibi ukirinda kuja kubikora so mube hafi nimba utari mu rugo umuhamagare umuvugishe umwiteho
kamaze mukarabe
tiwe nkuse nkaho ngo biterere iriya ngo nawe bikubabaza nangize ubiterere iriya ubyihorere kaje kuzanira
Mama mwaramutse.
Mwaramutse neza da.
Muzutse gute?
Twazutse neza namwe ni amahoro.
Natwe ni amahoro. Mvuye kogesha imodoka.
N'akazuba ni kenshi.
Ya n'akazuba ni kenshi cyane.
Ni amahoro ariko.
Ni amahoro rwose. Sonia ari he mama?
Sonia? Ahubwo nimba ntabwo muhuye? Ntabwo mubonye ha? Ambwiye ko agiye kwa SP hari iwawe nyine. Urabizi ko ari muri komite ihayitegura ikiriro c'abanyagatumba. Noneho rero ambwiye ngo hari amafoto n'amavideo ngo yasohotse. None ngo agiye iwawe ngo aje kuyereka madamu wawe SP ngo arebe nimba hari umuryango wiwe yobasha kumenyamo cyangwa se ngo ababone nyine amafoto yabo.
Mama.
Nuko ambwiye ga ndamubuza ndambwira ati SP ntumwereka ayo mafoto.
Mama. Amafoto muri bino kuri SP.
Bibiri. Namubujije mwana wa namubujije.
Uko kunyongera ibibazo.
Nuko kongera ahubwo nukongera SP ahubwo ihahamu.
Mama ibyo bintu ntago ari byo mama.
Ahirukanka ahubwo urebe nimba ataragerayo umwaka ibyo bintu. Irukanke nyabona ariko aba bana mana.
Sonia uri hano?
Ndi hano.
Waje kare?
Oya niko nyagera.
Biteze?
Ni byiza.
Kudusuye n'ibitabo byawe.
Hari amavideo n'amafoto batwaje muri groupe. Ndabanze nkwereke unyuzemo amaso y'imbaraga iwanyu wabonamo. Wihangane uyirebe.
Nabasi.
Bamusafiri.
Basi twarabanaga.
Musafiri.
Gatumba gato. Ndaje Sonia.
Sonia. Tumbwire ko wamweretse. Espariye.
Yamwagiye mu cyumba.
SP. Sonia. SP. Espere. Chérie. Chouchou.
Oh non.
Chérie, maman. On va écouter chérie. Mana we. Chérie, ibi bizaba ryari? Mana we chérie. Pole. Pole. Chérie. Wago. Ibi bizaba ryari chérie? Uwe mazi? Uwe kumazi unywe?
Espe. Ese kurarira mwana we? Kurarira? Kurarizwa niki? Kandi
mpagaze nange
gusezera. Gusezera no kurira. Ibi byakubayeho gusukina. Ni ibitekerezo uzuwikuramo ibitekerezo byakubayeho. Upfusha ababyeyi, je ndo umubyeyi wawe. Inyukobuko kandi ni mama wawe. Tuhabona ingaruka zakubayeho ukubera gutekereza cyane. Uzureka gutekereza gutya, ureke kwishiramo agahinda ku bintu byarangiye kandi udafite igisubizo. Imana yonyine niyo ifite igisubizo. Ibi byose ni ingaruka zakubaye zo kuma gutekereza bigatuma usuka inda. Icyo wari kuzabwira mama wawe uzoza ukimbwira. Uzo ukimbwira uzo guhukaho umbwire buri kintu cyose kikubabaje. Ndahari ku bwawe. Ndahari ku bwawe mukobwa mwiza. Ureke kurira n'umugabo wawe ngo abone amaso yatukuye. Ndahari ku bwawe mama. Ngaho genda urebe umutware wawe kandi wihanagure tukaza utekereza ibintu binga ngurindurira. Ihanagure ngaho Imana ikurinde mu nzira.
Espe, bitese ko naguhamagaye nkakubura cyane uyu munsi byagenze gute? Tuvuga ko twari dufitanye gahunda. Yesu, naguhamagaye cyane ndakubura. Yesu. Espe, ihangane. Ndabizi ibyo urimo kunyuramo biragoye. Urabizi ko nanjye nabinyuzemo. Ariko gusohoka mu ihungabana uzabigiramo uruhare kandi rukomeye. Kwigunga gutya ukaguma uri wenyine nta kintu na kimwe byagufasha. Gerageza usohoke, usure inshuti zawe, uganirize inshuti zawe, umugabo wawe arahari, umuganirize. Kandi hari ibigo byinshi hano hanze bifasha abantu bafite icyo kibazo cy'ihungabana, bakabaganiriza, bakabafasha kubisohokamo. Umugabo wawe umuganirize, urabizi ndahari ku bwawe igihe cyacu cyose wampamagara ni ukwitaba kandi tuganira. Urabizi ko ibi bihe nanjye nabiciyemo. Namaze imyaka 4 nkunzwe n'ibinini kugira ngo mbashe gusinzira. Biragoye cyane ndabyumva, ariko ihangane ukomere. Uze wirinda kwigunga nk'uko nguko ngusanze wigunze. None ndakwinginze kugira ngo Espe ihangane. Ukomere cyane cyane muri ibi bihe turimo zo kwibuka abacu bapfiriye Gatumba.
Mana ndagushimiye Mana ko wandemye ukundi ugahitamo ko mvuka mu bwoko bw'Abanyamulenge. Ndagushimiye. Ntabwo ari njye wahisemo kuvuka aho navutse, ahubwo ni wowe wabihisemo mwana cyongewe ndagushima warandinze ukandinda mu ntambara y'abanyagatumba yahitanye benshi ariko ngewe imusono ni nkaba ndiho hariho benshi batambutse mana ndagushimiye kuba waranyubakiye urugo rwiza umugabo unkunda kama umuryango unkunda ariko mana umutima wanjye urarushye ndashaka guhura hano nkigendera kuko nta musaruro wo kubaho mbona mana mana urugo ni ukugira abana tukaguka mana ndetse n'abacu batambutse tukabona ababasimbura ariko icyo warakinyimye rero mana ndaje gusabira umutware wanjye uzongerera ibyishimo umugore uzamubyarira abana akwishima akaba umugabo akitwa umugabo mu bandi ngewe unyakire mwami urakoze kuba wumvise gusenga kwanjye
Ya karibu.
Amafi muri wo mataraha.
Ya wagize.
Aya ku ruhande rw'inyama.
Narazibonye bushize.
Yatwita.
Nabonye izisamaki za tilapia zinuza. Karibu muzi wa? Karibu. Ihereze. Ya muri frigo. Wihereze nawe.
Musigamubwira n'amagi muno
ku mutware wanje nkunda mbere na mbere manje gufata uyu mwanya ashima Imana yakumpaye ikandemera ibyishimo n'urugo rwiza wankoze utitaye ku wundi we ndetse n'amateka yanje nazo ndabigushimiye uzakomeze uburiwe ku bantu bose ikindi kwandika urwandiko ndifuza gusezera ngushimira cyane kubwo kwihangana kwawe utitaye ko cyacu nakumariye taruzaro naguhaye kubera ibibazo byanje ntabwo babashe kubaho
reba umugore
Espe
taurimo
Levan
taurimo
Espe
kugani ko numukantuze yapfuye
Espe
kugayopfa
Mana yanje umuntu Mana wanje
kuyopfa
umugore wanje ni Sheri, uri mubiki?
No, turashize.
Uri kwa mwiki? Zanano. Sheri, zanano. Aki, tware ni kirorine. Gende.
Mbona imeze nk'amaganga.
Yari buriya urashi. Warese tugakomeza ubuzima sheri. Ubu ngiye kuba mu nzu gucunga. Tuzabaho gute? Nzakora nte? Sheri, wanyumva imbabazi. Wagize imbabazi. Wachinkoni zamuka mu mahoro
reka dusaba abantu bagaruke mu byicaro byabo. Abahagaze nyamuneka mwakwicara. Dusabe abari hanze ko bakwinjira, abari mu makoridor kugira ngo dutangire session yacu ya kabiri. Ndasaba protocol ko bagerageza kubwira abantu bakinjira. Murakoze cyane. Protocol please, mufasha abantu bagaruke muri salle. Amasaha yageze. Murakoze. Protocol Manu watubwira abantu bicaye hari inyuma ko bakwinjira please. Thanks. Mwiriwe. Kugira ngo twatangira session yacu ya kabiri. Nagira ngo nsabe ituze. Abantu bose duceceke kugira ngo dutangire ibiganiro byacu. Turabategereje ko mutuza kugira ngo dutangire. Nyamuneka abahagaze muze mufate ibyicaro byanyu kugira ngo dutangire ibiganiro. Abaramukanya, ababazanya amakuru twabikora nyuma y'umuhango kandi reka tubasabe mu byubahirize. Mwiriwe. Session yacu ya kabiri iratangiye. Bavandimwe, duteraniye hano kugira ngo twibuke bene wacu bapfuye bicwa urupfu rw'agashinyaguro bazira uko baremwe, bazira gusa ko ari abatutsi b'Abanyamulenge. Bicirwa aho bari hariya mu Gatumba. Imyaka iraciye ari myinshi cyane, ariko ubwicanyi ntabwo bwahagaze kugeza amagingo anga tuvuga. Bene wacu bakomeje kwicwa urupfu rumeze nk'urwo bagenzi babo bapfuye hirya no hino mu gihugu cya Kongo. Ariko kandi nubwo twicwa, kiragira ngo tugaragarazanyize yuko haracyari ibyiringiro by'ubuzima. Ikiganiro kigiye gukurikiraho cyitwa The Future, a Perspective of Hope. Ni ukuvuga ngo akazoza ariko tukarebeye mu byiringiro by'ubuzima dufite akazoza keza. Turagira ibiganiro, abantu baraza hano baduhe ibiganiro bijyanye n'iyi subject, itugaragariza yuko nubwo twishwe, nubwo bene wacu amagana n'amagana bazize uko baremwe, nubwo imitungo yacu ibyo twari dutunze byose byasahuwe ibindi bikarimburwa, nubwo dukomeje gutotezwa kugeza amagingo aya ngaya, ariko haracyari ibyiringiro by'ubuzima. Abana bariga, inka zisigaye zirakamwa, abadamu barabyara, imihana iratuwe, kandi turiho turakomeye. Icyo nicyo cyiringiro cy'ubuzima buzaza. Nta muntu ushobora kurimbura umunyamurenge, yaba uwera, yaba uwirabura, yaba umukongomani, yaba uwo ari we wese. Ndavuga bariya bose bashaka kuturimbura. Nitwa Michel Kanyambo, ndagira ngo ngiye kuyobora second session y'ibi biganiro, kandi sinjye njyenyine, ndi kumwe n'abatumirwa twatumiye bari buze hano kuri stage. Mu 1994 habaye Genocide y'Abatutsi mu Rwanda. Mbere yaho hari Genocide zindi zabanjirije. Nyuma ya Genocide yakorewe Abayahudi, iyo dukunze kwita Holocaust, amahanga yakoze declaration ivuga ngo never again. Ariko iyo never again has never been never again. Ntabwo yabaye never again. Abantu bakomeje kwicwa hirya no hino. Ngira ngo twese turi bakuru, tuzi imvugo z'urwango ziri mu kubibwa buri munsi. Urwango ku Mututsi, Umututsi muri rusange, ariko umunyamurenge by'umwihariko. Dusangiye amakuba, ibibazo, urupfu na bene data b'Abatutsi muri Kongo ndetse no ku isi yose. Ni impamvu rero duteraniye hano kugira ngo tuvuge ngo never again, twamagana ikibi, twimakaza ubutabera. Ni nayo ntego y'iyi commemoration, ni ukugira ngo duharanire ubutabera, to speak out, to reaching out, dutakambe, dutake, kugira ngo wenda umunsi uzagera abacu twabuze tukibakeneye basubizwe ubuzima babuze, ariko not physically, ariko bahabwa agaciro na dignity yuko ari kiremwa muntu gikwiriye kubaho. Ndatinze mu magambo, ndagira ngo ntumire umuntu ugiye kutuganiriza, yitwa Innocent Nteziryayo. Ubwo ndimuvuga biography yiwe yazamuka kuri stage. Innocent Nteziryayo is a founder, member and coordinator of Collectif des Avocats des Partis Civils, a group acting in support of victims of human rights violations in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and representing them in judicial process. He is the coordinator of the Gatumba Justice Project, advocating for justice on behalf of Gatumba genocide survivors. Formerly worked as a public prosecutor in Rwanda. He also worked with the refugees as support worker and interpreter for various organizations in the British Red Cross. Innocent mu magambo make ni umushakashatsi n'inararibonye mu bibazo bya Grand Lac, ariko cyane cyane muri iyi minsi yaharaniye ubuvugizi bw'abantu barenganyijwe n'ibibazo by'ubwicanyi bwabereye iwacu no muri Grand Lac. Hariho collectif des avocats yabaye membre fondateur, l'un des membres fondateurs, kugira ngo turebe ko abantu babona ubutabera. Monsieur Innocent, the podium is yours. Thanks.
Murakoze Michel, nishimye ko unyakiriye kandi twarabanye imwe mu mirimo imwe yo gushaka ubutabera. Nkuko bivuze nitwa Innocent, manje kubashimira mwe mwadutumiye hano kugira ngo tubane muri cyunamo cyo kwibuka bene wacu, abavandimwe, ababyeyi, inshuti, abo tuvukana. Turashimira umuryango Mahoro Peace Association wadutumiye ufatanyije na Gatumba Foundation, cyane cyane muri uyu mujyi twakoreyemo icunamo wa Maine. Rero ubutumire bwanyu twarabwishimiye kandi agaciro mwaduhaye mukadukura iyo turi kugira ngo tuze mu by'ukuri n'iby'agaciro kandi turabibashimiye. Uyu munsi ibyo nari nateguye kuvuga babivuze byose, havuze abanyamategeko uriya mugabo Gregoire ibyo yavuze, narimo nerekwaho nicaranye ati dore slide zanjye zose yazivuze, wagira ngo twateguranye, sanga tugomba guhinduka tukavuga noneho twebwe ubwacu tukisuzuma. Ubu bwicanyi bwabaye mu Gatumba ntabwo ari bwo bwicanyi bwakorewe Abanyamulenge gusa, nubwo tuvuga ngo twibuka Abanyagatumba, ariko ni nawo mwanya tugira gutekereza ku bundi bwicanyi bwatubayeho igihe cyatubanjirije. Ikaba nka ihuriro y'ubwo bugome bwose bwadukorewe. Ariko ikintu kiza kibitandukaniro ridasanzwe, ndabaha urugero gatoya ku bya Gatumba. Igihe byabaye, ikuntu isi yahagurutse, ariko kugeza uyu munsi yaratwirengagije. Umunsi byaraye bibaye, mwabonye film ko abaperezida b'igihugu cy'u Burundi baje bavuga ko ibyakozwe ari amahano bigomba gukurikirana. Ibyarekeraho, ndetse na vice perezida wa Congo wari uhari icyo gihe arabishimangira. Uwo munsi ku itariki 16 iki gihugu dutuyemo naco abubanye n'amahanga barashimangira kuvuga ngo ibintu byabaye mu Gatumba n'amahano bigomba gukurikirana. Ntibyarekeraho, ku 16 nanone ubumwe bw'Uburayi nabyo barongera baramagana kandi barashimangira ngo ubutabera bugomba guhabwa aba bantu. Ku 15 z'ukwezi k'umunani Security Council itanga communiqué de presse, iravuga ngo ibintu byabaye, isaba Congo, isaba Burundi, isaba imiryango yose yagaragara ngo bishire hamwe bakurikirane inkozi z'ibibi zakoze ibi. 16 ubanyamahanga bwa France nabwo burongera buramagana. Nagiye mpita nk'ibihugu bikomeye. Ku itariki 20 z'ukwa Ubuholande burabyamagana. Ku itariki 16 mu Bwongereza baramagana. Ku 15 mu Bubiligi baramagana. Ibyo ni amadokima ahari n'amasaha n'umuyobozi wabivuze barahari n'amazina twangenda tuyavuga. Ku itariki 3 ku itariki 20 Thabo Mbeki wahoze wa South Africa aravuga nawe muri speech ye ko ibintu bitagomba gucecekwa, bigomba kwamagana. Mu 2005 hasohokaho resolution ya council ya Security Council isaba ko buriya bwicanyi bwabaye hagomba guhira igikorwa. Murumva ko isi turimo usibye ijuru nta bantu batamenye buno bwicanyi, ariko nta cyakozwe. Muri myaka 19 abacika cumu abanyamurenge turategereza, twizeye ko ibihugu zose byavuze amagambo hari ico byakora. Turategereza twandika inzandiko za buri munsi. Abayobozi batangiye umuryango fondation twababonaga buri gihe bagiye kubona n'abayobozi bisi ba nyina w'isi na se w'isi ari bo bihugu turimo, ariko nta cyakozwe. Noneho bidutera natwe kurangara, turavuga ati iyi si ko twayiteze amaso ikaba ntacyo yadukoze, mu myaka 2 ishize turavuga ngo reka twishakemo imbaraga, kubera ko aba bose bari bafite ubushobozi bwo gushiraho urukiko rudasanzwe ko kurikirana ibi byaha nk'ibyakozwe muri TPE. Bari bafite ubushobozi bwo gutegeka igihugu cy'u Burundi, kuko nicyo cyari icyambere gifite inshingano mu mategeko ko ibyaha byabereye ku butaka bwabo bigomba gukurikirana. Nta cyakozwe, ahubwo mu masezerano yarushanwe bakora barabivugaga, batangira guha babikoze za immunité, bababwira ngo babanze bashake amahoro mu Burundi, hanyuma iby'ubutabera bizaza nyuma. Ntibyakorwa. Kongo tuvukamo nicyo cyari ikindi gihugu naco cyari gushiramo imbaraga. Arimo nganira n'umugabo twari twicaranye n'umushitsi, nasanze ari umunyamategeko, arambwira ko hari ibyaha amakese yakurikiranye y'umujyi ntuyemo. Turaganira mubaza amategeko ya hano, arambwira ati iyo abanyamerika aribo baguye muri kiriya gihugu, abaturage yaba mwari abanyamerika igihe mwapfuye cyangwa igihe twapfuye, Amerika ntiba ibifashe gutyo, ifite ububasha ko barakurikiranye. Nangwa tese none igihugu cyanyu ntacyo kivuga kuri ico kintu. Ubwo twari tugiye muri compétence universelle. Compétence universelle ni ububasha ibihugu bishira mu mategeko yabo gukurikirana ibyaha byakorewe ku bundi butaka n'abanyamahanga bakoze ibyo byaha. Hari amaka menshi yagiye yabaho atandukanye. Hari nka Kaya Pinochet wafatiwe mu Bwongereza yakora ibyaha muri Chili, yari president wa Chili. Hari Kaya Basenabre bafungiwe muri za Senegal. Hari abapadiri baciwe imanza muri za Belgique bakoze genocide. Izo nkiko zirahari zikora ibyo zikurikirana izo byaha. Tukibaza tese ibi byakorewe bene wacu bije mu yihe kategori? Icyo rero nicyo kibazo twibaza, tese iyi myaka yose 19 dutegereje ubutabera. Uyu munsi ibibazo abantu bambaza benshi, uyu munsi ngo duhora tukubona ubwo ubutabera, ese dosiye ya Gatumba yabigeze. Reka tumarane amatsiko tunaganire, ariko ngamije ko twishakamo imbaraga tutazishaka muri ibyo bihugu twavuze bifite izo nkiko zifite ubwo bubasha, ariko ntacyo byakoze. Kangaruka kwanu ka Kongo bigaragaza ko tuvukamo ari umwanzi. Ni igihugu cyacu turagikunda, ariko ubutegetsi bwacu cyangwa se imiyoborere yacu ntidukunda. Ntabwo abantu bapfusha abantu b'impunzi 156 108 bagakomereka, igihugu ikomeza ikagorana imishikirano, ntihabe na rupture diplomatique ivuga ati turashaka abantu bacu ko nimba ndabatari kubona ko mukurikirana abantu bakoze ibibyaha. Ntihabe niyo byibura action kuvuga ngo mwabarundi abantu bacu bagwe mu ntoki zanyu n'impunzi, kandi buri bihugu byose bifite amasezerano yo kubaha impunzi no kuzicungira umutekano. Ariko Kongo nta n'urwandiko n'umunsi n'umwe cyangwa se ngo ivuge ngo nubwo president yabyamaganye wari uhari ico gihe ngo byibura avugire ko Burundi tidore tugomba guhagarika umubano namwe mu gihe mutarakurikirana abicanyi bishe abantu bacu bangana gutyo. Ibyo rero biraduha isuri yariyo, bikaduha no kwishaka mu bushobozi. Bitewe n'iyi experience bambabwira gutya nuko twishatse nk'ubushobozi mu myaka ishize kubzaho bimaze gukorwa. twamaze kugira urupfu akamenyero abanyamurenge tukumva ko gupfa k'umunyamurenge yishwe tukarira tukumva ari bisanzwe tugomba kubigira ibidasanzwe kugira ngo twiha agaciro tugomba kubifata ko uzicwe n'indwara ariko kwicwa n'undi muntu akuziza ukuri tugomba kubigira ibidasanzwe kuva muri za Murere kugeza uyu munsi abantu Irubumbashi baricwe abantu Kinshasa barishwe n'igihe wenda twari dufite n'ubwo butegetsi cyangwa se hariye ntitwigera dushira n'ibirego mu nkiko z'abantu bakoze ibyo byaha cyangwa bakurikiranwa abantu bakicwa abasirikare bakicwa bazira uko bari ariko ntiyagire dosiye n'imwe isha mu nkiko tukabona ko ari bisanzwe bwaje tugasinzira tugakomeza ibindi bikaza tugasinzira byarangira bigakomeza tuza kubona ko ari ibintu bisanzwe kutwica n'abandi babona ko ari bisanzwe ibyo rero tugomba guhakanira urupfu rwo kutwica ngo ya tugashaka no kwirwanaho reka mbaho urugero ibihugu mutuyemo tugendagenda n'umudendezo batanzemo urugero za passport dufite ntabwo ari uko byari bimeze hari abahagurutse barwanira ubu burenganzira barapfa abandi barafungwa timwajanaga muri bise na bamwe muri mwe b'abanyagihugu timwashoboraga kwigana ku ma university n'inkiko zimwe zigafata ibyemezo zivuga ko abirabura batagomba kubana n'abazungu ariko hari abantu bahagurutse bafata umwanya barabiharanira uyu munsi niyo mudendezo duha tubona niyo mpamvu tutagomba guceceka kuko niduceceka ntabwo tuzabona nibwo twahagurutse dutangiza gukurikirana ibyaha byatangiye gukorwa 2017 abantu siti kubera iki mwatangiye ibyo ngibyo wakwibaza ati si ibindi kubera ko bitakozwe reka niyo mpamvu ibyo bizaduhaye gutekereza ko n'ibindi twasubira inyuma tukabikora tufatanyije n'imiryango y'abanyamurenge yacu twishatse nk'ubushobozi ngira ngo nashimire ku mugaragaro mahoro niyo yabaye ya mbere idutera iteka yunganira ubushobozi twaswishatsemo nk'abanyamategeko dutanga ibirego nubwo uyu munsi tutarabona ubutabera ariko ubutabera bwarabonetse babagabo bishe babakecuru bari muri sitini mu Minembwe hari abapolisi abasikari bato bafunzwe babiri bakatiwe imyaka bari muri gereza izo kopi d'ujemo turazifite abavoka bacu no bagiye kubaburanira barafunzwe iyo ni intangiriro nubwo ababi bateye kubikora cyangwa se abayobozi babo bakirimo bagenda ariko dosiye zabo ziri mu nkiko iyo deja ni precedent cyangwa se ni ikimenyetso garagara ko ibyo byaha byemewe ko babikorewe barafunze Bukavu abashaka kopi d'ujemo nazibaha zabo ku byaha bakoze ndabona amasaha agiye atangiye kuza kuma kandi ntangiye kuryoherwa kuganira wenda muraza kugira umwanya w'ibibazo rero cyo shimangira cyane so kubabwira ngo inkiko runaka zo tibubasha hari inkiko nyinshi zitububasha icyo dukeneye cyane no kugira ngo iyi dosiye ya Gatumba ntirakorerwa dosiye gwakorwa mankete n'umunsi n'umwe abo twari dutezemo gukora mankete ntayabikoze yewe n'u Burundi bagize ni lettre banditse bamenyesha parquet mwubishe kwa mudamu yavuze ngo basaba ko haba enquête préliminaire ibanziriza ibirego ntayigeze ikorwa kuba twarategereje iyo myaka yose tukabura rero nije nawe tugomba guhaguruka uyu munsi dufite abanyamategeko dufite amafaranga umwaka utaha tubabwire ko ibirego zatanzwe mu nkiko zose zishoboka zaba za CPI hariho room zaba UN twinaye tukayiha ibirego byacu tukabwira ati dore abantu babaguye mu ntoki zanyu ngibi birego byabo ni muri icumbagira ntacyo turakora zaba izifite competence universelle tuziha ibirego byacu asigaye twe twandika twishuza tubabwire ngo dore ibirego twikoreye mwanze kubidukorera twarabyikoreye asigaye ni muduha ubutabera kugira ngo batubwiye ngo ibihugu bitunzwe na ruswa ntabwo bihoraho iteka umunsi umwe byohinduka abatenga bamwe bari gupfa abandi bari gusaza bakibagirwa ubuhamya bukibagirana ariko uyu munsi tuve hano dufashe umwanzuro ko umwaka utaha twakuvuga ko ibirego byagiye mu nkiko murakoze ku mwanya mwaduhaye Imana ibaho umugisha kandi duhe twese kugira ubushake bwo kwishaka mu imbaraga murakoze
arakoze cyane umuvandimwe Innocent ngo yakomeza akitegura kuko ari n'umwe muri pano igiye kuza hano imbere kugira ngo bakomeze batuganirize kuri sije dufite tugiye kuganiraho mu buryo burambuye ariko nibura irafata iminota irenze 30 gatoya. Ni sije ivuga ngo niki amategeko avuga kuri genocide yabaye nk'ubikomozaho, ariko niyo mpamvu tusa nkaho tumugabanyirije iminota n'ubundi discussion zirakomereza muri pano. Turagira n'umwanya w'ibibazo, abantu bashobora kuba bafite ibibazo babaza pano igiye kuza, ariko turagira n'umuntu udufasha kuyobora ikiganiro cya pano. Nari nibagiwe kuvuga ko Innocent atuye mu Bwongereza kandi tunamushimira ko yafashe initiative yo kuvoyaja akava ibwota amasimbi iyo iriya akaza hano muri Amerika kudufasha kudushigikira, usibye ko atadushigikira ahubwo nawe yishigikira. Reka mpamagara abantu bagize pano kuko batambuka hano imbere, duhere kuri Innocent bagaruka hano uri membre w'iyi pano. Turakurikizaho Maître Vincent Nkurunziza nawe azi imbere membre wa pano, ndetse tunakurikizeho Olivier Mandevu nawe araza agize iyi pano. Hanyuma rero umuntu ufasha kuyobora iyi kino kiganiro ni Mike Mfashingabo. Bose tubareka bose bazi imbere tubatega amatwi. Murakoze cyane.
murakoze. Tubanza gushimira abantu bose muri hano, shimira ku mwanya wanyu mwafashe uyu munsi kugira muze twifatanye umunsi nk'uyu wo kwibuka Genocide yakorewe Abanyamulenge mu Gatumba mu 2004. Ndanashimira aba panelist beme kutuganiriza uyu munsi, bafite experience cyangwa inararibonye kuri topic y'uyu munsi. Harimo Monsieur Mandevu Olivier na Maître Innocent Nteziryayo. Turagerageza kurasa ku ntego kugira ngo buri muntu tubaze ikibazo, ndabaza ikibazo kimwe, buri muntu aragira iminota 2 cyangwa 3 yo kwintervena. Umwanya nutwemerera turaza no gufungura umwanya ku bantu babaza ibibazo muri audience. Reka tubanze twakire Mandevu Olivier.
Arakoze muvandimwe, ntabwo nari niteguye kuganira cyane. Simbizi uburere nahawe no guhaguruka. Iyo umuntu ahagurutse niho aba yubashye abavugisha. Wenda turaza gutinda cyane ku mwanya w'ibibazo. Icyambere ntanze Paul ku muryango wacu w'Abanyamulenge, mpereye ku bacikacumu rya Gatumba ku bwicanyi twakorewe. Ni ishano ryatugwiririye muri iriya joro ryo kuri 13, je nahageze kuri 14, mvuye iruhande ibutaraho nigaga. Mpageze n'amahano ntari nakigeze mbona mu buzima bwanje, kandi ibintu wabonaga biba ku bantu bawe wakundaga, mubyeyi, abavandimwe n'abandi bantu benshi twari tuzi, no kwihangana. Mbere yuko nsubiza mikro, iyo duhuye ni uguhumurizanya, ariko kandi haba harimo n'indi ngingo yo kuja inama, kuko turacugarijwe. Inama jewe nsigaye nkunda guha abantu ni inama yo gusubira inyuma tugashakisha imbaraga twibitseho, ejo tutazasanga twarazitakaje, kuko hari igihe twarangazwa n'ibi bihugu bikomeye, tukarangazwa na za institutions zikomeye nka Nations Unies, Amerika, abakomeye b'isi, Union Européenne, abantu baza bakavuga amadisikuru akomeye, abantu baza bakaduha amadisikuru y'ubwenge. Ibyo hari igihe byaturangaza bikadutesha imbaraga zikomeye kuruta izindi. Imbaraga zikomeye kurusha izindi tutagomba gutakaza, ngira ngo n'inginga Abanyamulenge kutazatakaza na rimwe, ni imbaraga y'ishuri. Ndagira ngo mbwire abasore cyane, burya amabanga akomeye ayoboye isi abitswe mu bitabo, ntabwo abitse ku musozi. Kuja mu ishuri bibe imbaraga ya mbere. Indi imbaraga ya kabiri ni ubunyangamugayo, kuba inyangamugayo, kudashaka kugira ngo abantu bakurebe neza gusa, ariko ukaba inyangamugayo. Kunze kubwira abasore iyo duteranye iwacu rimwe na rimwe iyo mbonye amahirwe, itoroshi izadusubiza iwacu, itoroshi izaranga inzira idusubiza iwacu, ni itoroshi yo kuba inyangamugayo no kudata umuco. Iyo toroshi nimubona irazimye, inzira idusubiza iwacu izaba izimye. Kagira ngo mpamagarire abapasitori, abayobozi, imihana aho mutuye, mwigisha abantu ururimi, mwigisha abantu umuco, mwigisha abantu kuba inyangamugayo. Iyo toroshi nituzimana, tuzabona inzira idusubiza iwacu. Icyanyuma ngiye kurangirizaho ni amagambo nkunda ari mu gitabo cyo gutegeka kwa 2 ibice 4 n'umurongo wa 7. Haravuga ngo ese ngo ni ubuhe bwoko bukomeye kuruta ubundi bwoko, ngo nk'ubwoko bufite Imana yayise Imana ikomeye ku ruhande rwabo. Burya imbaraga z'Abanyamulenge Imana yari yarazihishe mu kwizera Imana. Noneho kubera yuko tutabaye mu bihugu ibihugu biri modernize, systeme ziri modernize, twazije mu nyuma tuzemere. Noneho tuzigezemo, tugeze mu bizungu, dutekereza ko n'Imana yacu itagifite imbaraga. Ariko uyu mwanditsi aravuga ngo iyo Mana irakomeye kuruta izindi imbaraga zose, kuruta n'imbaraga za Nations Unies, kuruta n'imbaraga za Amerika. Iyo Mana irakomeye, ntimugate izo mbaraga. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane Olivier Mandevu ku magambo meza n'inama tanze, habwirwa benshi akumva beneyo, turabyumvishije. Reka mpere ku kibazo cya mbere. Ni ko amategeko avuga ku bwicanyi bwakorewe Abanyamulenge mu Gatumba, ni genocide, ni massacre. Ndahereza buri muntu iminota 2 cyangwa 3. Murakoze. Tangirane na Maître Innocent.
Murakoze. Amategeko yo arahari, abivuga neza. Urebye ubwicanyi bwakorewe mu Gatumba, uvuga ngo bakalifye icyaha biterwa n'uburyo cyakozwe. Baza bagenda bagafata icyaha uko cyakozwe, uwagiteguye, umugambi yagikoranye, barangiza izo zose zamara gushirwa hamwe, akaba ari byo bigize bitwa element materiel, uburyo cyakozwe, uburyo wegizekisemo. Hakaba indi element moral cyangwa se umugambi, intention wagikoranye. Urabona uyu munsi ngize gutya, Olivier yagize gutya kankubita ngahita mukubita gapfa mwishuye, bitandukanye nuko nagenda nkategama Olivier inzi ko azanyura muri iyi nzira aya masaha atasha avuye ku kazi nkamwica. Ubwo bwicanyi buratandukanye. Igikorwa cyo kumwica cyabaye, ariko ubu nyine yagize gutya ndamukubita arapfa, ishobora kuba ari ukwica bidaturutse ku bushake, n'ibihano biratandukanye. Ariko mfashe umugambi nkajya gutegama Olivier inzi ko azaba ku kazi amasaha, ngagenda nkagura umugambi wo gufata umupanga, nkategama nzi ko nagereye isaha ndamutema. Icyo cyaha kiba gifite indi nyito yacu, icyo kiba cyitwa assassin. Noneho icyaha cya genocide nk'icyabaye mu Gatumba, harimo iyo element yari irimo ikomeye y'uburyo abicanyi babanje kugenda bakagura ibikoresho kugira ngo baze kwica abantu, bazi ko iyi nkambi y'abanyamurenge iri aha hantu aribo bakeneye kwica, barambuka uwo mugambi urumva ko bawushyize mu bikorwa, baza kwica shitingi irimo abanyamurenge gusa. Iyo niyo lema ivuga ko ari jenoside. Tugomba no guhindura inyito yacu, nubwo qualification kenshi mu mategeko iziboneka nyuma umucamanza niwe uzudefiniza akavuga ngo iyi ni jenoside. Reka mbaye nk'urugero rwa jenoside y'u Rwanda. Urubanza rwa Kayezu nirwo rwemeje ko ubwicanyi bwakorewe abanyarwanda ari jenoside. Ntabwo ari imanza tuzageza, niwo bwahise bugaragaza umugambi uburyo bwakozwe, uburyo byateguwe, yari ngira ngo yari meya w'Ibutare, uburyo byakozwe nizo byabahaye na NTPR yashingiyeho yemeza ko ubu bwicanyi ari jenoside. Rero dushingiye ku mugambi uburyo yateguwe n'uburyo byateguwe kuri Gatumba, abicanyi kwishira hamwe bakavuga ko baje kurimbura abanyamurenge. Reka mu ntuze mu nani aho cyaturutse mbere ni igihe mu Bayahudi bishwe bagiye bashakisha inyito yacu, abarwo baje gutera ko jenoside, hajaho convention yavuze ngo convention ya muri 1948 niyo yavuze ko ubwicanyi bwakorewe abayahudi ari jenoside, nabwo byabanje kugendwaho impaka cyane, ariko baza gutora iyo ngingo. Dushingiye kuri uwo mugambi rero wishe abanyagatumba, bakaza bagamije kwica abanyamurenge, kwica kuba bica bose cyangwa kwica bakeya, icyo nicyo na Dr. Staton yabivuze ko ari jenoside. Rero gasaba ko ahubwo guhera uyu munsi duhindura inyito, twebwe tukumvikana twebwe ubwacu, nubwo yubona itarabiduha, nubwo ingo bitaraziduha, twebwe tuba dushingira kuri izo elema. Na Maître Azarias arabivuze neza muri discours, yavuze ko umunsi byabaye ko ari jenoside. Twebwe tuba twirinda abanyamakuru n'abandi zo batwita, ariko twe twite jenoside nitujana mu rukiko bakayika ikindi, ibyo birabareba, ariko twebwe tumuza twamagana tuvuga ko ari jenoside yakorewe bene wacu bari mu Gatumba. Murakoze cyane.
Murakoze Maître. Mwanya wanyu Mandela.
Njyewe ntabwo ndi umunyamategeko, niyo mpamvu mwabonaga nkwepa ibibazo ibikomeye nkabiha uyu mugabo Innocent. Reka mbonereho n'akanya gushimira Innocent. Innocent ari mu bantu twatangizanyije kurwana urugamba nk'umwe mu banyamategeko bagiye badufasha, turamushimira rwose. Wenda ndasubiye mu zo yavuze nk'umunyamategeko ubizi cyane ikibazo kibaza ngo se ni jenoside cyangwa ni massacre. Ndibuka hari igihe twajaga i Washington, kuba byibuka twajanaga tuja muri departement d'etat, wakoreshaga ijambo jenoside ukabona mu cyumba barasana bagiye kuguhunga, ndetse barasana bagiye nko gusohoka. Noneho nk'abandi saba abantu kubera iki tuzatuvuga Gatumba ko ari jenoside, abantu bakagira ikintu kimeze nka allergie, bakagira allergie mu cyumba. Aba scholars, abantu babyize amategeko, abo tugenda duhura, iyo uzanye jenoside baravuga ati Olivier no banza uretse iryo jambo. Noneho ariko ntibakubwira impamvu bishishe iyo ukoresheje iryo jambo. Bituma rero nkora ubushakashatsi bwo kumenya impamvu ibatera kwishisha. Impamvu ibatera kwishisha ntabwo nshaka kubijamo cyane, ariko harimo nabo bonyine guhunga ibyaha. Urabona nk'igihugu cya Amerika ni igihugu gifite ibyaha bituruka ku mabi bakoreye abirabura. Noneho impamvu ubona batari na membre signateur biriya statut de Rome yashizeho urukiko mpuzamahanga ICC, batinya ko wenda bizageraho nabo bakarerwa bimwe muri ibi byaha. Iyo niyo mpamvu ya mbere. Indi mpamvu ya kabiri ituma twebwe ibyacu batabisunika cyane ngo byitwe jenoside, kandi ndagira ngo hamuhumve cyane, bo bavuga ko ari twe bababarira, ko ari twe bashaka kurengera. Baravuga ngo ntidushaka kuba exposa, nitubaha jenoside, nitubaha buno butabera bikavuga ko ari jenoside, tuzaba tubashize ku karubanda, muzaba mubaye please expose, noneho byumvikane ko mwahawe protection abandi batahawe, cyane cyane muri Kongo. Ati bitume noneho murushaho kuraswaho. Bo bakavuga ko ari twe ngo bashaka kurengera. Ariko mu by'ukuri urebye nubwo bataduhaye ubutabera kuva muri za 60 tuganiriye n'abasaza, nayo nkurikira amateka y'umusaza warwanye intambara zo muri 60 n'imisago, ibintu bikomeye cyane. Intambara bagiye banyuramo za Rurenge kugeza n'uyu munsi. ese kuba bataraduhaye ubwo butabera kugira ngo batatu exposa ubwicanyi bwarahagaze n'ubu dukomeje gupfa. Nunga mu rya Inosa yari yasobanuye jenoside sinshaka kubijamo. Mu by'ukuri dukomeze kurwana ntidusubire inyuma ngo dutege amashusi, dukomeze kurwana kandi intambara igiye kuzahindura isura. Hariho bene wacu duturanye mu karere bakunze gukoresha iyo jambo. Mu myaka 10 abiga icyo bita political trending, njyewe ibyo nibyo ntindamo cyane, sindi umunyamategeko ariko ntinda cyane muri political trending. Political trending ni isomo rikwigisha uko politiki izaba imeze mu myaka 10, mu myaka 20. Uko mubona ibintu tension, imitima y'abantu irahagaze, mu myaka 10 siko bizaba bimeze. Intambara izaba trending iva mu masasu ija mu bitabo mu myaka 10, mu myaka 20. Niyo mpamvu rero kurwana runo rugamba nsubire hahandi abasore kuja mu ishuri tukiga system, tugakorera muri system twumva. Mu myaka 10 tuzaza kwitera hejuru dusange twarasigaye twaratakaye icyanyuma. Tugomba kubaka a strong legal representation, tugomba kubaka ubuserukizi mu mategeko bukomeye. Aba bagabo barahari n'abagenzi be bakorana, ariko mu by'ukuri ntitubunganira bihagije. Tubunganire, ndetse hari n'imbaraga expertise zimwe badafite. N'abanyamategeko turaganira nabo kenshi, hari expertise zimwe mu rwego rw'amategeko, cyane cyane muri crime contre l'humanité, genocide, crime de twege ntabwo ari crime de guerre, ni genocide. Izi expertise ntituzifite. Noneho ariko zirahari hano muri Amerika. Ni gute twazongera kuzihari? Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane. Muranyuka. Naringiye kurira ku ijambo Maître Innocent yaravuze avuga impamvu ari genocide atari massacre. Aho ngaho ni naho nshaka kubariza mu ma slides twabonye mbere, twabonye ko hari imiryango y'ababembe yaguye muri buriya bwicanyi. Ese inyito ya genocide yakorewe Abanyamulenge cyangwa massacre yakorewe Abanyamulenge abo bibavuga biki?
Ngira ngo ababembe bishwe, ngira ngo hari abahamye tuba twumva bavuga ko ari umuntu watatse mu gipfurero baramureka kubera ko yatatse mu rurimi rw'abicanyi bumva ko batamutagetingaga. Ibyo byumvikane neza ko abo bashakaga bari Abanyamulenge. Iyo ni hamwe imwe igaragaza ko yari umugambi wo kurimbura Abanyamulenge. Ababembe bishwe kubera ko tibishwe kubera ko ari ababembe. Bashobora kuba barishwe kuri aya masasu kuba bari batuye muri kame bagahura n'amasasu agapfa. Ariko iyo agira amahirwe yo gutaka mu kibembe ntaba yarishwe, kuko uruharwa rw'umunyamurenge watatse mu gipfurero ntiyicwa. Bizumvikane ko atari targeted. Iyo ni element igaragaza ko umugambi wari ukurimbura Abanyamulenge. Wenda iyo baje muri iyi sale, reka nkwereke ukuntu bazashobora baje nk'igisasu bakagitera muri iyi sale twicaye gutya, bataza abantu barimo. Aho ngaho bitandukanye no kuza bavuga ngo iriya shitingi irimo Abanyamulenge, kandi wo kumva ngo abembe bari bafite andi mashitingi abantu 8, abandi bapishana na 50 n'umunani, hanyuma ngo wumve ko ako gaciro baje bashaka ababembe. Iyo nabo bafite uburenganzira bwo kuba bishwe, ariko umugambi wo kwica Abanyamulenge wari uhari. Reka ngurugero rw'u Rwanda. U Rwanda hari abahutu bishwe nabo kubera ko batemeraga ubwo bwicanyi. Hari n'abagiye bambikwa imidari kubera ko batemeraga yuko abatutsi bicwa. Hari abana benshi b'abanyeshuri banze gutandukana nabo abatutsi. Ivyo ntibyabujijwe ko nabo ababikoze bakurikiranwa kuri genocide. Murakoze.
Murakoze. Reka mbaze ikindi kibazo ndababaza mwembi. Ubutabera ku bacikacumu bwa Gatumba bukenewe n'ubuhe? Niki cyakozwe? Niki se cyanakorwa ubu ngubu? Imbogamizi ni izihe nyuma y'imyaka 19 imvugo ari yayindi?
Ubutabera ngira ngo uyu munsi buza ari symbolique. Ntabwo kutuzanira ngo agato tumubambe tumurye two kumva ko aribwo tubonye amahoro. Ariko ubutabera buza turi n'abakristo ubutabera bw'Imana bwa kw'Imana izaca ubutabera gahana bakoze ibyaha. Icyo tuba dukereye cyane ni ukugira ngo babacikacu mu kintu cya mbere ubutabera bugira buza buzana kwiyunga, buza butera umuntu kururuka kumva ko uwamuhemukiye hano. Turabizi inkiko kenshi zirahaba kandi zo zikora, hari igihe baza baca urubanza bagatanga n'indishyi y'igice cy'igiceri gisemboliza gusa ko uwo muntu yakoze amahano yahanwe. So icyo kintu rero cyo guhana abicanyi ni ikintu kizururutse imitima y'abavictime ba Gatumba, kagavuga ko ababahemukiye batidegembya ahubwo babakurikiranye, aho kiza gisa nkaho bunyine ababikoze bakomeza guhabwa ama-rewards ko bakoze akazi keza. Ibyo bikomeza gukomeretsa abakize ku icumu. Ibaza umuntu yakwiciye nawe ku giti mu rugo rwawe cyangwa yagufatiye umwana ku ngufu ukazubona agomeza kuzerera aho ngaho, birakurya cyane, birakubabaza cyane kuruta uko ahanwa kugira ngo wumve byibura ko hari icyakozwe. Ibyo ni ibintu biri mu mubiri w'umuntu, mu bitekerezo w'umuntu, ko ubutabera bwa Gatumba ari ikintu kizaha abacikacumu kumva imitima yabo yururutse. Kandi hari n'amateka. Abayahudi hagiye inkiko zabo, Genocide y'u Rwanda hagiye inkiko zabo. Ibyo byose bihesha abanyarwanda kumva ko ababakoreye Genocide bahana abatutsi bo mu Rwanda. So icyo rero imbogamizi ngo nizihe? Imbogamizi yo wazumvise tugivuga hariya n'aya mahanga yaturereze, atubesha ko bazabidukorera natwe turadamarara. Iyo ni imbogamizi ya mbere. Icyo tugomba gukora rero ni iki? Twebwe no kureba ko ya mahanga noneho tutayareba twishaka mu imbaraga kandi turashoboye. Tugira icyo dukora. Icyo dukora noneho ni iki? Twebwe no kwishakira abanyamategeko bafite expertise batandukanye, dufite ubushobozi. Abanyamategeko barishurwa, abanyamerika bongereza bahe barishurwa, tutanga ibirego bikomeye, tuzatubona icyo twishuza, tubabwire ngo twarareze kuko gasigaye tuba dutegereza, tuba tuvuga ngo muduhe ubutabera, nta nubwo twize tusaba natwe ubwacu kuko abo twategereje batabidukoreye. Murakoze.
Icyo nongeraho ku byo mugenzi wanje avuze, ubutabera abacikacumu bakwifuza ni ukugarurirwa abacu. Ubwo nibwo butabera umuntu yakwita ko ari bwo butabera, ariko ubwo ntibushoboka. Ukwiye gusa ibyiringiro dufite, nka kurya Bibiliya ivuga ngo ntitubabaye nk'abadafite ibyiringiro, kuko dufite ibyiringiro byo kuzababona mu yindi si. Murumuna rero w'ubwo butabera, murumuna w'ubwo butabera bwo kugarurirwa abacu bidashoboka, ntabwo ari ugufata Rwasa nk'uko mugenzi wanje yari abivuze. Nabyo turabikeneye kandi dusaba n'abafite imbaraga bose ko bakora kugira ngo Rwasa, Pasiteri Habimana, hariho n'abandi bafatanyije. Wenda igihe nikigera hari ibyo wenda umuntu atavugira aha, ariko abantu bagenda begeranya, bizavugwa igihe umwanya wabyo ugeze, kuko si bo bonyine gusa. Abo bose bagomba gufatwa bagashyikirizwa inkiko. Intego ni iyihe? Si ubugome, intego si ukuvuga ngo ni ukwihora, oya. Intego ni ukugira ngo ibyatubayeho ntibikongere kubaho. Imbogamizi rero zihari nk'uko umuvandimwe yarabibajije. Imbogamizi ya mbere yaranabibajije neza cyane, aravuga ati nyuma y'imyaka 9 imvugo ko ari yayindi. Ubanza ari nk'abamuririmbyi bavuga ngo ririya kanisa ngo rihora ririmba indirimbo imwe gusa. Ngo hari kanisa ritagiraga indirimbo nyinshi ngo bagahora basubiramo indirimbo imwe. Natwe twabaye nk'iryo kanisa, guhora tuvuga ngo turashaka ubutabera. Nanje ndi mu bantu bashatse nko gucika intege. Noneho kuko nageze ahantu hose numvaga nifuza kugera. Ahantu twari dusigaje no kugera muri Maison Blanche, ariko hari abavandimwe bari batangiye kudushakirayo rendezvous ngo naho tuhagere. Noneho navuga ngo aho twageze, twigeze kugera ahantu muri département d'État, abavandimwe mwe twari turi kumwe barahari hano, batwakira kuri za tapis rouge, bazana abantu bo muri imiryango yose iba ikomeye bazana ba ambasaderi icyumba kiruzura ariko nanone ntibagira icyo batumarira none ndavuga nti se ukumva ucitse intege ariko nza gusanga rimwe na rimwe hari igihe tugenda nabi nabyo bifitemo uruhare ni nayo mbogamizi ya mbere gukora tutarabanza ngo twiyubakemo ubushobozi burya hari igihe dutekereza ngo umuntu yamenye kuvuga icyongereza ngo burya birahagije kuba yakora ikintu ntibihagije bisaba ubumenyi imbogamizi ya mbere tugifite turacyafite ubumenyi buke iyo dufite abadogiteri ni byiza cyane kandi bakomeza babe benshi ariko ubumenyi bwacu buracyari buke iyo niyo mbogamizi ya mbere indi mbogamizi ya kabiri ni imbogamizi y'amafaranga burya izi manza zirahenda abantu bashobora kuzituburanira bafite n'icyo nakwita resource politique kuko kino kibazo kirimo na doze politique kirasaba abantu bari connecte n'abantu bakomeye abanyamategeko baziranye n'abakomeye niko ibintu bikorwa hari uwahugeze kumbwira ati ubwo mugiye kuzanamo corruption oya isi niko imeze ntitwayihindura ibyo nabyo birahari noneho rero imbogamizi ya yindi niyo kutagira amafaranga ahagije ngo tube twafata abanyamategeko kugira ngo bazaduserukire muri iki kibazo ubwo rero nibwo bushobozi turi kurwana kugira ngo twubake burahari ariko tugomba kubwongera indi mbogamizi iyi kesi yacu ya Gatumba yabaye politize mwigeze kumva umuntu umwe wavuze mu bantu bavuze mbere yakoresheje terme aravuga ngo ni political land mining sinzi niba mwumvise iryo jambo political land mining Gatumba has been turned into a political land mining very important bivuga ngo niki hari abantu babarekereje hari iruhande kugira ngo bapolitize iyi kaya Gatumba kandi kuyipolitiza ni ukuyica ikindi kandi hari igihe bayombeka no ku bindi bibazo muzi bihari bya politike muzi za M23 muzi n'ibindi biriya byose hari igihe babyomeka kuri iyi kesi bakagira ngo bariho barayifasha naho bariho barayihamba donc politike nayo n'indi mbogamizi idufundanya ituma tudasohoka ariko kugira ngo nabyo tumenye uko tunaviga muri ibyo bintu tugomba political na legal guidance political and legal guidance kandi yaba experts abantu babizi neza bitaravuga gusa ngo wagiye mu mategeko imyaka 5 no zambibwira n'inshuti zanje z'abanyamategeko kandi bamwe bakanyemerera rwose kababwira ndi no il ne faut pas faire les hasards ntabwo ari ukuvuga gusa ngo nagiye mu ishuri j'ai fait 4 ans 5 ans mu mategeko mfite diplôme de licence muri droit ngo birahagije no hari izindi expertise izo rero tutarazubaka nje ni mu kuvuga ngo ntitugashoke duhaguruka mu mbabare gutinda
murakoze kugira ngo twuzuze kuri ico kibazo mandevu nimba ukomeza tuve kuri uvuze ama institution atandukanye uvuze urwego mwari murimo rwa Gatumba Foundation umuntu uri hano muri audience umunyamerika umuturage wa hano umunyamurenge utuye mu Bwongereza umucikacumu cyangwa undi muntu wese nuruhe ruhare rwe nk'umuntu tutarebye inzego zitandukanye uburenganzira bwanje mfite n'ubuwe uruhare umuntu uri hano wese afite umuntu ku gitice nuruhe mu gusaba ubutabera
arakoze cyane kubaza icyo kibazo reka nongere nshimire ndetse na fondation Gatumba ndashimira SP Nyasezerano ntakunda kuza hano imbere ngo avuge kandi nje bikambabaza ariko nzashaka ngo azavuge ndamushimira cyane na equipe yose ba Desire ba Aime ba Noela sinabavuga ngo ndangize nje nza mbafata ko ari abahungu banje n'abakobwa banje ndetse na presidente Kibasumba yaje nawe ari umwana muto Kibasumba niwe muntu wa mbere wamfashije kuja gutanga ikiganiro muri kaminuza yigiragamo hariya muri Rochester sinzi niba uyibuka Kibasumba yari universite y'aba methodiste anshakiramo connection naramusesaga icyo gihe niba mbyibuka ntari ku connection wayibonye ute kuko natekereza ko ndoyibona none ubu nibo batuyoboye twabazanye ari abana bato mu by'ukuri ndabashimira cyane Gatumba Foundation mu by'ukuri uzi gutangirira ikintu munsi y'igiti warangiza ukakibona cicaye aha ndibuka aho twagitangiriye i Burundi twicaye munsi y'igiti twandikaga ku mpapuro tukazibika mu mashati y'amasimisi ashaje, murayaza amasimisi yo muri Afurika, tukabika mu mifuka. Niho twatangiriye iyi fondasiyo. None mureba higeze kubera abantu bato. Ndabashimira cyane Gatumba Foundation, Mahoro Association ndetse na communauté hano muri Portland, Maine, mwese abari muri equipe President Claude Rwaganje, mwese n'ukuri bivuye ku mutima. Nta kintu kiza kinezeza umuntu nko gutangira ikintu ukabona kirakomeje. Icyo kintu kiranezeza cyane. Ubu ngubu musigaye mbabwira ko maze kuritayaringa, cyunamo cy'umwaka utaha nzaba noneho njewe ndi hariya mu protocol. Ubu nimwe bayobozi, namwe muzasigira bari munabanyu. Kuja ku kibazo cyawe rero, uruhare rwacu ni uruhe? Twebwe nka communauté y'Abanyamulenge, mu by'ukuri dushira imbaraga hamwe, dukore proposal. Kandi icyo kintu tuzashira imbaraga hamwe, dukore proposal y'iyi case. Dukore proposal ifite budget. Nitumara gukora proposal, cyangwa se proposal umuntu yayita gute muri mitwe se twumva. Proposal ni umushinga. Murakoze cyane Senga namushimire rwose ikiganiro cyiza nimugoroba. That was fantastic. Murakoze cyane Imana igumugisha. Umushinga tuwukore, nitumara kuwukora tuwushakira ifaranga. Nitumara kubona za faranga, abantu baduserukira bunganira uyu mugabo na Maître Jean Paul Shaka. Kuna Maître Jean Paul Shaka ari mu bantu barwanya urugamba cyane. Ndetse ndagira ngo Innocent yazamusangamo n'abandi bamenge. Noneho nibabonye abunganira naho ntimuzanga wa. Mwabzanga se? Kandi barahari, izo contact zirahari. Noneho rero gusubiza ikibazo cyawe, tukora umushinga, niturangiza nituwubageza abayobozi bacu Mahoro Foundation muzawitabire mu finance tuburane. Nta uvuze muri mutanga ifaranga tukaburana ngo tuzabona ubutabera. Ninga kurya kuja gucuruza. Tuzona kuja gucuruza ubugendeye bibiri. Haba harimo guhomba no kunguka. Ariko amahirwe menshi nuko bizagiraho bitugeza. Ubwo rero abayobozi ndizera ko wenda bazabagezaho gahunda y'ukuntu twese twakora. Cyambere ni mu mafaranga, icya kabiri kandi nibagushira mu mbabari iyo ndivuga kese ya Gatumba ndarondogora kandi abishaka. Ubundi nibagushira muri equipe runaka kuko hazabaho equipe zitandukanye tukabyange. Imana ibamugisha.
Murakoze. Reka nkomeze kuri icyo kibazo na Maître uragifatanya n'ikindi ngiye kubaza. Ni gute ubutabera bw'Abanyamulenge baguye mu Gatumba, ndabisha entre parenthèses, n'abakongomani baguye mu gihugu cy'u Burundi muri protection ya Nations Unies bwagerwaho mu gihe igihugu cyabo cya Congo gicecetse, Nations Unies icecetse, mu gihe abakoze ubwo bwicanyi barimo abakongomani n'abarundi. Kugira wenda ngo ducunguze uburyo umwete, reka nkikubaze wenyine ikindi kibazo turagira kuba speaker.
Nunganira ntarakijeho nunganira gato kumugenzi ujavuze. Reka iki kintu cya Gatumba ntitukazuza nkaho tukidiscriminatinga tuvuge ngo Abanyagatumba ni ibintu by'Abanyamulenge, ni ikintu cy'Abanyamulenge. Uyu munsi Innocent iyo nje kuba mu Gatumba babivuze benshi bari kunyica. Tuba tuvuga ngo n'Abanyagatumba kubera ko bari bahari, naho biciwe. Mu Gatumba ntabwo ari izina ry'Abanyamulenge. Gatumba ni ubutaka bw'u Burundi, ntabwo bigomba kuza bihuzwa n'izina ry'Abanyamulenge. Kandi tunashishikariza cyane, je sinari impari ariko abavandimwe bari bahari ndetse n'umuryango nashatse ngo bari bahari. Tunashishikariza buri muntu wese ahubwo n'abandi kugira ngo twicinjiremo twese. Abafite ubushobozi batavuye muri Gatumba baze binjire bashake ba leading, batwereke failures, abantu batageze mu myaka 19, abafite skills runaka bakuba bashaka na funding tutagomba gushoroza, abafite ubumenyi bwa lobby zitandukanye baze binjire muri fondasiyo ifunguke tuyopeninge ntibe yo kuvuga ngo ni abantu runaka. Ikindi kintu nzanenga mpavuga ngo bwa bushobozi ndashobora kuri icyo kibazo, usanga kenshi abana bato abasore n'abandi bantu bari committed ku giti cyabo, abandi bigasa nkaho bitabareba. Kandi iki kintu iyo tukivuze niwo mwanya tubonamo kureflecta wo gusubira inyuma tukareba ibyatubayeho tukishakamo n'imbaraga zo guhangana nabyo. Ntekereza ko kigomba kuza kuba buri gihe ari ikintu dutera kwisuzuma nk'abanyamurenge, tukareba guhera murere cyangwa na mbere yaho twamburwa amateritware kugeza uyu munsi ibitubaho. Iyi ni occasion, ni opportunity tuvugira ngo reflecting niki twakora dushingiye kuri ibi ngibi, ntitwatore tugifata ngo tukizole n'ibindi byabaye ku banyamurenge twumve ko ari ikintu kiri ku karwa runaka cy'abantu runaka. Icyo rwose reka tugushimangire gutyo. Icyo warubajije kibarubajije gute kibazo ngo
imbaje ngo ni gute ubutabera bw'abanyamurenge?
Yes.
Ndavuga
entre parenthèses
entre parenthèses b'abakongomani,
yes,
kuko n'abakongomani,
yes,
biciwe mu gihugu cy'u Burundi kitari cabo muri protection ya Nations Unies. Ubutabera bwabo bwagirwaho mu gihe ababishe barimo abakongomani n'abarundi. Nations Unies cecetse n'igihugu cabo cyambere cyari gufata iya mbere caracecetse nkaho ntacabaye.
Ngira ngo twabigarutseho mbere, n'ubushake buke bwa politiki, ibimenyetso biruzuye. Ababikoze babivuze baridegenza mu Burundi. Reka nkwereke ko noneho naho tugeze ubu nyine turimo guhangana n'ibibazo byo kwibuka bigezeho. Noneho nacyo mu myaka twamaze twibuka nta kibazo tugira, aho bigezeho bazoza batubwira ngo ntimubibuka muragenda muri abantu bangana gutya. Ariko icyo nje ndakibonamo ko ari uburyo buri positive. Iki ni ikintu gitangira kutwubaka, kihagarara ko ibihugu biterana, za presidansi zigaterana zikakivugaho. Ntitwaza tukibona ko ari ikintu kicoroshe kuvuga ngo duhure muri sale y'abanyamurenge 10,000 nta bandi bacicayeho ngo kiba challenging, kiba korogoshere mu mitwe, bakirareho bakirirweho babone ko bakigenza. Iyi ni intambwe ikomeye igaragaza ko gitangiye gufata intera ikomeye, ahubwo tugomba kongera imbaraga. Ibyo kibazo warubajije Nations Unies, Burundi gihe icyaha cyabaye, Burundi bwahise businya amasezerano, bwari bwaremeye amasezerano y'irahe mbere y'uko icyaha kiba, aragenda biko mu kabati. Bari bategereje gusa ko haba promulgation ya president usinya amanani kugira ngo kije ku mugaragaro. Noneho bigiye byabaye mu Gatumba, Uburundi buragenda bimaze kubashiza ukwezi kumwe bubona gushira ya masezerano y'irahe nk'umukono, kandi byabayeho mbere gato. Ariko ibyo none ibyo ntabwo byexonera responsabilité yabo, kuko Uburundi buri mu muryango wa Nations Unies, kandi mu bantu baregera irahe hari procureur wenyine w'irahe ashobora kuangaja enquête, kuko ubundi ni ibihugu bimuregera birega aba individu. Hari ibihugu biregera, hari urukiko rw'ibihugu, hakaba noneho rahe yaje iburanisha abantu ku giti cyabo. Ariko kugira ngo iburanisha abo bantu nuko igihugu iba cyageze nk'ubushake bwo gusinya amasezerano. Uburundi bwari bwarasinye, hasigaje gusa umuhango wa nyuma wo kuimplementing ibyo basinye. Noneho ija gusinya mu kwezi muri de septembre, le 21 septembre nibwo babishize ku mugaragaro 2004. Ariko hakabagana none indi option, nani Conseil de sécurité nayo ifite ububasha bwo kuba yaregera ICC, kuko hari ibirego byinshi byatanzwe ku bihugu bitari muri ICC. Hari ibihugu nka za Sudane, nka za bagiye ICC saba ko bakurikirana ibyaha byabaye kandi batarasinya amasezerano. So Uburundi bukaba bufite n'ububasha bwo kuko ikigo gisinye gutuma bashobora ngo twebwe nubwo dusinye ibi byaha bizako dushobora kubikurikirana ICC ntiyabakubikurikirana. Icya mbere ububasha bwari mu gihugu cy'u Burundi nicyo cyari icya mbere gifite ubwo bubasha gukurikirana izo byaha. Icya kabiri ni Kongo y'abaturage bayo. Aba gatatu ni ICC icunyuze muri Security Council kubera ko Burundi bwari busa nka bwapfuyemo. Aba kane namba ibihugu bifite competence universelle byose rero ntiturabi bitangira. Rero uyu munsi twaba dushaka ngo twebwe duhagurutse case dushaka aba expert dufite ubushobozi abanyamategeko barishurwa. Nugiye gukora divorce uzumwishura agufasha gutandukana n'umugore wawe, tubashake tubishure bafite expertise donke ni nk'aba medecin usanga azi kubaga umutwe. Hari abantu bazi gukurikirana ibyaha, hari abandi bazi gukurikirana umutungo, hari abandi bazi gukurikirana niki. Tubashake bashira ibirego byiza bifite ibimenyetso simusiga mu nkiko asigaye twishuza. Dusaba n'abacika cumu bahano babigire mu ruhare, nabo bafite intege nke basaba no kugira ibyo basabwa nabo ntibabikore. Nabo intege zabo zirakenogera ngo twese dufatanye kugira ngo tugere kuri ubwo butabera. Dusabe hasigaye ibintu zabitekereze mu nkiko. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane Maître Innocent. Reka mbaze ikibazo cya nyuma kugira ngo n'ibindi biganiro bikomeze. Ndakibaza Mandevo Olivier, ni iyihe moral obligation ibihugu turimo nka Amerika cyangwa ibindi bihugu byo muri West bifite tugendeye kuri Declaration of Human Rights ya Nations Unies ibihugu byose birimo mu magambo make kugira ngo tumenye uko activism twayikora?
Urakoze cyane, nashimye iryo jambo urangirijeho rya activisme. Ese rigambwiye kuzina ninde? Mike. Ndumva uri umuyobozi mwiza rwose, arabaza ibibazo byiza. Bon, nkuko Mike yarabibajije, activisme ni gute twakoresha, ni gute twakapitaliza kubaho kwacu hano muri Amerika. Ubundi sinzi abaturage dufite uko bangana, nabonye presidente Adere yasohotse, wenda yari tugezaho imibare y'abaturage dufite abanyamurenge hano muri Amerika, ariko ntekereza ko tumaze kuba mu bihumbi byinshi. Izo mbaraga nazo tuze tuzitekerezaho, turebe n'ukuntu twibaze ngo ese how can we leverage, ni gute izo mbaraga twazikoresha. Mbere kuri iryo jambo Mike yaravuze rya nyuma, activisme yacu yashingira kuki? Presidente ndabona ugarutse, twariho tukubaza Presidente Adele, umubare w'abaturage bawe bose muri Amerika urawuzi? Turi nk'ibihumbi bingahe? Estimation bangahe? Turarenga ibihumbi. Utabaza abana. Presidente Adele kibasumba ratuvuze ngo abaturage be hano muri Amerika utashizemo abana turi ibihumbi 7 barenga. Urumva turi abantu benshi, abana nibo benshi. Noneho mu magambo make nkuko Mike yarabinsabye, hari izindi mbaraga tuzadukoresha. Uzi ko hano muri Amerika dufite abasenateri 2 i Washington. Ubundi abayobozi ku rwego rwa state ntibaza bivanga muri politiki international, ariko dufite imbaraga tutaramenya gukoresha. Tugomba gushiraho systeme yo guhora dusunika abaduserukira nka Susan Collins wa hano muri Maine. Sinzi ubundi umusenateri uhari nibagiwe izina ryiwe. Ngubu numvishe ko bari baje, ariko tugashiraho systeme yo guhora, sinshaka gukoresha terme lobbying, ariko wenda nayo umuntu yanakoresha, guhora tubereka imbaraga dufite, contribution yacu. Hano muri Maine mwatangiye ama business, mufite abamiliyoneri, muratanga amatax. Izo ni imbaraga mwakoresha kuko murakontribiwa, ariko reka nkubwire ukuntu mukontribiwa, ariko ya misoro ntikoreshwe kubafasha. Tuvuge nka George, wenda ufite business, urakoresha abantu, siko bimeze? Wenda uratanga imisoro, siko bimeze? None se iyo bishe mwene so wanyu mu Minembwe cyangwa hariya ku Ndondo, ushobora no gufata iyi ngo udakora, siko bigenda? Ushobora no gufata ibyumweru 2, ushobora no gufata voyage ukajayo. Kera tubaye affected nk'abaturage ba Amerika, kubera ikizo tutabyereka abaduserukira i Washington. Icyo kintu naco tuzareba ukuntu tugishira mu imbaraga, twubake systeme abayobozi bazayidufashemo y'ukuntu izo mbaraga nazo twazi exploiter. Urundi ruhare rwacu ni ukwandika. sinzi niba mwigeze kubona umuntu umwe waporojese w'umudamu wari wicanye na presidente hariya yigeze guporojeta abantu banditse biriya bitabo barimo umugabo witwa Charles Onana. Buri uriya Charles Onana byinshi avuga si byiza hafi ya byose, ariko uza abantu bamukurikira kubera yuko ni umuntu ufite expression ni umuntu ufite expression, afite eloquence, azi kuvuga. Icya kabiri kandi ubu ngubu yandika ibitabo kandi bigakurikiranwa n'abantu benshi. Mureke dukoreshe n'intwaro yo kwandika. Ndabizi ko bigoye umuntu kwandika wenyine kubera ko abantu bataje bishira hamwe natwe ngo twandike ibitabo, kuko bano bantu bemera inyandiko ntibemera amagambo. Murakoze.
Ndabashimiye cyane, umwanya ubaye muto. MC natwemerera nyuma turasugira umwanya w'ibibazo. Murakoze cyane.
Nubwo atari byiza wenda byari kuba byiza tubahaye amashyi, ariko ntabwo ari ngombwa. Ariko barakoze, reka tubashimire ko batugiye baduha ikiganiro cyiza kijyanye n'insanganyamatsiko y'ubutabera. Utuntu tugera dutatu ngira ngo wenda mu minota umwe ngira ngo mvuge, nuko kuri ya ngingo y'uko ari jenoside. Ubundi jenoside ya element mwene data Innocent yatinzeho ivuga ngo intention. Buriya bagiye gukora qualification ya jenoside baravuga ngo umugambi, nubwo hapfa umuntu umwe gusa, nubwo tuvuge baba bafite target yo ku exterminating a certain group of people, ariko bakica umuntu umwe gusa muri ya group, still it's genocide. Ariko noneho kubitureba aze Banyamulenge, Banyamulenge bapfuye mu Gatumba, it's more than one. So ni ukuvuga ngo qualification, abatwishe bari bafite umugambi wo kuturimbura. So ntabwo bishe umwe, basha abantu benshi. Ibyo ngibyo bishimangira ya ngingo ivuga yuko nta gushidikanya, the plan was there, the purpose to exterminate was there. So nubwo bakwica umuntu umwe wonyine, still under the law it's still genocide. Akanoni ko ngira ngo shimangire. Ikintu cya kabiri ngira ngo shimangire wenda why justice is important. Nukubera iki ubutabera ari ingenzi. Bagerageje kubisobanura. Another element, yindi ngingo ituma ubutabera tugaragaza ko ari ingenzi niki. Hari byo bavuze. Icyo nshaka kongeraho nuko it's a way of prevention, kugira ngo abandi bashaka gukora icyaha gisa na kiriya babone yuko amategeko arahari, nidukora iki cyaha consequences, les conséquences sont là, tuzahanwa n'amategeko. Iyo element ya prevention kubutabera turabukeneye kubera that element of prevention, kugira ngo ntihakagire kuba ikindi kintu kibi gisa na kiriya. Kandi ikindi kintu nacyo rero kijyanye n'icyo, it's the respect of human being, kugira ngo habeho n'igikorwa cyo kubaha ikiremwamo. Umuntu yumve yuko Umunyamulenge atari umuntu wo gukandagira, umubembe aze gukandagire, umufurera gukandagire, anybody to step on you. That's prevention and also the protection of your rights and dignity in this angle. Icyanyuma ngiye kwa akandi ka element nafashe, hari ibintu byinshi byahindutse muri jenoside yakorewe abatutsi mu Rwanda. Nabwo mu rwego rwo kugira ngo ba serving justice, hari inyito nyinshi zagiye zihinduka zakoreshwaga n'aba deniers, abantu bashaka gupfobya genocide, nko kuvuga ngo ni genocide yakorewe abanyarwanda. Ntabwo ari genocide yakorewe abanyarwanda, ni genocide yakorewe abatutsi. Ubu rero tuvuze ngo ubwicanyi, tuvuze ngo abanyagatumba, abanyagatumba, it's not an identity, ntabwo ari identity. So nashaka even here kuri hano kuri iyi projection bakoze, we should have changed. Ntabwo ndi kubona abo Banyamulenge, there's no Banyamulenge here. Byakagombye kuba emphasized, ikavuga ngo annual Gatumba Banyamulenge massacre memorial gathering. There's no Banyamulenge there. So we should emphasize on the words. Words matter, people. Amagambo matter. Amagambo aricha agakiza. We should emphasize on the words. Ngira ngo tuve hano twese tuvuze ngo titukongere kuvuga ngo abanyagatumba. Please. N'ubwicanyi bwakorewe abanyamurenge mu Gatumba. Iyo nyito igomba guhinduka. Ngira ngo sabe Perezida w'amahoro, please. Hari ibintu tugomba kujya duhindura bikajya no mu mikore no mu mugirire. N'ubwicanyi bwakorewe abanyamurenge bari batuye mu Gatumba. It's not abanyagatumba. Nagira ngo wenda nshimangira ko kantu murakoze cyane. Tugiye kuri pano ya kabiri. Pano ya kabiri igiye noneho gushimangira title yayo na amakuru yiwacu. Amakuru yiwacu. So, nukubera iki ari ngombwa kuvuga amakuru yiwacu? Iwacu haracyahari. Eske tuzi ko imurenge hakiriho? Tuzi ko imurenge hari abanyamurenge batuye? Tuzi ko imurenge hari abanyamurenge bafite inka borora? Ariko mwari muzi ko imurenge bagicunda amata? Muzi ko imurenge hari abanyamurenge ubu ngubu baremye isoko? Aya masaha, there are people there. Tugashaka kumva abantu batubwira amakuru yiwacu. Banadukumbuze wumve urakumbuye imurenge. I want to call our distinguished panelists. Bamwe baje hano imbere, abandi wenda muraza kubabona. I want to call upon Dr. Freddy to come forward, one of the panelists. As amakuru menshi yiwacu kuko abihoramo yabigize umwuga right now, nawe ari tugomba gushimira kuko hamwe n'ibintu byinshi akora yitangiye ubwoko. N'umuntu twashimira Dr. Freddy mu bikorwa akora muri iminsi. Reka twongere dutumire President w'amahoro nyakubahwa Adele Kibasumba. Adele, please come forward. Nawe tumushimire ko manda yiwe yayikoze neza. Ese muri ready kongera kumuha indi manda? I think so. Okay, yakoze neza cyane nyakubahwa Adele. Reka dutumire Councillor Claude Rwaganje, twongeraho Councillor Pasteur Claude Rwaganje. Yabaye pasteur nayo ni indi titre tugomba kumwubahira, nayo arayikwiriye. Kino kiganiro kirayoborwa na facilitator Clement Bagaza. Turakoze cyane, murakoze mwese. Projection mushobora kugabanya urumuri kuko hano urumuri rwawe rwinshi. Murakoze.
Arakoze umuyobozi wa gahunda. Mbaye nk'ubitaruraho gatoya kuko tugiye kuvuga amakuru ngira ngo mwumvishe ko abantu bahise batega amatwi cyane. Ibibazo byanje indaza kubisasira kugira ngo mujye murasa ku ntego. Aba bose bavuze niyo mpamvu ndaza kuza gufata umwanya kugira ngo bagire ibindi bavuga. nyuma yaho wenda turatanga ijambo kugira ngo n'abandi bantu bavuge ibyo donc babaze ibyo batekereza. Ikibazo cya mbere ndaza guhera kuri President Adele. Twese turamuzi, ni umucikacumu, ni umumama ufite abana 3, afite akazi, afite urugo, ni ukuvuga afite umugabo, ayoboye MPA. Nshaka kumubaza ikibazo cya mbere, natubwira ibanga ibi bintu ubishobora ute?
Sinarinzi ko uri bumbaze ibibazo biri personal mu ruhame rungana gutya, ariko nk'uko nabivuze kare muri speech natanze mu gitondo, nababwiye urugendo rwanje rwatumye mba muri bino bintu ko ari akarengane twese twagiye duhura nako mu gihugu cyacu, akaba ariko katumye umuntu agira passion yo kuvuga no kwerekana akarengane abanyamurenge bagiye bahura nako mu gihe gitandukanye. Ukuye ko nta nubwo yari dream yanje, nta nubwo nize science politique, sinize journalisme, ndi nurse practitioner, ndi muri medical field, nibyo nashatse gukora kuva nkiri Uvira nkiri umwana, ariko kubera nyine aka karengane kahabaye katumye nja muri ibi bintu nyine. So in terms of yo kuza muri mahoro, no gukoranya bino bintu byose nyine dukora, ntago nabitangiriye muri mahoro, natangiye mbikora kuva nkigera hano, kuva nkiri mutoya ntarashakwa. Umugabo wanje yansanze nza mbikora kandi narabimubwiye, yarabibonaga. Yewe nanze no gukora ubukwe tararangiza amasomo, narabimubwiye cyane. Hari sokuru umwe wanje uheruka gupfa witwa Rugendibonga, ruguru igihe nari narahungiyeyo, yarambwiye ngo se yewe mwana, ngo se ngo uzuja kwiga gusa kugira ngo utegereze umugabo azoza gushake, cyangwa uzuwo wiga nyine kugira ngo uzobone icete. Ico kintu kingumamwo, ndavuga ngo soko nzanyiga kugira ngo nzobone icete. Noneho igihe nahuriye n'umugabo wanje, yari umugabo urangije, afite akazi keza, ari mbese ready gushaka. Ndamubwira nti mpaka nzobona icete, kandi nimba utacihanganiye kabisa wogenda. So iyi activism yayinsanzemwo, yasanze nisobanukiwe uwo ndiwe. So nta kintu cyahindutse muri njewe, ahubwo nakomeje ivyo natangiye. Ariko kandi muri ibi by'amahoro igihe nabijemo, ntabwo sinari nzi ko biremereye nk'uko nabitekerezaga. Ntekereza yuko ari Imana yagiye inyuza muri ibyo bintu byose, integanya muri bino bihe by'amahoro ngo irangize ingira igikoresho cyayo. Kuko ngiye kuvuga ngo ndabishoboye cyangwa se narabyiteguye, ntabyo, ahubwo n'Imana yabiteguye, noneho ikakugira igikoresho cyayo, ugakora gusa, iyo ikakuinfusinga, ikagushiramo imbaraga, ikaguha ubwenge, ikaguhereza the know how, yarangiza ikagukoresha. Ntekereza ko ari Imana. Merci.
Arakoze, ni byiza kukugira muri iki gihe. Nanone ugifite microphone, ikiganiro n'amakuru y'iwacu. Ngira ngo niba hari abantu bafite amakuru y'iwacu, ndibaza ko ushobora kuba urimo. Mu magambo make urasa ku ntego, iwacu haracatuwe. President.
Iwacu haracatuwe. Ntabwo ndusha abandi amakuru, mwese muri abanyamurenge, mwese mufite abavandimwe n'amafamiye, muravugana nabo buri munsi. Ariko nishimwe kuri twese, ntitwari tuzi yuko nyine abanyamurenge baba gutuye muri kiriya gihugu, nubwo batuye basa nkaho bari displaced mu gihugu cyabo, cyangwa se bose batarataha iyo bagiye bahungira, ariko baracatuye. Navuga ubu nyine muko mu Bibogobogo ariko ntangirira, mu Bibogobogo bose baratashe nyuma yuko habaye ya crise. basubira ahantu mu mihana mikeya gusa, abenshi ntago barasubira mu mihana yose bavuyemwo kubera nyine hatari haraje umutekano, ariko baratuye cyane cyane ubu nyine bari concentre mu bintu byo kugira amahoro cyane, ibiganiro by'amahoro, baganira n'abandi banyamoko duturanye hariya mu Bibogobogo kugira ngo bakomeze basigasire inite nyine y'abahatuye, kugira ngo bazagereho batahe baje mu ma village yabo. Mu Minembwe ho ndagira ngo murabizi yuko Abanyaminembwe nabo batangiye guhinga bahingira kure kugira ngo batangire basubire mu mihana yabo, abenshi basubiyeyo nk'Abanyarutigita n'ayandi ma village ntibuka, ariko no mu Karingi wacu kwa Sokuru ndabizi ko batashe. So ahantu henshi mu Minembwe bagiye basubira iwabo mu mihana yabo kandi bagatangira guhinga. Mu Rurambo naho mwarabibonye umwaka ushize tumaze kugira anniversaire, umwaka umwe Abanyarurambo barasubiyeyo nabo ubu nyine ndagira ngo bazatangira guhinga muri uku kwezi kwa munani. Ndabizi yuko hariho n'amakampeni ariho nyine yo kugira ngo kubafasha ngo batangire bahinge basubire mu buzima busanzwe. Nabo baratuye kandi nta gitero kirabagabwaho kuva bataha umwaka wose. Mu Bijombo baraho, ariko murabizi hari iriya nzira ifite insekirite iteye ubwoba, aho abantu bagenda ntibashike bakabicira nzira. Yeah, thanks.
Reka tuje kuri Claude. Hano bamaze kutubwira uburyo bariho bagerageza kesi ya Gatumba bakoresheje amategeko, ariko hari ibisika bagonga. Nk'umuntu rero uri muri politiki y'iki gihugu, hari izindi nzira zihari zitari uburyo bw'amategeko zishobora gukoreshwa kugira ngo iki kintu kibe traité?
Urakoze cyane. Reka mbanze nsubize kino kibazo mama presidente yari amaze gusubizaho gatoya, niba nasubira inyuma. Kandi ni honneur kubona Dr. Freddy na Adele dusharinga iyi podium, kuko n'abantu bitangira kino kibazo cyane cy'iwacu. Iwacu navuga ngo harahari nk'uko hadahari. Si uko nshaka gukontradiza mama presidente, ni opinion yanjye nuko nje mbitekereza. Nje iwacu aho mvuka harasenyutse, nta makuru, nta mu Bikinga, mu Kajoka, mu Gatanga n'imisaka. Ntabwo no kumva yuko iwacu akibaho dusigaye tuba muri concentration camp. Abantu ubu ngubu usigaye wumva ngo bari mu Minembwe, ngo abandi ngo bari kumurambza. Mama Adele, mama presidente giwe ntazi iyo mihana, ariko n'uwi wacu ga nawo hariya mu Gatanga, ariko hari imihana yasenyutse yarashize pe, nta nzira zikaba nko yabivuze. Ariko kandi ndashaka gushimira abantu bariyo bari no muri ayo ma concentration camp, kuko banze yuko tubaho tutagira iwacu. Icyakabiri ni ugushimira mwebwe mugifasha mu kubaka iwacu kugira ngo hakomeze habeho. Niyo ari mu matongo, ariko ndacicara hano nkabwira, ejo nabwiye umwana wanje tese uzi ko mvuka imurenge, ati ndabizi, uza wicara bizi. Donc ico numva kino kiganiro hari byenda bavuga ngo hari kiri disconnect nibyo duhaye tuvuga nibyo turimo hano. Oyayi, ibi bintu biracarimo kugira ngo tugume tugira iwacu, nuko twese twiyumvisha yuko tukigira iwacu, tugasura tugashigikira n'abariyo kugira ngo bakomeze babeyo, kandi natwe tukazagira ya torche President Mandevu yavuze izadusubizayo. Ikibazo cyawe rero atese ko twumvisha abanyamategeko bihaye bigorana, hari izindi nzira. Mu by'ukuri inzira ntabwo ari imwe. Iyo tuje kumenya inzira kwihari imwe, tuba twarayikoresheje tukayinyuramo, ariko hari inzira nyinshi. Nababwiye igihe nafashe iriya microphone kare, ndavuga ati njewe nkuko mama president Adele yabivuze, sinagiye kwitoza muri politike ya hano kugira ngo nje gushaka mu kariyeri. Oya yepi. Sinagiye kwishaka mu mafaranga. Oya yepi. Nanje exactly nibi mama president yavugaga ni advocacy yanshizemo. Donc ibyo Mandevu yavugaga tuje Washington, ibyo wa Freddy wa Jean Paul tugenda hariya, nagaza ngarukano nkavuga se aba bantu tubana bo barabizi yuko twabuze tugira ibibazo kugira rero ngo mbumvishe kandi nanje mfatishe ikibazo cyacu cyumvikane nuko nagiye mu nzego za politike ku buryo rero hari igihe abantu bashobora kubona tuno tuntu tugira tw'ama proclamation akantu koroshe ariko kugira ngo umujyi wemeze uvuge ngo abanyamurenge barapfuye ku itariki zingahe mwese ndabasaba ngo mubirecognizinge ni impamvu imwe yo kurwana intambara turimo. Icya kabiri ni impamvu yo kumenyekanisha ikibazo cyacu twese aho turi kuko tubikoze gutya twese mu masede tuvamo. Ndakurahira yuko i Washington bosiyeje bakiga kino kibazo. So mu rundi buryo rero biriya Inosa yavuze by'ingamba z'ubutabera ni zirimwe ariko inizira wumvishe ko Professor Robert yabivuze ati njewe ngiye kubishira mu ishuri ryanje mu bana bazaza biga histoire ya massacre y'abanyamurenge cyangwa se genocide y'abanyamurenge mu Gatumba. Rero titwotegereza gusa ngo tuzorebera ubutabera ngo ari wo budukemura ikibazo. Hari inzira nyinshi. Ndasaba urubyiruko ruri hano ko tugenda ntugomba kuba city council kugira ngo usabe proclamation muri site yawe. Byenda hariho imbaraga zitandukanye bikurikiranye nuko abantu baba bameze n'amastate nuko bameze, ariko izi ni ingamba zose twakora kugira ngo tumenyekanishe ikibazo cyacu kizogeregeye gikemurwa tutarinze gusa gutegereza ubutabera.
Arakoze. Reka nje kuri Dr. Freddy. Mu minsi ishize twabonye ikinyamakuru cyitwa Africa Intelligence kiraza gikubita inyandiko hariya hanze abantu benshi basa nk'abahungabanye. Mu minsi mike yakurikiye haza raporo ya UN ngira ngo noneho yanajemo ku giti cye bamuhuza n'imitwe imwe n'imwe, hanyuma kuri liste yari ariho ndagisasira kugira ngo uze kuza ukivuga neza. Undi muntu wajeho ni Dr. Lazaro nawe arimo. Uyu munsi wa none bamufashe mu buryo twavuga ko budakurikije amategeko, ntawuzi aho hari. Ndibaza kuri wewe ndetse banavuze no ku ngendo zabo, ibi bintu urabivuga iki?
Murakoze cyane. Reka mbanze mvuge ko iyi pano yiswa amakuru y'Imuhira. So just allow me umunota umwe gusa kuvuga akantu kamwe ku makuru y'Imuhira mbere yuko nsubiza ikibazo cyawe. Biragoye cyane kubona igitonyanga cyiza kimwe mu nyanja y'ibibi. Kuri ubwo iyo duhaye dutekereza iwacu nyuma y'ibibazo by'ingutu byatuzahaje muri iyi myaka 6-7 ishize, byatwiciye bikadusenyera bikadukenesha, bikatunyaga, inka zigashira, kandi hari abantu benshi iyo bumva inka badasobanukirwa cyane cyane abantu bakiri batoya. Ariko ku muntu w'umunyamurenge, nimba umunyamurenge afite inka 20, izo nka 20 niyo checking yiwe, niyo saving yiwe, niyo retirement, niyo medical insurance, niyo ni ibintu byose, niyo social security yiwe. Ikintu cyose yakoreye mu buzima cyose kiri muri izo nka. Donc biragoye rero kuva kuri ibyo ngo tube twabona ikintu cyiza kimwe. Ariko nituvuga amakuru y'Imuhira tumenye ko hatangiye kuba reverse process. Ubu nyine hari abaturage bari barahunze mu Rutigita basubiyeyo, bahaye bubaka, bahaye basubira kuragira no guhinga imirima yabo, ibisambu byabo. Ainsi de suite mu Karingi, president yavuze mu Rurambo. N'utuntu dutoya paraporo y'ibyabaye, ariko nevertheless it's a change in direction. Hari uburyo duhaye tuva muri n'ibitero byagiye bigabanuka, not only in frequency but in intensity. Byagabanutse mu mubare wabyo ariko no mu buremere bwabyo. Ntabwo byapfuye kwigabanya, hari imbaraga zabigabanyije. Izo mbaraga ndashaka kuzirecognizinga hano. Izo mbaraga ni twebwe, izo mbaraga no umunyamurenge wese aho ari wumva ko arazwa ku ijoro n'ibibazo biri iwacu kandi akavuga ngo mfite uruhare mu kuba natuza umunyamurenge usigaye. Nta mbaraga hari akaririmbo kamwe baririmbye hano n'amapoeme bavuze ngo nta mbaraga tuzogira aho twaba turi hose tudafite iwacu. Turiho turi abagabo kubera ko dufite aho tuva, nituhabura tuzamera nk'igiti kidafite imizi, umuyaga wose uzaza uzaduhuha. Ko turarwana intambara, unfortunately ko turarwana intambara nko gutembagaza ibuye amazamuka, ko turarwana intambara imeze nko koga uzamuka n'uruzi, uruzi rutemba, amazi n'amabuye bitemba bimanuka, wewe ukoga uzamuka. Kubera iki? Kubera ko intambara ihayigenda ihindura isura. Twatangiye ari intambara y'abamayimayi, baza bagatera umuhano umwe, bagatwika, bakiba inka, bakagira gute. Tuyifata nk'intambara iri loko, titwamenya the hidden hand behind it, la main invisible, the invisible hand yari inyuma y'intambara. Tuyicira inyeri kandi ari urukonda, igenda ikura tutabizi. Ubu nyine ni intambara isigaye yigirwa mu baperezida b'ibihugu 5-6 bakicara hasi bakayivugaho. Eske natwe response yacu kuri iyo ntambara, ese kwiragenda izamuka, ese ko rising to the heights of the challenge, à la hauteur du défi? Icyo nicyo kibazo twibaza. Twagombye guhindura imikorere yacu, imyitangire yacu, cyangwa se ubwitange bwacu n'ubutwari bwacu uko intambara ihayigenda ikura. Tugeze n'ahantu ndetse itakiri cyane intambara y'amasasu, isigaye iri intambara ya diplomasi, ya advocacy, ya media, ainsi de suite. Kimwe mu byo mu ntambara turwana rero ni izi ntambara yaravuze. Mu kwezi kwa mbere hari ikinyamakuru cyitwa Africa Intelligence cyasohoye report. Report irega amahoro, ivuga amazina, nje izina ryanje ryari ririmo, na Adele ndumva ryari ririmo n'abandi benshi, ariko ubona kiri politically motivated. Ni ukuvuga hari ukuntu biriya binyamakuru ama agence y'ubutasi y'igihugu cyangwa se les agences de renseignement z'ibihugu runaka baza bagenda bagakorana n'ikinyamakuru runaka, bagafata kugira ngo basenye umuntu cyangwa basenye organisation, bagatanga amafaranga, bakagenda bagakoresha cya kinyamakuru kigasohora raporo. Noneho bakagendera kuri ya raporo, kuko ari raporo isa nkaho iri international, ni ikinyamakuru kiri mu Bufaransa. Noneho bakagenda banyura muri ya raporo kugira ngo bagende trackinga down ba bantu cyangwa se ba discredite ya organisation na reputation yayo. C'est exactement nibyo bintu byakozwe. Malheureusement kubera ubukene, kubera amashari, biroroshye cyane kubona information z'ibinyoma zishobora kuba simulated. No kuvuga ugatanga amakuru y'ibinyoma ariko ukagenda ushiramo utuntu dutoya dushobora guhenda abantu ko ari ukuri. Noneho utwo tuntu wadushiraho ngaho, umuntu utazi histoire ya hariya yapfa gusoma akavuga ati uzi ko ibi bintu ari byo, nibyo byahabaye. Nyuma groupe des experts des Nations Unies ni groupe ikora iperereza, ariko surukiko tizi ikora investigation, ntigira contre expertise. Nukuvuga izigenda itora amakuru isanze mu muhanda, igira n'aba informant bayo, n'abantu bishura amafaranga, bababwira ko tubishura amafaranga uko muzanye information. Urumva uwo muntu niba kenye arahaha amakuru, ahahe natabaho kugira ngo ahembwe. Ibyo twese turabyumva. Noneho ba bantu bakazana amakuru, ariko kubera ko ya organisation itari urukiko kugira ngo verifie information, tizi ikora contre expertise. Rero bafata ya raporo ya cya kinyamakuru, icyo kinyamakuru cyakuye information yabo muri ANR no muri za DEMIAP n'andi maserivisi ya renseignement ya Congo. Ibintu byo gusebya, byo gushaka kudiscredite bija muri kinyamakuru. Rapport des experts ya Nations Unies nayifatiraho ku kinyamakuru, murareba ibyo banditse basubiyemo bya bindi byari muri cya kinyamakuru, uretse wenda izina ryanje niryo ritasohotsemo n'andi mazina nkangahe gusa. Abandi bose basohotse muri cya kinyamakuru basohotse no muri rapport des experts des Nations Unies. Impamvu twebwe tutasohotsemo nuko njewe ku giti cyanje nuko nabimenye ko ngiye gusohokamo, noneho ndabachallenginga, nandika urwandiko, ndarunotariye, ndarwohereza, ndababwira nti ibi bintu mugiye gusohora ni ibinyoma, donnez-moi une seule preuve ko ibi bintu mugiye kwandika ari byo mwandika ibintu mufitiye preve njewe ku giti cyanje ndabidinayinga mwebwe ni mumpi ikimenyetso kimwe gusa kimwe kigaragaza ko ibyo mugomba kwandika mugiye kwandika atari byo barayibura ngo bayibure bakura mu izina ryanje malheureusement abandi basohotse bo wenda ntibamenye ko bagiye gusohoka bituma basohoka ariko wenda nabyo babimenya nabo bakagaragaza ko nta preuve ihari ubundi ugushinja niwe ugomba kugaragaza preuve ntabwo ari wowe ugomba kugaragaza preuve ko ibyo gushinja atari ukuri nuko malheureusement dufite gouvernement iri très irresponsable abantu nka ba Lazare bafashwe nta investigation irakorwa nukuvuga kuba gusa ico kinyamakuru cyangwa iyo raporo yasohotse bazi neza ko ta investigation bagahita bamufashe kubera iki d'abord si umuntu wohunga no umuntu un président d'une université locale icya kabiri hariho ikintu ca presumption d'innocence nukuvuga ari innocent kugeza igihe aba proven guilty ubu nyine amaze amezi abiri mu mugozi ntaraja mu rukiko n'umunsi n'umwe kandi malheureusement kuri bo nibyo bamushinjaga byose basanze atari byo ariko kugeza ubu ngubu ntituzi impamvu akiriyo kandi ntaco tuzi twokora kugira ngo arekurwe murakoze
ukifite microphone hari ndagira ngo nurire ku kantu uvuze ka ya maraporo ya UN ibi bintu ni izihe nyungu bafitemo kubera ko uburyo zisohoka haraza akaraporo kamwe kagasa nkaho gashaka kuvuga ko hari genocide abantu bagatekereza ko ari nk'umuco ugiye kuza ati bano bantu bakoze ikurikiyeho ikaza noneho imanura abantu ikuzimu iyi mutekereza ko ni umukino bakina kugira ngo tugume tujubangane hariya
no kubalansinga raporo y'ubushize yo muri December tiyari mbi cyane kuri twebwe raporo mbi y'ubushize muri December ntabwo yari mbi kuri twebwe noneho bakabona pressure iva muri guverinoma kandi bariya bose barashobora gushirwa muri liste y'aba person non grata muri Congo bakahava bose bakirukanwa bakaja kuzana abandi kugira ninka kurya Monisco izigira gutya ikavugira Congo ninka kurya kw'imbebe zirya ihaye ihuha kugira ngo ejo bazabongere manda iyi manda igiye gushira bazabembereza leta bagasubira bagahabwa indi manda kuko iyo imimbi manda eshize akazi karashira bari abantu bari muri Congo kubera ko Congo yemera ko babamwo nukuvuga Congo ifite uburenganzira bwo kubirukana nico gituma hari igihe bemera kwandika ibyo guverinoma ya Congo ibasaba kugira ngo bagumemwo usomye raporo yasohotse muri le 13 juin ni nkaho yanditswe na uyu porte parole wa guverinoma ninde senka mwibuke muyaya ni ukuri hari amajambo bandika muyaya azabwejurira hariya nta professionalism irimo ubona nta kintu na kimwe ibintu by'ukuri byagiye biba muri aya mezi atandatu byose bakabiceceka bamara bakagenda bafata utuntu twavugiwe ku ma social media ukabura professionalism irimo president warushaka kunyunganira
kuri no rapport ya Nations Unies so muri janvier y'uku kwezi basohora confidential report bakayihereza abamambre ba Conseil de sécurité muri report iri confidential ntago mahoro yaririmo nta nubwo bano bantu bose bashizemwo bari barimo ahubwo harimo lucha iriya movement yaba civil society nini cyane iba muri Congo iziyataka MONUSCO cyane muribuka yuko hari igihe bigeze kuorganiza marche muri Goma yo kugwanya iriya force ya East African Community yari hari ngo kubera ko itayigwanya M23 noneho muri yo protest aho kugenda ngo bagwane na EAC forces zari zihari zo muri bira bihugu bibanye vya Congo zagiye muri Congo bagenda kwataka ama eglise y'abanyamurenge harimo eglise ya Pasteur Sunzu, hariho amaeglise abiri y'abanyamurenge basenye neza hariya muri iyo protest. Ivyo byose byakozwe n'abariya iriya movement nyine yitwa ya Lucha, noneho ariko bakoreshejwe na Muyaya atanga amafaranga akabagura, noneho bagateza MONUSCO abaturage kugira ngo MONUSCO leta ntivuge ko ariyo yanga MONUSCO, idashaka MONUSCO ikabateza abaturage bakayitera, noneho MONUSCO igacanganya ikigwa ikabura icikora. Iyo raporo imaze babrufinze Conseil de Sécurité, nta mahoro yari ihari, ahubwo bari banditse barega Lucha iriya movement yateye MONUSCO. Nyuma yaho kubera yuko ubu nyine MONUSCO ishaka kugara nayo kirigwanaho kugira ngo ikomeze ibe muri Kongo, icikora noneho iragenda igakora ico Kongo ibwiye cyose MONUSCO iragikora. Kandi iyi raporo ya Nations Unies ntabwo ishobora gusohoka idaciye mu maboko ya mission ya UN iri muri Kongo. So uri ukuriye UN aragenda ivyo Kongo mubwiye akavuga ati ibingibi bishiremwo kuko twebwe biradufasha muri diplomasi yacu, ibi bintu bishiremwo, ibi bintu bikuremwo. Raporo yaje gusohoka yingi mwese mwabonye, bagenda bakuramwo bijya vya Lucha byose bashiramwo ibingibi byose mwabonye biri contre abanyamurenge. Voilà, nivyo nari nshaka kongera.
Bon, ugifite microphone ndaza kugaruka inyuma kuri Fred nanone. Mu minsi mike yashize twagize urya tukubona mu kinyamakuru, tubona amafoto uri kumwe na President Tshisekedi, wagiye kumureba, ndavuga President, murabonana, nanone hashize igihe tukubona uri kumwe na Evariste w'i Burundi, ngira ngo rwari mu rwego rwa advocacy. Izi ngendo bakoze n'ibiganiro mwakoze niki cavuyemo, ni kubona hari hope, ubona hari ico byatanze?
Okay. Mu mwaka wa 2021 hano muri New York Tshisekedi yaraje afite briefing yo akwiye kutubona, ariko ico nzico nuko bari bamubwiye ati mahoro ni ifite imbaraga ishobora kugukontreka muri diplomasi yawe hanze, ugenda ubabone ugerageze kubiyegereza kugira ngo batazakubera imbogamizi mu buyobozi bwawe. Turagenda nk'ubuyobozi bwa mahoro, aratwakira neza cyane, twaraganiriye ivyo nawo nk'umunyamurenge wo mubwira bikubabaza bikuraza inshinga, biriya byose byarimo biba kuri bene wacu bari muri Ho Plateau, twarabimubwiye, nta na kimwe yigeze ahakana, yavuze yuko byarabaye, ndetse yewe hari n'igitero cigeze gusenya Kamombo, bamaze gutahuka abanyakamombo muribuka ko batahutse barongera kandi barahatera, yavuze yuko kiriya gitero yavuganye n'abajenare arabemerera ngo bagende batere, ngo arangiza aratubwira ngo désolé ko byabaye, abaturage barahunga, ariko iwe ninkaho bari bamubwiye yuko hari akamombo ari abarebele gusa bahari hatari abaturage. Twavuganye ku kintu ca bitakwira, dukomeza kubona garuka cyane, tumubwira n'abandi bajenerale benshi bari hari mu Minembwe, nimbiwe koko atari inyuma y'ubwicanyi n'ugwango ruri ku Banyamurenge, yakagomba kubakura hari mu Minembwe akazana abandi bari favorable ku Banyamurenge. Akomeza kugaragaza yuko igisirikare cyo gikeneye reforme, muri make agasa n'umuntu udafite nta bushobozi afite ku gisirikare ciwe, cyangwa se ntaco bimubwiye, arashaka guprizinga abantu bose bari munsi yiwe kugira ngo akomeze ayobore ntankomyi. Kuri bitakwira ndibuka ico gihe ba Innocent ino collective des avocats yari ko yitegura gutanga ikirego c'abantu ba inciting hate muri Congo. Ndibuka neza ko namubwiye ngo naramubwiye ati uriya bitakwira kubera ko umwohereza muri Est kuja gukora ibiganiro vya reconciliation, kandi ari umuntu umwe uzwi ko yanga Abanyamurenge cyane, ari umu extremiste, kurabona uriya ashobora kuzana amahoro. Aravuga ngo écoute, uriya ni umuntu uri popular cyane hariya mu bapfurero, mbese asa n'umuntu ushaka kumuproteja yuko ashobora atekereza ku ma election yuko ashobora gutakaza aba constituent mu mwanya going against bitakwira. Ariko aravuga ngo ariko ngo muzorebe mwebwe uko muzamugirira. Namubwira ati president nta kibazo, kuwa kane hariho ndagira ngo hari kirego barimo batanga ndavyibuka, uzarebe ukuntu influencing system yawe ya justice uriya muntu bamufate. Ngo okay, nyuma yaho murabizi ko bitakwira akomeje gukora ama speech inciting hate ariko ubu ngubu niwe partenaire wa Tshisekedi number 1 aragenda amaze kuba sanctioned azagenda agahura na Tshisekedi parti politique yiwe iri muri kashe donc ukareba relationship Tshisekedi agiranye natwe nk'abanyamurenge n'abandi batwanga ukabona ko ari umuntu muzukuri either ntabwo arashaka nyine gutambuka ku ma election cyangwe tabushake na bumwe afite kugira ngo aturangirize ibibazo muri make umusaruro woba waravuyemwo ahubwo ibintu byakomeje kuba bibi kurushaho muzukuri kuri twebwe kuko urareba muri kiriya kinyamakuru ca African Intelligence ndibuka yuko banditse yuko igihe yaje kutubona yakoresheje amastrategie abiri ndagenda mbabwire ngo baze banshigikire ngo arangiza tumasierge Chibangu umu assistant wiwe muri Washington kuja kuturega aho ngaho niho byavuyeho nyuma yaho muri 2020 niho natangiraga kumva amakuru baduhamagara bakatubwira ngo twatangiye mbese kugwanya nikaho badufashe nkaho hari movement politique iri opoza kuri Tshisekedi kandi mu by'ukuri siko kuko muri Congo naho hari ama civil societies nkiyo lucha going against government policies ni right yabo natwe nimba twumva yuko leta yacu hari ico yakora kitaduservire tugomba kukivuga ariko batarinze bavuga yuko dukorana n'u Rwanda cyangwa se turi opoza cyangwa duhuze na RCD ibintu biriya byose bagenda bavuga rero Tshisekedi yabitangiye kuva ico gihe yumva yuko ahangaha twanze gucompromisinga kugira ngo tumushigikire navuyemwo mvugana n'abantu biwe aba close aide biwe bari baduhujije ndababwira ati nibi ngibi twavuganye na president wanyu karavuga ngo tumushigikire nta kibazo dufite turareka kumushigikira dushigikire ndi ariko nta kintu na kimwe mpambona yatubwiye tugenda kubwira abanyamurenge ngo dushigikire president nta adafite na plan nimwe yo kuvuga ngo adukure muri ya crise twari turimo yaravuze ngo peut-être ngo tugende turebe ngo ngo bashireho umuntu uri clé muri iriya DDR iriya programme y'ama désarmement n'ibiki namubwira se none iyo DDR kera baappointinze Tomitambwe by that time twarimo tuvugana bari bashizeho Tomitambwe ndavuga ngo iyindi position iri muri DDR ubona ishobora kuzana gukemura kibazo cacu kirihe muzukuri ntaha dukora statement yari diplomatic ariko mu bacu bandi benshi twari turi kumwe nariko mbabwira ngo mukomeze mukora ibyo mugomba gukora kuko nta for now nta gisubizo twatumubonaho Evariste wo Burundi twagiye kumushakisha cyo kimwe n'abandi bayobozi benshi ahantu hose tugenda dukomanga ariko cyane bari bamaze kudeploying ingabo zabo muri Haut Plateau bamaze kuvuga ko arizo ingabo z'i Burundi arizo zizaje iwacu kandi twari tuzi yuko muri leta yiwe na service za renseignement ziwe kenshi twagiye tubareba harimwo abantu baba extremiste cyane kontra abanyamurenge ukavugisha umwe ukumva aratwumva ariko wahava undi muntu akaza agakuraho ya dossier akayipfobya tubona yuko inzira yonyine ishoboka nuko tugomba kubona president wenyine tukabimwibwirira birashoboka nawe yari yaje hano muri kuri UN General Assembly gose aduha umwanya one on one nta wundi uhari umwanya uhagije kugezaho abantu bikura turaganira nawe twaramubriefinze nkuko nababwiye ico nawe uwo mubwira natwe twarakimubwiye ariko kera ingabo ziwe zari zageze hariya kandi briefing bari bafitanye na Congo yari yababwiye ko umutwe ubazahaje nitwigwaneho mugende murasi imitwe yanyu iri hariya y'abarundi ariko natwe uyu mutwe muzosige muurangije niyo briefing bari bafite ariko nyuma yaho muzukuriho hatanze umusaruro kuko kugeza n'ubu ngubu abarundi kuva bagezeyo ntago byaboroheye amakuru twababwiye turn out to be true ko abanyamurenge bigwanaho gusa kandi bagomba kuba protege kuko nitwebwe turengana kugeza n'ubu ngubu ndatekereza kuba abarundi batararasana n'abanyamurenge, tekereza ko byavuye muri iriya nama n'ibindi biganiro byagiye biba nyuma yaho. Murakoze.
Ugifite microphone, hari ikiganiro wakoze ukoresha ijambo abantu benshi bagiye babaza, waravuze ngo bari bavuze ikibazo cy'u Burundi, uravuga ngo hariya haranyerera. Iyo jambo ararikoresheje ni igihe abarundi basaga nkaho hari nk'ikintu kigiye kuba. Ubwo bunyerere wavugaga ni urashaka kutubwira?
No, I mean, ibyo ni ibiganiro umuntu habe in person n'abarundi kuri twebwe twenyine inbox turabibabwira ko hari iwacu is non-negotiable. Barabikoze abantu bakiri mu biganiro bakagenda muco hagati, ariko bageze hariya mu Minembwe, hariya niho hasigaye honyine, niwo mutima utera abanyamurenge basigaranye. Kuvuga ngo uragenda ubwira abantu ngo bagende biyeka ari wowe uhagarariye iriya processus ya Nairobi, utawugenda ubwira abandi bamayimayi bose bageze aho wagiye uca mu Rurambo hari abamayimayi benshi ibo ntibiyeke. Ugeze noneho mu Minembwe ukababwira ngo biyeke baje he? Ubushaka kuvuga iki? So hariya mu by'ukuri kunyerera nyine haranyerera, bahakoze bazonyerera n'abandi bahakoze baranyereye. Murakoze.
Arakoze President. Reka tuje kuri Claude. Hari umuntu bita Nzangi yatangije ikintu ari mu nteko ishinga amategeko. Ico gihe yatatse Ministre Ruberwa, baramutumira cyane inshuro nyinshi, biza no kugaragaramo nk'ikintu cy'akavuyo birimo n'agasuzuguro. Igihembo yaje kubona yagizwe Ministre wa Education, ngira ngo ni nawe nabonye yasinye kuri letter ya promotinze Dr. Freddy kuri level y'aba professor. Ubu ndi kwibaza bitakwira ubu nyine nawe urebye arimo aravuga cyane, urabitekereza iki? Nawe ni umwanya ashaka ibyo avuga bimurimo cyangwa ni umwanya ari gushakisha? Izi discours za popularisme urazivuga iki?
Reka manza ngarura ibitekerezo by'abantu baye badutwumva bose. Turi mu kiganiro iwacu muhira. Reka nsubire mbabwire ahantu bihuriye n'ibyo dukora bya commemoration. Hari umwana ejo numvishije wagize témoignage hariya ku rusengero wamartse cyane. Yaravuze ngo ese ngo byatumarira iki kuguma kuvuga ibyo dukorerwa kandi bidahagarara no guhagarara? Ngira nuko sinzi mbaruko yabivuze neza, kuko yavugaga yuko n'ubu tugikomejwe kwicwa iwacu. Aravuga ngo tugerageze uko dushoboye, nitwe bireba. Sinzi ko mwibuka, nitwe bireba, ntabwo bireba abandi. Ni nako abavuye abaloya bavuye hano bavuze, ni twebwe tugomba kwishakira ubutabera twenyine. Yabivuze neza Innocent na Mandevu, bavuze ngo ubushobozi tubwishakemwo, expertise tuzishakemwo. Impamvu tuvuga imuhira nuko kuri mwebwe babacikacumu natwe b'abanyamurenge, inzamvuga ngo umuntu wese w'umunyamurenge n'umucikacumu, nta kuntu twozogira amahoro buri munsi tucumva yuko abantu bakomeje gufa iwacu. Ngira ngo cyo nico ganiro turimo. Ibyo tuvuga biri iwacu bihabera iwacu hasenyutse, habaye Musaka, n'ingamba zikomezwe gukora kugira ngo baturangize. Ni ya Gatumba massacre ikomeje, ni ya Bibogobogo ikomeje, ni ya Kabera ikomeje. Fred yavuze nibuka ejo bundi turi kumwe na muri university i Burundi, twagiye kwakira mama we afite umubebe, ise n'abana be babataye mu ruzi. So rero nta kundu twozoza tuvuga, kandi ndabizi yuko abacikacumu turi kumwe twese muri biganiro, tutavuze ubwicanyi bukomeje kubera iwacu, nta n'amahoro tuzogira hano. nta n'ubutabera tuzobona twenyine ubwacu nta peace of mind dufite. So niyo mpamvu nashaka ngo abantu ntibumve yuko twagiye mu kiganiro kirekire ngo bagire ngo none twataye intego. Nashaka ngo tubagarure tubumvishe yuko iwacu hazabaho ari ukubera twebwe, kandi gathering dukora yose niyo kugira ngo tusure twubaka iwacu. Ku kibazo cyawe rero, sinzi nimba ari uyu mu professeur Kulibali wavuze cyangwa nimba ari abantu babivuze, kugira ngo umuntu abe populaire, naga ni Fred wabivuze mu kiganiro ciwe. Niwe wababaje ikibazo cya Bitakwira, niwe ubizi cyane. Ico wavuze cyuriya mu professeur twaragikurikiye ari muri parlement, ashirwa kuba ministre, sinzi ko anafite n'izo competence kuba ministre wa education. Umuntu kuba graduate akasura akaja kuba ministre wa education na enseignement supérieur, it's even a shame. Otese Bitakwira nawe arashaka promotion, ntabwo ari promotion gusa. Bitakwira yatsinzwe amatora yo muri parlement, araza bamayibobo hanze, bukeye ashaka kuba gouverneur, sinzi ko mubyibuka, aratsindwa, abura ni poste yo kuba n'umukonseye muri guverinora. So icyo yagombaga gukora, yaragiye yigira umwami, ubu ngo sikengo ari umwami w'imurenge n'abafurero n'ababembe n'abantu bose bariya bose bo muri Sud Kivu, kugira ngo ashake ukuntu yiremera umwanya. Sinzi ko twumvikana. Rero ubu ngubu tugiye kuja mu matora nimba quotation makrimba zaba. Icyo agomba kugira rero, agomba kwiposition. Sinzi ko wumvishe amakuru atangiye gusirikira ejo ngo turebe ko kubera Kisekedi ngo yalinye umuntu w'umunyarwanda ngo tuboyikote ngo parti ya IDPS, ngo kubera yuko uriya mu ministre wundi w'umufurero robota yalinye abandi bano muri FRF ngo tuboyikote. Urumva ibintu byose bakorana amakalikili. Unfortunately, jewe simbona yuko Bitakwira ari kibazo ka guverinoma dutuyemo. Nimba umuntu akora ibintu by'ama hate speeches nkabiriya, bakamuhamagara kaza imbere y'urukiko, yasohoka ahubwo akagira even worse, c'est vraiment déplorable. So simbona gusa ngo ni ngo ko arashaka mu promoting iyo baba barabishoboye, ndagira ngo batinye n'ubundi opinion international. Ariko kuko Dr. Fred yabivuze, Imana y'umurenge nizadukora mu menyo y'imsisi. Impamvu mbivuze gutyo, ntabwo tuzogendera kuri bariya. Nabonye mu gitondo nimbari nejo bavuga ngo ni conseil wa Kisekedi ngo ko aremera ko hari abantu barimo gufungirwa ubusa uko basa fasiese yabo. So kuba rero sinzi imbaraga nimba zivuye mu ijuru zamukoresheje kugira ngo agire aho bivuga gutyo, ariko nimba ari diplomasi nimba ari iki, ariko somehow biriya bintu bizoshika. Ejo numvishe Bitakwira, nsubire ku Bitakwira avuga ngo bamuhaye ngo sanction ngo y'umwaka, ngo eske ngo d'abord ngo ntaheruka no gutemberera ngo muri Europe, ngo ese ngo Europe harimo iki. So mu yandi magambo icyo nshaka kuvuga nuko dubuze igihugu kituvuganira, kuko iyo kirebera abantu bakora amarorerwa nkariya ntibashobore kuyahagarika, nje sinoga yaba yakora nk'ababareba mu butegetsi. So naho promotion yoyo of course ko arayishaka. Murayikoze.
Reka nongera akantu kamwe gusa gatoya. Bitakwira yatsinzwe amatora y'ubudepite deputation nationale Buvira, yatsinzwe ibuvira ahangana na Nyarugabo. Nukuvuga ko Moise Nyarugabo yamutsindiye iwabo mu bapfurero bawe. So harimo n'agashari. Urakoze.
Tugana ku musozo, sigaje ibibazo bibiri. Mu gihe turiho twibuka abanyamurenge biciwe mu Gatumba, ndabaza presidente kimwe, ni gute connecting Gatumba n'ibi bibazo tumazemo iyi myaka igera kuri 7 kuva muri 2017, imyaka 6. Icuraza kukibaza kugira ngo ntasubira gufata microphone. Ndahita mbaza Fred. Bavuze ko ukora muri university ya Ebenezer. hano hateraniye abantu bakiri batoya batazi ruguru, batazi ibyiza bya ruguru, n'aya ma histoire tuvuga ya ruguru bamwe ntibayumva neza. Ndagira ngo uze gufata microphone inyuma ugira ikintu ubwira bano bantu bagire knowledge ruguru ni iki kibayo, ni iki tuhashaka. Umuntu uri hano muri Amerika musa nkaho mumeze neza, niki mushaka ruguru kugira ngo bumve neza. Ndagira ngo twatagira na presidente hanyuma Fred araza gufata microphone.
Sinshaka kwibagirwa icyo nashaka kuvuga mbere ntarasubiza icyo kibazo. Ndashaka gushimira GRSF mu gikorwa bakoze cyo kwagura coordination yo kwibuka mu bihugu byose. Ndabizi yuko hano hari abacikacumu benshi, ariko kubera ko kino kibazo ari cy'abanyamurenge bose, hatewe intambwe ikomeye cyane muri ino myaka nk'itatu ine ishize, aho hashizweyo coordination nyine irebera kwibuka ahantu hose yowe na Maître Innocent. I think that has to be your number one achievement, kuko wabikuye mu maboko gusa y'abacikacumu bigenda mu banyamurenge bose, kuko as it should ni ikibazo cy'abanyamurenge bose. Na Innocent ibyo bakora hose ahantu hose ku making sure kugeza no mu minembwe ko bibuka. I think that's amazing. Well done. Ikindi ni ikintu cy'ubutabera cyatangiye shiriya cha collective des avocats. Njyewe ndi umuntu uri more practical than theories. Hari abantu batekereza yuko tugomba kubaka capacity kugira ngo tubanze, kugira ngo du flying, kugira ngo duhite tuguruka. Rather ndi umwe mu batekereza yuko tugomba gutangira n'imbaraga dufite, zaba nkeya cyangwa zaba zinshi, noneho tukaza tugenda buildinga over time, kuko n'ubundi sitwe tuzabikomeza n'abandi nkuko twatangiye ba honorable Gwaganje batangiye mahoro. Uko imbaraga bari bafite mbere sizo bari bafite, natwe twagiye twubakira ku byo basize. Cyo kimwe nuko na GRSF igihe yankundiye uko bakoze siko namwe mwamukora. So we just need to keep building, tukomeze twubake. Iyo umuntu ambwiye ngo tubanze dukore reforme bizabinyibuka cya Gisekedi. Iyo mubajije kwamubwira ngo ufungura abantu bafunze kubera yuko barengana, aravuga ngo ifo kwabanza kureforma justice yiwe. Twebwe nti tukazadukora gutyo, ifo ko dutangira gukorana n'ibyo dufite, dukemura ibyo dushoboye, dushakisha imbaraga zo gukomeza guhangana n'ibindi hejuru. Ari niyo mpamvu mahoro yabaye ya mbere yo kugira ngo ifatikanye n'iriya collective des avocats itangire gucollectinga amahano yose yari mabera mu minembwe kuva muri 2019 kugeza ubu ngubu 2017, ariko batangiye muri 2019 kugira ngo batangire babitange mu nkiko zitandukanye. Ntekereza yuko habe no mu za Gatumba, I have to admit ko hariho imbaraga nkeya zoko amafaranga atabaye collected yatanzwe last year. Ndibuka hano muri Maine mwarezinza amafaranga menshi, muri Indiana twarezinza over 40,000. Ayo ni amafaranga yose akiri ataraba recovered mu banyamurenge bagiye bayatanga hano kugira ngo igikorwa gitangire. So the ball is in your court. Kandi narabibabwiye even mu biganiro twagiye dukora ko timwoza muri kino kiriyo mutarari recovering ari amafaranga yose yatanzwe ngo mutangire mukore ngo nimurangize musaba abantu amafaranga on top kuyo batanze already. Kandi ni bihumbi hafi bikabakara ku 60 zatanzwe hano muri America alone last year. No, 40,000, sorry. No muri Arizona batanze ayandi. So I really think gutangira uyu munsi tuvuye hano mukore plan yo kugira ngo ari amafaranga asohoke, mutangire mukore gahunda y'ivya Gatumba. Naho andi mahano yose yagiye akorwa n'ibindi mwamukora, murabizi ko bimaze gufata umbrella nini, kandi twagiye tubishiramo imbaraga nyinshi kugira ngo mugire iyo support. I don't know, sinzi nimba ari uko njewe natangiye gukora activism mbere, ibintu byose twatugenda imiryango se twagiye ducamwo twayiciyemo. Wavuze ngo mwari mutaragera ni White House, nje nageze muri White House kandi narababwiye kino kibazo ca Gatumba. Ariko ntabwo bashaka kubikora kuko mu kibazo ca Gatumba it's minuscule compare n'ibibazo bafite, so it's up to us ko tugomba kubikora tukabikora. N'amafaranga turayafite, sinzi ko ari amafaranga yabuze mu by'ukuri. I think hari akantu kabuze, and I think GRSF mugakore. I want to mention that ko abanyamurenge bakoze ico bakagomba gukora last year. Abayobozi mugomba kugira ico mubikoraho kugira ngo muzongere mubabwire ngo dore ayo tubuze nimwongere muyazana. Trust me, inzu mpambwira inzu abayobozi mpambwira, ariko ndabizi. Ikibazo wabajije cyari
cyo nkubajije ibi turimo kuva 2017 bihuye gute na Gatumba.
Yeah, so again, niyo mpamvu birahuye nico kimwe. Mwibuke nko mu nkambi yo mu Mikenke yatewe inshuro zingahe, icunzwe na MONUSCO kugeza n'ubu ngubu yatewe inshuro 6. Mu Gatumba twahahungiye kabiri, inshuro ya kabiri baradutera baratwica. Mu Mikenke naho nuko nguko. Ahantu henshi abantu banyamurenge bari habe no mu bibogobogo, nigiye basubiyeyo baratewe nkakangahe, nubwo batari mu mashitingi ariko baratewe. No mu Minembwe nakanogo kamwe bariho kirigwa gategwa buri munsi, nejo bundi baratewe. So ni igitandukanye na matariki ni location, ariko ubundi ni identical, kandi tugomba gukomeza kubikumira uko dushoboye kose n'imbaraga zacu zose. Murakoze.
Urakoze cyane. Umuyobozi yansabye kuvuga hejuru y'ibikorwa dukora mu Minembwe. Njewe nizi ibintu by'ikiganga. Hano muri Amerika nkora mu bitaro kanigisha muri kaminuza, ariko muri iyi myaka ine itanu ishize nsa n'uwagiye cyane mu bushakashatsi no kwigisha kuruta kuja mu bitaro kuvura. Kuva mu mwaka wa 2014 nja mu Minembwe buri mwaka nkaja kwigisha. Nigisha isomo rya pharmacology, nkigisha na medicinal chemistry. Urebye ni nayo masomo na hano nigisha, kandi burya abanyeshuri bose ni bamwe, gusa ubasobanurira mu rwego rwabo no mu rurimi bavugamwo, ariko abanyeshuri bose ni bamwe. Igitangaje nuko hari c'est le même examen utanga hano ni nawe utanga hariya kuri the same class, kandi uko bayitsinda hariya niko bayitsinda na hano. Upfa kuba wafashe umwanya uhagije kubasobanurira. Narimvuze ko natangiye mu 2014, ubwa nyuma narindiyo byari 2018, nari nagiye gukora ubushakashatsi hejuru y'ubuzima bw'imyororokere ku badamu no gukoresha contraception. Nakoranye n'abadamu 375. My research yabaye published hano kuri Family Practice, Journal of Family Practice hano muri New England, n'ayandi ma journals yo muri Amerika, na publishing articles zine zijanye n'ibyo ngibyo. Imwe muri ayo article twayipublishinze na Dr. Lazar ivuga hejuru y'uruhare rw'idini n'uruhare rw'umuco mu kubuza abagore cyangwa se mu kuaffecting abagore mu madecision yabo yuko babyara cyangwa se batabyara n'amadecision bafata. Ikindi ayo research cyane ni ukugira ngo ibibi wacu na situation ziri wacu zimenyekane n'abandi babisome babimenye, ariko kandi no kugenda tu identifying ibibazo dufite mu muco, ibibazo dufite mu idini, ibibazo dufite muri access to care, affordability of care, ibintu nk'ibyo gutyo. Ikintu cyatumye ntangira kuja kwigisha iwacu, needless to say ko ari ukumva ko ari ishaka ni iwacu, nta mushahara baza bampemba. Au contraire, kuva hano kugera mu Minembwe you spend almost $5,000 ukagendayo, kandi kiza kinezeza nuko iyo nashitseyo nzamfata abanyeshuri kubera ko mba mfite nk'iminsi 7 gusa, kandi ngomba kwigisha class ndende nza mbasaba bose ko bacumbika harya ku kiziba no hafi yaho noneho nkagura uduhene tungana n'iminsi nzohamara namara buri munsi tuza twiga kuva saa moya saa sita abagore baba bamaze kotsa no guteka tukicara tugasangira twamara tukicara aho ngaho ku gatorero nyuma y'isaha tugasubira tugatangira tukarangiza saa 11 every single day iminsi 5 cyangwa 7 ikuri karangira ngatanga examen kagaruka. It's very very gratifying ndabarahiye niyo kuri zinezeza kurushiyo nahembewe kuri university zino. Akamaro kiriya university itujije abantu nukuvuga hari abasore benshi bigira hariya baba barahavuye kugira ngo baje kwiga handi, ariko ikindi gikomeye cyane no babwira ni igihe kimwe ndatekeza ko ari 2017 hari classe yo mu wa kabiri tari yarize pharmacology noneho itarize pharmacology mu wa kabiri igeze mu wa gatatu noneho hakabaho ni somo ryo mu wa kabiri naryo ni classe yo mu wa kabiri nayo yari ikeneye the same class ndabavanga bombi nari mfite abanyeshuri 72 muri abo banyeshuri 72 harimo 34 b'abagore, muri abo 34 23 bari abapfakazi. Noneho ndatekereza nk'umunyamurenge ni hehe mwobonye umupfakazi wapfakaye ufite umwana cyangwa abana babiri abasiga akaja muri university akaje Lubumbashi cyangwa akaje Bukavu. Nukuvuga ko iyo university habaye nta bundi buryo buhari kwabo bantu bobonye education. Turumvikana twese nukuvuga ko kandi ikibazo nti tugomba kubirekera Lazare gusa nubwo ari we wagize iyo vision ariko ntaco byaba bitumariye kuba twigiye mu university akomeye tugenda kwigisha abazungu tutaja kwigisha iwacu nta kamaro dufitiye abiwacu. Nukuvuga iyo university itujije abantu, iyo university izamura imibereho myiza y'abahatuye, umuntu akumva ko sinkeneye kuva hano ngo nje handi kugira ngo nzabe uwo nshaka kubawe, ndashobora no kumubera hano. Harabumva ko ari ukuroga abana ngo tuza tugenda ngo nta niveau ihari. Ntawanze kwanga nyina ngo arwaye uruheri, konka nyina plutôt ntawanze konka nyina ngo arwaye uruheri. Uko bari kose nabacu kandi twese buri umuntu wese muri domaine agiye atanga umusanzu twokura abantu ahantu tukabageza handi. Unfortunately 2019 2021 na 2023 ntabwo nagiyeyo kandi mwese murumva impamvu. Icyo ndangirizaho ni kingiki Pastor Claude yaravuze ijambo ryiza cyane mbere yuko dusaba ubutabera kubwicanyi bwahabaye buriho kandi buhaye bukomeza kubaho. Wouldn't it be smarter to rather stop ubwicanyi tukazabona gusaba ubutabera? None se ko turasaba ubutabera kubwicanyi bwahabaye n'uyu munsi twaraye dupfuye kandi tuzi ko nejo tuzapfa, ubwo butabera se buratumarira iki? Noneho ngatekereza ngo dutekereze cyane ngo niki mpaye nkora nuruhe ruhare mpaye nkora kugira ngo duhagarike ubwo bwicanyi. Ndabasigira umugani uvuga ngo umugabo arigira yakwibura agapfa. Imana ibaho umugisha.
Turangiza mu by'ukuri njewe mfite ijambo gusa ryo gushima. Twatangiye uyu mwana witwa Mahoro hano muri Maine hashize imyaka 2004 kugeza ubu ningahe ni 19 kandi kubatabizi twatangiye uyu mwana witwa Mahoro bikurikiranye n'ikibazo cyabaye mu Gatumba. Ndashimira abantu bose twakoranye kandi ndanashimira mama president Adele ko yakomeje nta kintu gisa no kubona ngira ngo ni mama president wavuze cyangwa ubundi ikintu mwatangiye kibaho kigakura kigakomeza kugira n'imizi. Ibyo ni ibintu byiza kandi ukomere turi nyuma yawe. Icya kabiri nakoranye na Olivier kuvaje ageraho asiga batuni kuri Madame SP nabo bakomeza kubungabunga uyu muryango w'abacikacumu. Mu by'ukuri from the bottom of my heart ndabashimira. Kandi na kiriya gikorwa gitangira kuja global, SP yafunguye umutima we wose kugira ngo akigire ikibazo cy'abanyamurenge. Kandi ndabizi ndashidikanya yuko afite mentorship ya Olivier kugira ngo akore ibyo yakomeje gukora. Ndabizi ndashidikanya. Ari Olivier Mandevu na Olivier Rutaramirwa ndabizi ko bose wa inheritinze some capacity na batun kuva kuri bo. Rero icyo nabasaba nk'ubwoko mu by'ukuri ntabwo ngiye kugira fundraising. Mama President ganti yaduhaye go ahead yaba icyo nshaka kuvuga niki akimuhira kazi imvura ihise, akimuhana ese yarya ni kubaza bavuga ari singa murasetse kumwanezerewe, akimuhana kazi imvura ihise, kugira ngo tuzodepande na n'ibihugu bikomeye bidehe biturerega kandi dufite ubushobozi. Ni mureba ahantu twiriwe mukagira Imana aha hantu hadutwaye amafaranga na gute menshi. Ibyo si ikibazo cyanje, perezida yaraje kwivuga byenda n'abandi turangiza umuhango. Ariko icyo nshaka kuvuga niki ubushobozi twabubona, titwohora twicara ngo tuvuge ngo turabona ubutabera duhe tubushaka. Nje nananze kuvuga icyo kintu kugezaho madame abivuze, titwohora tuvuga iryo jambo tutarabushaka. Twese tugenda gusa ngo baduheze bya gusa, kuko bari abaduheze bya gusa tusaba nta kindi kintu gatubaheza. Ariko ibyo twikora mu bushobozi bwacu kirava mu mbaraga zacu. Rero ndashaka ngo nimutaha none uvuge ngo se uruhare rwanje mu gushaka ubutabera bwa Gatumba n'ubuhe, kuko niyo ari teme yacu. Murakoze.
Barakoze cyane. Ngira ngo yes, ngira ngo bakicaye hano ubundi iyo tugira umwanya twakagombye gufata questions from the audience, niyo yari kuba nziza kugira ngo panel, ariko mumbabarira I just want to give one chance to the audience, nyuma then president araza kuvuga. Umuntu muri audience ufite ikibazo yumva ashaka kubaza, only one person, namuha chance 1 minute, tukamuha microphone akabaza. Mzee mukwiye ya niwe we need to be fair. Thank you. Okay, we can give two. Be ready. Uvuge n'ukibaza.
Jewe ndakibaza uyu muloya. Noneho jewe hari ibyo yavuze kandi nsitumvishije neza. Tushaka kumubaza kubera ko tumaze iminsi imyaka 19 dusaba ubutabera kandi twibuka kandi tukamenya ko idosiye yacu yanditswe yo gusaba ubutabera, ko hari n'abagiye bigeze guhamagarana uriya pasiteri w'umurundi i Burundi aza gusamba. Ariko hano yavuze ngo idosiye donc plainte ya Gatumba tayirandikwa, nagira mwabyumvishije. Jewe icyo kintu kirankanga cyane kubera ko nyarinzi ko deja plainte yacu ihari kandi dufite abaloya bakurikirana amajambo yacu barimo Menge n'abari abandi, kandi twega abantu babasaza twari tuzi ko idosiye yacu kera yinjiye, dukurikirana gusa ari ifaranga zibuze kuvuga ngo itange. Sawa, ndashimye.
Arakoze muzehe. Uyu Menge avuze nije wamushatse, nije yikura mu Bubiligi, nije wamuhereje hano bwa mbere guhura na Olivier akomezanya na SP. Menge nta dossier arakora kuri Gatumba nimwe. Idosiye mwumva yahawe nimero niba rwabanditse bandikira parike y'u Burundi bikiva ndibaza ko na honorable Maître Moise Nyarugabo yagiyeyo aja kwita bahamagaza ngo niyo mudamu yabisobanuye muri ya filime avuga ko hagomba kuba enquête préliminaire hamenyeshejwe gusa ko habaye ubwicanyi ariko kugira ngo doshibe haba amaperereza iyo ureze abantu uriya wavuze hacamikiyemo abantu benshi turabona abanketere baza kubaza uko byageze sinzi nimba barababonye nta banketere b'abanyamategeko baraza ngo bafate amamanda baho uburenganzira abanyamategeko mwebwe ba victime bari hari amabwire ngo ngiyi kese yacu turayibahaye n'ubushobozi nk'ubu batangire bakora mankete bagende babaza buri mutemwe bafata ibindi bimenyetso byanditse ibimenyetso byavuzwe n'ahandi babihurize hamwe bakore inyandiko ikubiyemo kirego indictments ikubiyemo kirego ivuga ngo turarega naka turabarega ibi n'ibi twarangiza niho dosiye igasigara yishuzwa icyakozwe gusa hamenyeshejwe urukiko rw'u Burundi bahanimbara rwakira barangije police yabo parike yabo abaki yabo tibigeze bakora enquête nimwe kuri dossier ya Gatumba iko niko navuze ko itarakorwa abari nko tuvuga ngo twebwe noneho ubwacu twishakira abo bantu baze bakubaze byagenze gute wari uri byakozwe gute bahuze n'ibindi bimenyetso bakora inyandiko bashikiriza urukiko hanyuma urukiko rwicare bivugeho cyangwa se rwange cyangwa se rutindi muri make uko niko bimeze urakoze murasobanukiwe.
Thank you. Reka twumve ikibazo cya kabiri twihuta cyane uvuge n'ukibaza. Thank you.
Murakoze moderator. Mbanje nanje kwihanganisha abacikacumu ba Gatumba bavandimwe bacu bahuye na biriya bibazo kandi umuntu wese wahageze yarabyiboneye nanjye nibayibonye bikimara kuba. Rero turabihanganishije cyane. Ikibazo mfite ndakibaza cyangwa se ni igitekerezo sinzi ko nacita ikibazo ndakibaza Innocent nk'umuntu w'umunyamategeko ubihugukiwe aho mperuka yari umushinjacyaha ndamuzi yakibikoramo kugira ngo azi ko ibyaha bigenzwa nuko bikurikiranwa kuri iyi dosiye ya Gatumba twita massacre ngendekereza ko impamvu iki kibazo cyakomeje kugorana ikabingora abahizi guhera mu myaka 19 ishize iyo urebye definition legale cyangwa legal definition ya massacre ukareba niya genocide ngira ngo uriya jambo ya genocide niba nibuka neza no mugabo witwa Raphael Lemkin ngira ngo yari umuvavoka mu Japone niyo waritange muri 1944 n'ubwicanyi bukorerwa ubwoko runaka cyangwa se extermination ya race runaka iyo urebye uko ubwicanyi bwakozwe mu Gatumba na procedure zakoreshejwe rwose nta washidikanya ngira ngo na Michel yigeze kubivuga hariya nta washidikanya ko ari genocide yakorewe Abanyamulenge mu Gatumba nkibaza ndetse abarimo bakurikirana iyi dossier cyangwa se abari bayikora ubushakashatsi ni gute twavana muri ya jambo massacre rigasimbuzwa ijambo genocide kubera ko ukurikirana icyaha abanza kuba qualification y'icyaha wamara kwita icyaha inyito ukabona kuba wakiregera mu rukiko cyangwa se cyakurikiranwa sinirengagije ko hariho manque de volonté politique cyangwa se lack of political will ya igihugu cyacu cya Congo ndetse no kuri kote y'u Burundi habaye bari abicanyi baturutse bafatanije nabo hakurya iyo volonté ndayizi kwidahari politique ku mpande zombi rero nkibaza ndetse nta mbogamizi mubona kugira ngo ikibazo kizashobore kumvikana muri definition legale ya massacre na genocide kugira ngo tumenye les victimes niki bakorewe ni massacre cyangwa tukomeza tuyite genocide cyangwa tukomeza tuyite massacre kubera ko iyo birebye neza ibyo mu Gatumba nubwo habayeho gusa n'abatereranywe n'impande zombi kugira ngo umuntu arahunze bamushize ku mupaka ba exposed hera kuri border na Kongo ntibikurikirane
ngira ngo ikibazo cyawe cyumvikanye bashobora kukirezima ashobora kukirasobanura.
Arakoze cyane ngira ngo nimba yakurikiye ibiganiro bya Dr. Stranson Gregory yabisobanuye neza, yavuze ko ari jenoside. Kandi twebwe ni abantu bakora campaign, aba activiste bayita massacre uko bashaka, igihe bizabaye n'amaraporo yagiye akorwa. Ariko n'ikindi tugomba kumenya uko twatita trose, umuntu kalifya bwa nyuma icyaha ni juge. Niwe uvuga ngo twayitwara ari massacre, twatanga ibimenyetso bigaragaza ko ari jenoside, juge akadisqualifia akavuga ko ari jenoside. Twebwe icyo dukeneye gukora rero, tureke kwiminimiza, nicyo twanasabye, twebwe turege nka jenoside, duhe juge iyo taske yuko azakurikirana jenoside, nakidisqualifia akagihindura uko ashaka, tuzajurira cyangwa se tubyemere gutyo. Ariko twe dukomeze kuyita jenoside, n'amaterme yacu tuba twamagana, tuba tuvuga ko ari jenoside. Ikindi rero naho ibindi byo kuvuga ngo icyo yitwa igira guta, ntabwo turarega ngo tuvuge ngo niki ngiki. Nitumara gukora iyo nyandiko ikubiyemo ibirego, niho tuzavuga ibirego. Jenoside birimo ibirego birimo byaha byinshi, harimo gutwara abantu bunyage nk'abari abana batwaye Kabera, harimo guhuza abantu bahora baratotejwe mu buzima bwabo bagahora nizo ibintu bya trauma, cyangwa se harimo ibyaha byinshi bigenda, abana basambanyijwe, ibyo byose byaha birimo bya jenoside. Twebwe rero mureke dukomeze tuyite jenoside, asigaye abandi urukiko ruzaduha icyo tuzashaka. Ariko twebwe nk'abanyamurenge, kubera ibimenyetso dufite n'impamvu zigaragaza, tukomeze twese tuvuga ko ari jenoside yakorewe abanyamurenge mu Gatumba. Murakoze.
Thank you very much. Reka twumve President.
Ntabwo norangiza ndashimiye abayobozi bose bo muri Mahoro bari hano, guhera mu bayobozi dukorana muri executive barimo Clement, zamura akaboko, President na Vice President wa board, pepe abaturage, Fabrice na Noela na Mandela, secretary wa board, ndabashimiye. Sinzi ko hari undi Dekoga na George. Dekoga niwo mubitsi wa MPA, ni umwana wo mu Rwanda shaka cyane uzi gukora akazi neza. Dekoga asuhuza abantu. Voilà. Haguruka Dekoga.
Tumenya amafaranga azaje.
Uriya niwe trezoreri w'abanyamurenge hano. Na Pastor George nk'umujanama muri board. Ndashimira aba state representative bose, simpamba guhe alaskanti tugira representative. Aba state representative bose baje bava mu state atandukanye. Nukuri abantu benshi bakunze kumbona nka hari njewe, ariko tugira ikintu ca demokrasi, ukunguko nta kintu na kimwe nokora habe n'urudolari rumwe sinorusora bano bagabo bose bataruvivuye. So dukora nka team, nimba munshimira, nimba munangaya, muza mutugayira hamwe cyangwa mudushimire hamwe, kuko turakorana neza cyane. Kandi ndabashimiye kuba mwese mwitanze, n'abanyamurenge benshi bagiye bava mu state atandukanye mwaje hano, mwarakoze cyane. Kandi muzosubizeyo ibyo mwumvishije kugira ngo mubibwire n'abandi. Mwarakoze kandi mwese turabashimiye.
Reka tubashimire, mu by'ukuri barakoze cyane. Thank you very much. Iyo tuza kuba turabakoma amashyi, ngira ngo twari kubaha urufaya rw'amashyi, ariko tuyakome mu mutima, turayabahaye rwose. Mu by'ukuri teme barangije yitwaga ngo amakuru y'iwacu. Ngira ngo tugize ngo tuyatindeho nitwayarangiza. Iwacu haracyari kwa kundi mwahasize, harasenyutse yego, ariko Imurenge ni Murenge, ntabwo n'inyito n'imwe y'inyuguti yavuye ku izina ry'Imurenge. Imurenge ni Murenge, haracyari imisozi myiza, amazi meza ku misozi yuzuye igikundiro, inka z'inyambo ziracyarisha, izisigaye hari abantu bagifite inka, haracyari abakobwa beza, murabona bari hano, nabo ni beza, abamama beza, hari abasore beza n'abagabo beza, rwose ni heza pe. Ahubwo reka tubakangurira ahubwo dusure Murenge, buri twese tufashe voyage tukagenda Murenge, ngira ngo twanubaka n'amahoteli. Dusure Murenge. Hari umuntu warimo mbwira hariya ko afite gahunda yo kubaka hotel, Felix yavuze ko afite gahunda yo kubaka hotel Murenge. Rwose wenda myaka 5 iri imbere tuzayiraramo nitujya. Mu kurangiza reka duhe presidente wa Gatumba Foundation SP anadusoreza n'uyu muhango. Ngira ngo perezida w'amahoro hano muri Maine we yafashe umwanya wo gushimira abantu, ariko kugira ngo dusezerere abantu twumve presidente wa Gatumba Foundation anaduserezerere anabashimire. Mama presidente, umwanya n'uwanyu.
Murakoze. Ku mazina nitwa Esperance Nyasezerano. Nkaba naragiriwe amahirwe n'ishema ryo kuyobora n'umuryango wacu w'abacikacumu Abanyamulenge biciwe mu Gatumba. Naje hano kugira ngo nshimire abantu batandukanye badufashije gutegura icyunamo cy'uno mwaka. Imyaka 19 irarangiye, ariko kuri twebwe nk'abacikacumu tubona ari nkaho byabaye ejo, yesterday. Baje gushimira perezida Mandevu kuko yarantoje ndi muri high school, natangiye gukorana nawe muri 2010. Icyo gihe nari mfite imyaka 17 ndi muri high school. Arantoza anshyiramo imbuto mubona ubu nyine. Noneho mpereza ubuyobozi kuba president muri 2016, ariko nanone ntabwo yanditse, arakomeje kandi n'umuntu nubaha. Kenshi ibintu zose tugezeho n'ubu nyine kandi ngushimiye kuko wanyizeye kimwe n'ukuntu wizeye timu dukorana, ukaba wari uzi ko ibintu bizaba bimeze uku nguku bimeze. Ndabizi ko wampaye tough love, cyane cyane sometimes iyo tough love biba bisharira, ndagira ngo icyo ni Kinyamulenge, ariko ndagira iyo tough love niyo yatumye dukomera nkaba mpagaze n'ubu nyine hano mbasha no kuvuga. Ikindi nshaka gushimira Mahoro Peace Association kubona yaratuzaye, ntiyatuzaye gusa ariko yaratuzaye noneho iranaturera, iduhereza ibyo twifuza byose nk'abacikacumu. Iratugaburira yaba ari emotionally ndetse iranadufata, itubera n'amaguru. Mu by'ukuri nari mfite ubwoba bwo guhagarara hano, ariko Dr. Juste ibyo yavuze ejo byaramfashije cyane pe. Twarabanye nawe iminsi sinari nzi ko afite ubumenyi bungana kuriya. So he helped me a lot kuvuga ngo menye ko even je uyoboye n'umuryango mfite ikibazo, kandi bisobanura ngo na Juste nawe abarizwa mu muryango w'amahoro. So the help he provided to us as survivors tubikesha umuryango twisangamo nka Mahoro Peace Association. I thank Kibe, the president right now, Kibasumba, kuba twarakoranye tukaba dufite njyewe nawe tuzatu kubera nyine ni nkaho tugiye kungana ariko ndabizi ko ni umwana ukora cyane kandi anyemerere bivuge gutyo abandi mumubona mugira ngo ni umukecuru uzi ndagira mape ya ruguru yose ariko nawe yarabyize kubera nyine ishaka afite so turagushimiye kuko n'uwo muryango wakomeje ukaturera nk'abacikacumu nawe wagiriwe amahirwe yo kuyobora noneho nawe ukaturera kandi wari ukagombye kuregwana n'abandi. So we thank you. I thank everyone cyane team yo muri Maine. Muzukuri, this is the first time abantu banzi nicaye icyunamo kirarangira. Musanze twajaga mu cyunamo abacikacumu akaba ariho bahagarara bakora ibintu byose. Ntabwo ari ukuvuga ngo ayandi mastate ndi yarazi gutegura icyunamo cyangwa se ngo I'm not saying that kandi ndabivuga nicishije bugufi. Ariko leadership yo muri Maine iyobowe na President Richard bafashe kino gikorwa noneho batwemerera kuba special. Navaga mu cyunamo simbesha na timu dukorana ndibuze kuhagara baribuze guhaguruka twarushe ariko timu yo muri Maine, Papa Richard, Papa Claude, Papa George, Mike, Jean, Michel, ndetse n'abandi bose bari muri coordination ba Clement, Jado, muzukuri ndabashimiye kuko hari ukuntu mwabigenjeje byampaye icyizere ko ibyo tumaze iminsi dukora abantu barumvise. Jewe nyine SP hano mu izina ry'abacikacumu ndi umucikacumu. Ibaze kukwigisha gukomera ugategura igikorwa kandi nawe wenyine you need help. Ariko uyu munsi nicaye, I relaxed knowing that everything was gonna be okay. Thank you. Thank you. Inza amajoro mwaraye mwicaye kugira ngo ibikorwa bigende uko byakenze. Mu izina ry'umuryango uyoboye hano muri Maine n'abanyamene bose Imana yacu baheze imigisha. Nuko ngiye gutinda sorry. Ndangiza nshaka gushimira abacikacumu. Umuryango nahawe kuyobora n'umuryango ukunda cyane kandi umuryango nisanzemo atari uko duhujije umurara w'abega, ni umuryango nisanzemo kubera ibintu bibi byatubayeho. Shaka timu yanjye yose dukorana ko bahaguruka including Kamariza uri hanze. You guys, you know yourself. Abari muri coordination team muhaguruke. Papa Philippe wahaguruka na Papa Mandevu. And I want Kamariza kuza hano sinzi ahari. Reka mbabwire ngo bano bantu mubona bose bahagaze, most of them bafite ibikomere, most of them bapfushije ababyeyi. Timuzi ukuntu bigoye kuyobora umuryango n'abantu mukorana inama mukaganira hejuru y'ibintu byababayeho ijoro n'amanywa, uzi ko inshuti yawe mubaye muganira itagifite ababyeyi. Uriya mwana Kamariza nahamagaje hano sinzi ahari, kuko I think niho ndangiriza bamunshakire. Ni ukuri bano bantu ndabashimiye. Dekoga, Nono, Aime, Desire, Nyakazungu, Mumu, Bajo, Babirago bari mu Burundi no munsi, bamusangwa. Imana yanjye ibampera imigisha. Bashimiye ko mwakomeye, mukabona ko ari ngombwa ko muhagarara tugakora ibintu kugeza igihe noneho bene wacu badufata mu mugongo tukaba twicaye bakabikora. This is your time to sit, because our people abatuzaye bumvishije our cries, and I know things are going to work out. Kuko nta kuntu twakwicara muri sari ngana gutya abantu barenga 400 bose bakadukorera bakatugaburira bagatanga ama speech ngo noneho kandi tugenda imyaka 5 nta kintu kirakogwa. Things are going to change. Ibyatugoraga twebwe kubera ibikomere dufite, sometimes jewe inzamuga ngo ndakora ikintu nakijamwo natangira no gusoma nareba n'amavideo bikananira, ariko nkabura umuntu nohamagara. Uwo nzahamagara buri munsi ni Nowela wapfushije ababyeyi 2 n'abarumune 3, aramfasha iki. Uwo mpamagara ni Desire yapfushije mama wiwe n'abarumune 2, nta n'umupapa afite, nta papa wiwe agira. Uwo mpamagara ni Aime wapfushije papa wiwe ataranamuhambye. Aba bose mpamvuga ni abantu nkorana nabo. Navuga ngo ndahamagara uwo tungana n'ingena, nawe n'umumama wapfushije ababyeyi bose, akaba nashatswe no kumupapa wapfushije umubyeyi. Abo nibo nirukira nk'inshuti zanje magara. Ariko nshima Imana ko mwese uyu munsi mwabaye inshuti zacu, mwabaye inshuti zanje, kuko nicaye mba very comfortable, and it's giving me hope ko mugiye kudufasha. Now because utavuye hariya mu Gatumba, reka nkubwire ngo izabaye hariya ntabwo byari bije kuri SP gusa, byari bije kuri wewe Umunyamulenge, meaning that ntabwo ari Gasosi wapfuye, hapfuye Umunyamulenge. So icyo ngicyo mugende mudufashe, mwokagira Imana mwe mwabyumvishe, kandi we trust you that things are going to change. Impamvu namagaye Kamariza hano, uyu mwana tabizi, but she's my motivation, and I know all of you know urabizi umutima wanje ahuri. Ariko Kama kuva tugeze muri Amerika, je na Kama turi abantu abandi benshi bari hano, uno mwana ntaramisinga icyunamo. Yaje unafite imyaka 7 akabwira nyirakuru wamusigara araja mu cyunamo. Hari igihe yampamagaye ngo tumurire indege yo kuja mu cyunamo, amara amasaha 12 mu kibuga. Umwana mutoya arakura,
ubu nyine uyu ni umwarimu wigisha mu ishuri yarize arangiza ishuri ubu arigisha, but still she still wants to come Chunam event ya Friday niwe leading this baby opfushije papa wiwe na mama wiwe. She does everything in her power to make sure that the memorial goes well. Bisobanura ngo izangirando amwe nkaruha ariko natekereza kamariza Noela n'abandi bose turi kumwe ba Desire kumva na ahubwo nota n'ibindi byose nzira mwihame ry'abantu. Kama, I thank you on behalf of everyone. Bakuru bawe, thank you for not giving up on our people. You are the future leader of the foundation. You are the leader of the foundation, regardless. Whenever you feel like you're getting tired, just remember the reason why we are doing this. I have no words. Nzambareba nkananirwa no kuvuga ubuhamya bwanje. Je sindavuga ubuhamya kuva ntangiye kubera nzamumera nkaho story yanje itarimo idashobora no kumvikana kubera bano bana. Bantu muri hano Banyamulenge batubyaye abitabiriye uno muhango ku isi hose aho babikoreye, mudufata ukuboko aho mubona twananiwe n'iriya trauma bavuze, ntimukadutunga urutoki kubera ni mwebwe dufite, nta UN dufite, nta gihugu, nta Burundi, ni mwebwe mwenyine. Nimuzadutunga urutoki, that means we'll be abandoned completely. We need your full support as if you're doing things for yourself. I talked too much. Ariko mwese Imana ibaheze imigisha. God bless you.
Arakoze cyane mama president SP. Mu by'ukuri byanyanze mu nda, mureke for the sake of this duhe uyu mwana Kamariza amashi. Kandi duhe n'abantu bose bakora ibyiza like SP, other people who are doing great things, miracle things to make people heal. Nabo tubaha amashi, please. Murakoze cyane. Dusoza mu by'ukuri two more things. Reka duhe President w'amahoro hano iwacu. It's unfair kurangiza atavuze ijambo ryo gushimira abantu bakoze bamufashije muri kino gikorwa. President, you can come forward. Narangiza ndashaka kubabwira ko ariyo communique ko hari umupira. The youth, there is a soccer cyangwa football, mube ready, turaza kuwuconga. Mube ready. After this we'll play soccer. Ngira ngo aho umukino uri bubere murahazi, cyangwa se president araza gutanga iyo announcement. Turangiza nyuma president nabo nongera kugaruka hano, turi buze gusaba Pastor Rubin kuza kudusengera bakristo adusoreza kino gikorwa. Bizaba birangiye tumusabe adufashe aturagize Imana, nashimira Imana ko yabanye natwe from the beginning to the end. Murakoze cyane.
Arakoze Michel. Biragoye kuvuga nyuma ya SP, mu by'ukuri ni ikintu kitoroshe, ariko reka ndeke gutinda kubera ko ibintu byinshi babivuze. SP yashimiye, SPS yashimiye umuhana wacu, ariko ninjuza amajoro twaraye cyane kugira ngo kino kintu kibashe gukorwa. Uko niko kuri reka nshimira abantu naje gatoya. Mbere ndashimira MPA na GRSF batugiriye icyizere nk'umuhana wa Maine kugira ngo tubashe guhostinga kino cyunamo cy'uyu mwaka wa 2019. Mwagize neza ku cyizere mwatugiriye. Hanyuma ndashimira abanyamuhana bahani wacu mu izina ry'ubahagarariye mu by'ukuri mwakoze ibintu byinshi. By'umwihariko ndashimira imirimo ababyeyi bakoze ejo, abamama ababashije kuhaba, mwabonye ukuntu bari bambaye, twari twasubiye mu minembwe mu by'ukuri. Iyo warebaga ishusho y'ejo uko yari iteye, bateze ibitambara, bakenyeye, basa neza. Babyeyi bo muri Maine, kubagira ntako bisa, kandi kubagira mu by'ukuri turabizi ko dushigikiwe n'imbaraga zikomeye. Mwarakoze cyane, mwarakoze cyane, Imana ibahe umugisha. Reka nongere nshimire komite organisateur abateguye kino kintu. Mwabantu mwe bano bagabo barakoze, specially Pastor Claude, Pastor George, Mike, Jean. Aba bantu twararanye amajoro menshi, murambabara kuba menshoniza amazina twari benshi, ariko aba bagabo ko ari bane twararanye amajoro kuva saa 3 tugakora inama tukageza saa 7 z'ijoro kugira ngo uyu munsi ubashe kugenda neza. Mu by'ukuri mwarakoze, Imana ibahe umugisha mwinshi. Reka soze nshimira abantu baduteye inkunga. Iki cyunamo cy'uyu mwaka sinzi ibindi byunamo ko byagenze cyari gifite budget y'ibihumbi 35 by'amadolari. Aya mafaranga yose ibihumbi 30 byavuye mu Banyamulenge ba hano muri Maine. Mwarakoze pe, mwarakoze. Iyi sale twicayemo yonyine yadutwaye hafi ibihumbi 20 by'amadolari kugira ngo tuyicaremo babashe no kutugaburira. Sinobona uko mbivuga, abantu bo muri Maine mwarakoze. Reka mbivuga gutyo kuko nta rindi jambo mbona nakoresha, ariko mwarakoze. By'umwihariko reka nshimira abantu bafite amakampani hano. Nari kuyasoma yose ariko ntaza kugira iryo nakwibagirwa. Iyo nakwibagirwa, mwaduteye inkunga kandi twarabahamagaye mu byumva vuba mwihuse. N'umugisha dufite Imana yaduhaye hano muri Maine kugira ngo Imana ifungure ayo marembo. Abanyamulenge, abana bacu, barumuna bacu, bakuru bacu, Imana ibacira iyo nzira yo kugira ngo babashe kugira izo business zituma uyu munsi dushobora kwicara ahantu hasa nk'aha ngaha. Ubu ndabizi neza ko muri Maine tuvuze ngo turashaka ibihumbi 30 bidatwaye iminsi 2 twabibona kubera umugisha Imana yatanze muri uyu muhana. Mwarakoze rwose, Imana ibahe umugisha. Rero reka dusoze, tugiye kuja kuri during high school. Hari umukino ugiye kuhaberaho kwibuka abakinnyi baguye mu Gatumba. Niturangiza umukino turataha, turaza gusubira kuri BCC nimugoroba saa 3 z'ijoro, twongere turebe movie n'ubuhamya kugira ngo twishire ku itariki 13 umunsi abantu bishwe, ducana urumuri rw'icizere, tunasoza icunamo. Imana ibahe umugisha. Reka twumve pasiteri kuza gusenga.
Kambasabe duhaguruke dusenge turangiza.
Sorry, murambabara pastor kubaka microphone. Hari ikintu nanibagiwe. Ejo saa 10 hari igitaramo hariya kuri BCC, ariko ico gitaramo mu by'ukuri ntabwo kizaba kikiri muri gahunda y'icunamo. N'abantu bifuje ko batarama bagasenga, kuko no gusenga nako kuvura ibikomere by'umutima. Abantu bose bazaba bakiri hano ejo kuri BCC hari hazaba igitaramo. Abantu bazaze dusenge twese, kuko n'aba barokotse mu by'ukuri barokowe n'Imana. Imana ibahe umugisha.
Reka dusenge. Uwiteka Mana yacu, Mana nyiri bugingo, ibihumeka byose ufite ubugingo bwabyo mu kiganza Mana, turagushima ko wabanye natwe uyu munsi. Ibyabereye aha hantu wabibonye Mana kandi wabibayemo. Turagushima ko wabanye natwe. Turagushima ku byiringiro ukomeje gutanga nyuma ya biriya byose byabaye. Turagushima kuko uri Imana izirema amateka mashya, mu muyonga ugakuramwo intwari zikongera zikarema amateka mashya. Mana, turagushima ko wabikoze kuko uri Imana ishobora byose. Tugiye gutaha, turasaba ngo ujane natwe, gahunda za nimugoroba zose turaziguhaye, ukomeze ujane na buri wese Mana. Imodoka tugenderamo zirindwe nawe, aho turara urarane natwe, ndetse na gahunda z'ejo uzazibemo. Abazafata ingendo basubirayo tubatwikirije umutekano wawe Mana. Abazagenda mu ndege, abazagenda mu modoka, reka ijuru ribabere maso, uzabageze mu ngo zabo amahoro. Urakoze kuzawumva gusenga, ni kubwa Kristo Yesu tubigusabye, amen.
Twongere tubwire abantu ko uyu mukino ugiye kuba uracari muri bimwe byo bigize uyu muhango wo kwibuka. Mu by'ukuri ababishoboye tugende cyo kuri abo bana bibuka bagenzi babo baguye mu Gatumba. Murakoze.